善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光！我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物？是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运。艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深求隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。不，这可不是最好的方式。地狱来客的羔羊不容沾染人间的野蛮。对于音乐家而言，乐理才是真正的武器。舞台已经拉开，来自地狱的交响乐已经响起。
他生来就背负无尽的才华，却从未全心接纳。但当来到巅峰，身处末路时，只需要轻轻点拨，他就会将自己完全出卖。你将看到整个世界的律动，也将被无处不在的琴弦所控制。尽情享受这份契约吧，让恶魔的弦音在整个世界奏响，直到终去。
Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and a flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
从极北之地直插欧洲，这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。
对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险。你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？啊，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人了。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，小心，陛下的恶犬可不怀好意。
大公夫人是无辜的，说到疑凶，不该先去问问那些尊贵的特使们吗？
大
大公夫妇之间的恩怨人尽皆知，真相其实早就清晰。
真相真的那么重要吗？血祭之时，我们所有的秘密与哀恨，都会像身后的故国一样遥不可及，不是？
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克，下一站即将抵达布列斯特，下一站即将抵达布拉迪斯拉发，下一站即将抵达维恩。
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disguise
若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人。当然，一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌，以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的灯芯吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。进入那些荒野，真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在那里召唤我。
信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深求隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。不，这可不是最好的方式。来客的羔羊不容沾染人间的野蛮。对于音乐家而言，乐理才是真正的武器。 舞台已经拉开，来自地狱的交响乐已经响起。
他生来就背负无尽的才华，却从未全心接纳。但当来到巅峰，身处末路时，只需要轻轻点拨，他就会将自己完全出卖。你将看到整个世界的律动，也将被无处不在的琴弦所控制。尽情享受这份契约吧，让恶魔的弦音在整个世界奏响，直到终曲。
Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and a flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
从极北之地直插欧洲，这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。
对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险。你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？啊，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人了。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，小心。
Who are we? I guess. Yeah, who are these people on the screen right now? But nonetheless, we'll welcome you to the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. I think I'm Articuno, but I look like a magician. And with me is Pot Spice, but looking like a Cheshire cat over there.
Yep, we're playing a little bit of cosplay here, and one of our favorite characters, Magician and the Mercenary. You know, we're going to be calling the action for you guys, and we want to bring you guys as close to the action as possible. So, you know, we came to show up, Articuno, and I'm so excited. It's day number 6. All roads are leading to the playoffs, but we do have to get this day over with.
Yeah, and last day of the group stage that we have here, and, you know, group stage, last day, we came somewhat prepared with some of our favorite survivors. So you are looking pretty fly. I mean, I'm basically in a costume that clearly says, I have no echoes to buy skins. But you, on the other hand, it's like you have that one survivor main friend that can.
Identity 5 is one of the top tier esports in both the Asia Pacific region and the North America Europe region, especially in Japan and Southeast Asia. There are 3 stages of the tournament: the preliminary rounds, the group stage, and the playoffs. First, 96 top-ranked teams will register in-game to qualify online. In preliminary rounds, teams will be separated into 6 groups. Each group will contain 16 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a form of best-of-3 single elimination. The top team from each group will pass to the next stage. In the second stage, which is our group stage, top 6 teams will join with 2 invited teams from Call of the Abyss 3 to make for a total of 8 teams. The 8 teams will be separated into 2 groups of 4 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a best-of-3 round-robin format, with the top 2 teams from each group moving on to the playoff rounds. Finally, in the playoff round, each team will be placed against each other by seeding, and will compete in a best-of-3 double elimination format, with a final round to be played in a best-of-5 format. Group stages and playoffs will be live broadcast on the Identity 5 official social media channels. The loser finals and finals will be an offline event. October 25th will mark the big day to find our champion in the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. Now, let's move on to the tournament rules. First, teams will compete in Legendary mode, where players are not allowed to use the same character in the same match. Each map will be separated into 2 halves. For the first half, survivors from Team A will compete with a hunter from Team B. Come the second half, the teams will switch sides. The survivors from Team B will compete with a hunter from Team A. A total of 7 maps are in the selection: Arms Factory, the Red Church, Sacred Art Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park, Leo's Memory, and our new addition to the competitive scene, Ever Sleeping Town. For the best-of-3 round, first round starts with the hunter able to ban 1 survivor, while survivors are left with no bans for hunter. After that, an increment of 1 character ban will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 1 hunter and 2 survivors banned, while the third round will have 2 hunters and 3 survivors banned. In the event of an extra round, we'll be sticking with 2 hunters and 3 survivors banned like round 3. Now, for the best of 5. The first 3 rounds will follow the same banning pattern as the best of 3. However, for rounds 4 and 5, there will be a maximum ban of 3 hunters from the survivor side and 4 survivors from the hunter side. In case extra rounds are needed, we will use the same number of bans like round 5. Now let's talk about the scoring system. Each survivor escape counts as 1 point each, with another 1 bonus point awarded if all of them escape. On the flip side, hunters will get 1 point for each survivor sent back to the manor. If the hunter gets all of the survivors back to the manor, another bonus point will be awarded. The winner of the match will be determined based on the total score from both halves. For this example, in the first half, none of the survivors from Team A managed to escape, which means the hunter from Team B is awarded 5 points. Now, come the second half, let's say Team A manages to escape with 3 survivors getting 3 points, with the hunter from Team B getting 1 point. The total score of Team B are still higher than Team A, which means the winner of the match will be Team B. The tournament prize pool is a whopping 1 million Thai baht. Hope you all join us and catch the Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2020. See you there.
And there you have it, guys. A quick overview of our rulings. And yeah, still can't get over that we're wearing costumes today. It just feels so weird.
I know, it's day number 6. It's hard to count with these hands.
Oh no, you only have 4 fingers on that costume.
Yeah, I do. And I hope I mean, Identity 5 is all about, showing your passion and creativity. And, IVC, we got to turn up. But here are the groupings right now, ladies and gentlemen. We have Group A and Group B. Group A leading the pack is GK. Not too far behind is VX, and they had a crazy match yesterday. But all eyes are on MP versus 7H today.
Yes, sir. And for Group B, it is going to be a crucial game between OSM and IVS, depending on how those points roll out, especially if IVS wins. Things can still get shaken up potentially in Group B. But you know what? We'll talk about those limitless possibilities once we hit that road towards that matchup a little later on during the day.
So here is the schedule. As we mentioned, guys, first half, MP versus 7H, and at the second half, we have IVS versus OSM. I believe this is the last day of the group stages because they all have faced each other already. So, you know, the playoffs are right around the corner, and it was just like last week we just started talking about like how we're just building up these stories, and all of a sudden, here we are, and we're fully dressed for it, suited up.
Yeah. Feel like a low tier character today, that's for sure.
Hey, playoffs, I know you got something up your sleeve there, but we're gonna save that and that treat for everyone. Yeah, double check it.
I was double checking my sleeve if there was anything there, but yeah, we'll see. Let's go ahead and talk about our first match for the day. That's gonna be fun. 7H versus Mad Penguins. So both teams, in which case, unfortunately, by the virtue of points, won't be able to proceed any further in the tournament. But at least this would be a great time for them to end their IVC 2020 Southeast Asia journey on a high note. Speaking of which, if you guys are tweeting or making any posts on Instagram, on Facebook, whether about the teams or maybe what the hell the MCs are doing with their costumes today, be sure to use the hashtag IVC 2020C. And if you guys are continually posting about anything Identity 5, whether it be about how your rank games went, or maybe if you have anything about IDV that you want to put out there, be sure to also use the hashtag IDVC.
Yes, keep that conversation going. Keep the fire alive for Identity 5 scene. And you know what? It's just awesome talking to you guys. So, as Articuno was mentioning, 7H versus MP. Both these teams do want some points on the board because they do want to end strong. So, we're going to introduce them right off the bat. Starting with MP, we have Shi, LC, Exler Mochi, Lao D, and Shuni.
Yeah, MP, one of the more interesting teams going into this, had so much promise, but you know, just given the stiff competition that they were facing in Group A, it was a very, very tricky road. But you know what's really great here is we have Shi, one of those hunters that is more than comfortable to bring a disciple forward. You know, we haven't really seen that much disciple during this tournament, so it's great to see that MP is one of them at least.
Yeah, I think she is the one just representing the disciples out there. So again, we've said time and time again that Southeast Asia has its own flavor of Identity 5, and it's awesome that she is using the disciple. Moving over to LC, though, another character that we haven't been seeing much of is this prospector, and it's great that, you know, these preferred characters may come up in competition.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a little bit of prospector over the past few days, a little bit favored though over all the other survivors that we've seen throughout the past few days. Exler Mochi coming to the table for MP. Mercenary has been a favorite this tournament, very high pick and ban rate, either picked or banned for that matter. We haven't really seen any games where he was just foregone entirely.
He is definitely the make or break character, and we were talking about the stats. I believe there's like 30 picks on this in the entire tournament, and not too far behind. The go-to second rescuer usually that we see a lot is either Gravekeeper or forward. Laudi sporting that forward, and we've seen how much clutch forward tackles there have been in IVC. I mean, there's too many to count. I hope you guys have been keeping count on social media. Do tag us if you've clipped them.
Yeah, Shuni, meanwhile, for Mad Penguins with a favored Priestess. Now, Priestess, as we've been talking about over the past few days, is a bit of a flavor pick based on what maps we might be seeing. And generally speaking, if you want to play for a slippery game, we've seen, I think, especially for the second weekend of IVC, Priestess, we've seen a lot of good plays with Priestess being utilized. So not really surprised that she has grown to be a favorite here in IVC. But I'd say in general as well, if you're going to look across regions.
And just to, highlight what Shuni did on the first day, what a clutch priest display running for that dungeon when 72S was right on the cusp of it. So if you guys haven't seen that stare down where she was in a 2-story in Moonlit and the dungeon was sandwiched between her and that violinist, excellent stuff. So I'm really excited to see what MP brings to the table. And you know what? Both these teams, actually, just a little bit of a preview, they really do deviate away from the textbook characters because, actually, just a little fun fact, we did see some barmaid come out of Shuni in the first couple of matches. So that's something to look for everyone to look forward to.
Yeah, it's really great to see some of these teams that are more than comfortable to bring survivor picks that might not necessarily be a high priority towards others, but by preference and knowing how much they can do on that particular character, maybe being one of the top in the region. More than happy to bring it forward in this tournament. I'm glad that we got those opportunities to see it. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out their opposition today, Poch. And it is going to be 7H with Hanzo, Himawarit, SPST, Golf, Hugs, and Kisses, and Mew.
Yeah, we've been talking about 7H and how had an incredible run against GK, so they're definitely no slouch. To bring it back 14-11, that is a close game. Hanzo being the hunter, he does have a violinist, but he doesn't stray away from the other meta, which is the Bloody Queen.
Yeah, overall, so Hanzo has been a very well-rounded hunter going into IVC. A little bit of a shame that we aren't going to be seeing him proceed any further, but I'm glad that we get this one last match to see all the more of what Hanzo is capable of as a hunter for 7H. Moving forward, we have Himawarit. Again, we already had this discussion on Mercenary here as one of his preferences. 7H across the board for their survivors. They had their shining moments for sure.
And just also to bring it back to the previous match, Himawarit also doesn't stray away from the mechanic. So it's good to know that these teams are so well-rounded that they can go Rescuer, Decoder, and looking at SPST with that Cowboy. So it really brings an interesting mix of characters into the fray.
Yes, sirree. I love how both MP as well as 7-8, based on what we're seeing here, are very capable of just bringing these interesting picks forward. Golf with a preferred coordinator. Now, coordinator is one of those picks that we've seen as an alternative in the midst of a lot of bans that usually come in by round 3. It's nice to see that people still kind of opt for her, despite the rise of these other survivors which have been released after her, which has been the trend for IVC.
Now we are seeing 7H Miyu, a priestess, another one in the roster, so another shakeup and potential ban if it needs for it, depending on the map, as you mentioned, Articuno. So that's going to change things up. And just a little bit of backstory, 7H, they also are interested in playing off meta because they are the ones that went with the Explorer in their match against GK. So they have a lot of tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how that'll pan out for them. And like we mentioned, since this is a game that doesn't necessarily have any bearing for either team moving forward in the tournament, this could be an opportunity for just let all hell break loose, bring all the creativity forward with their picks, whatever picks that they were kind of hesitating to field.
Right.
This time around without any worries. Just let it be and have fun out there today. But based on our predictions, Poch, as creative as these teams might get, 7H. Do you have enough fingers for 7? Okay, yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do.
To 8. Luckily, we don't have any other teams with the number 9. Otherwise, that.
Oh, thank God. I can't use my toes when that.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, so I'm really excited to see, as you mentioned, this is a type of match that people would love to watch because these teams can let all hell break loose and really show how comfortable they are with their preferred picks. And now I believe this type of matchup can actually push the envelope of how the meta would be played in Southeast Asia, since they have room for that creativity and they have room for them to just go with the off textbook picks. So that is one to really look forward to. And speaking of off textbook, we can also be treated to some peculiar map picks.
Right. Yeah. Actually, if we're going to talk about map picks as well as the peculiar ones, Ever Sleeping Town hasn't. We've seen it used a few times, but it hasn't really risen to prominence as much as the other maps that we have, which is still within the usual rotation, such as Sacred Art Hospital, Leo's Memory, Arms Factory.
Yes.
All of the wider maps, especially Ever Sleeping Town, haven't been favored as much. So
I just love how, as mentioned in the clip a while ago, that our Ever Sleeping Town is a new map, and we have been seeing it been played. It wasn't a neglected map, and it is a map of choice for some of these players and some of these teams. So it's just excellent representation of the game in general and how it can be played to the highest level.
Yeah. Wondering if we'll be seeing Ever Sleeping Town, in which case going into this rotation. I mean, why not? You know?
Yeah.
Again, it's a great opportunity to have a bit more fun for these two teams. And like I said, you want to end your tournament run on a high note. A great high note, of course, will be getting that one last shot at a win. But I think a better way to approach it is just have fun, so that at least, you know, your last game, your last memory of IVC before bowing out is that of just giving it your all out there and just, you know, playing with no regrets.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, Ever Sleeping Town is the map that's locked in. She being the hunter, banning Merc right off the bat. We are seeing Himawarit go with that a mechanic. SPST letting it rip with the cowboy. Miyu with a signature a priestess, and who would Golf Hugs and Kisses go with as we head on over to this first map. We're gonna see a Seer.
Okay.
Very interesting lineup, not going for any rescuers.
Actually, now that you mention it, I mean, Cowboy is so-so.
Yeah, but get your clips ready, ladies and gentlemen. If SPST can do instant tap lassos, that's gonna be one for the books.
Yes, sir. So, first pick Axe Boy. I mean, considering it is Ever Sleeping Town, Axe Boy not a bad choice, I would say, just because of his ability to traverse terrain through movement speed.
Right. Yes, and just mind you, we have seen She's Axe Boy, but in a smaller compact map, which was Arms Factory, when they faced up against GK. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this Axe Boy will traverse around as we head on over to match number 1, MP versus 7H.
Yes, and let's go ahead and see if she can sniff out one of the members of 7H earlier on. He's already on the prowl, already catches wind of a trail, and it will be SPST that he could go for in terms of chase should he decide to commit. But Himawarit is in the vicinity as well, so that will give him options to shift as well. But it does seem like he will instead focus on who is within his vision, which is SPST at this moment.
Cowboy going up for that window just to try to get some better real estate. Eats that hit just so he can transition out of corner house. Now has some pallets here to work with. Let's see how long SPST will be able to kite this hunter. He's able to rotate Miyu in the vicinity. I believe that's the graveyard. And now SPST turning right over here. Again, Articona, it's very dangerous for them to be playing around in this vicinity, especially if there is a fireball coming out of there. Again, that is one of the buffs that the Axe Boy has. He can close out that distance and pose a threat without being in hit range.
Yeah, that was definitely some good work here by She. And what's kind of scary is Axe Boy eventually, with the access towards Restful Road, can allow him to cover much more ground here as far as dealing with the rest of 7H. But I will say 7H so far so good. That Puppet actually being able to make it out before Axe Boy was able to strike him. So this will still grant 7H so much leeway as far as making sure that they get these ciphers going.
Exactly. And looking at this, the Cowboy is shared, about to be halfway, but the mechanic is still doing her thing, really pushing those ciphers, and now She leaving the Cowboy open for a rescue. And we see there, I believe that's Himawarit going for that rescue, just patrolling the ciphers within the middle of the map. And yes, it is Himawarit, the mechanic, going for a gutsy rescue. The fireball will give him that speed buff, but Himawarit gets that clean rescue.
Yes, sirree. But you know what? There you go. Another placement of Restful Road, gonna try to establish some distance, but of course he isn't the only one that could close gaps. SPST as well, propelling himself away from Axe Boy, but the speed is real. Go Speed Racer, go, tries to go for the hit, not gonna quite work out. They're gonna try to work around these structures. SPST not gonna be playing around this area. Another Restful Road will be laid out. SPST instantly going right, good choice, just so that Cheese doesn't get the full utility of that moving speed.
Wow, that was scary. They were racing towards that pallet, but SPST was first there and dropped it. Another Fireball buff would be used. SPST is buying a lot of time here at 11. Another Restful Road, but he is not anywhere near it. Can he be able to kite for another Cypher Pop, Articuno?
Yeah, but oh my gosh, SPST is buying so much time for 7H, and great transitions that we've been seeing so far. Able to make sure that he kites around places where there's a lot of structure, lengthy structure to boot, just so that it makes it tricky for Axe Boy to constantly track him down. And yeah.
Did you see that Howl able for him to be able to do that transition? Really utilizing the structures here in the middle of the map. But oh wow, oh, unfortunate there. But she was in the better advantage of that situation, waiting for that vault to happen for him to catch that Cowboy. And now she transitioning his priorities to Golf XOXO, and he gets another hit. Wow, 2 survivors down.
Oh man, that was great punishment coming in from Shi, spotting out that Seer within the vicinity. Now look at him already. Nice drop on that pallet just so that he can get SPST back on his feet. Now question is, what will Axe Boy's priority be here? Will he just try to go straight for SPST? But at the same time, this will allow just enough time for the Seer to get back again.
And just to highlight, that mechanic was trying to body block the Axe Boy for him to buy enough time. You see the Priestess over at the second story of that house, really being able to push that Cypher close to being primed, and now the Mechanics doll is just trying her best to just get the attention away from SPST. But it doesn't seem like there's any real estate to work with here. SPST trying to transition, going to that pallet. Can he make it in time before she is able to swipe at him?
Oh man, look at the roundabout that she has to go through though. This is why SPST's positioning thus far as transition has been beautiful in this game. She though gonna try to overtake him as he goes for the hit, gets it, but 7H, they were heavily ready for that. Pop on the Cypher, and that will bring SPST back on his feet.
And it's still ongoing, this very slippery Cowboy. I just love how this is actually the first Cowboy we're seeing. And SPST is showing up. And look at this, the teleport is going to be utilized right away, and the mechanic is going to just get out of hindsight, out of that exit gate, and she getting that swipe in. Excellent stuff on the side of MP.
Yeah, but this is going to be Himo its first time on the rocket chair. Another question here is that, is 7H going to be gutsy enough to at least try to go for the rescue, or will they content themselves with the 3 survivor out? I mean, this has been just enough time for them to make sure that they get the gate ready, and looks like, yeah, they'll just play it a bit safer here. Will content themselves with a 3-1 to start off this first half.
Excellent stuff on the side. I'm keeping score. I can still hold a pen, and I'm writing it down. It's really bad. I mean, my handwriting hasn't changed in 2nd grade, so I don't really see any improvement at all. But great job on 7H's side. SPST, ladies and gentlemen. If he is not, I think he's in contention for MVP because he was able to buy so much time. I mean, there was teamwork there, the mechanic going for that save, the Seer extending the chase, putting that owl in him, but it was just well-coordinated rotations on SPST side, and also support coming out of the Priestess, the Seer, as well as the mechanic. So it just shows that you don't really have to have a rescue in your lineup if you have that in mind, if you can kite for that long.
Right, and oh man, this is a little bit, I was kind of laughing for a bit at myself because I'm wearing shorts. Like, this is the illusion of being an MC. Like, you're so formal on top, and then I'm wearing shorts at the bottom. So like, I was kind of lifting my leg a bit and showed on. Being like, oh, okay, it's like illusion ruined. But
illusion,
yeah.
It's the magician's way. It's the code.
Yeah, the magician, like formal on top and then swimming at the bottom because I'm wearing like swim short. Board shorts right now, basically. But anyway, yeah. Talking again about that game, as you said it, Poch. So much time bought up by SPST. I'm actually this is like one of those moments where I really want to look at the end game data just to check out how long that containment time was.
Right. Yeah.
It was insane. And again, like, it was so tricky for that Axe Boy. Lots of effort coming in, and fair use of the restful roads. There was a lot of. I would say it was utilized quite well because the terrain that he was working around, there was a lot of linear parts where the chase was happening. But what kind of became tricky as far as at least getting those hits was the fact that SPST was playing around these structures that were quite lengthy. So it really forced Axeboy in a position where he had to constantly go for these roundabouts.
Yep, and here it is, the match data. SPST not even touching a cipher, but the containment time on this man, 156 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. That is a lot. While Himawarit, Miyu, and Golf were touching those ciphers and really pushing those objectives. 154 for Himawarit, Miyu with 164%, and Golf hugs and kisses 181. She, though, 9 attack hits, 6 pallets destroyed, and 5 knockdowns. And Artican was mentioning those well-placed restful roads were really a way to just patrol around the area and close out the distance. However, SPST utilizing the real estate to his advantage, as well as the lasso. You saw, I believe twice or thrice, he was able to just cut corners there by using that lasso and those pallets to really zip past the distance he had to cover.
Oh gosh, and just overall a good attempt coming in from She here, but 7H, just so much credit to SPST, to be honest. Like everybody else, Himawarit and Golf particularly, just pitching in when they needed to. But for the most part, so many minutes focused on the chase between She and SPST. It's insane.
Also, if we're highlighting the other plays, Himawarit with that 1 pallet strike, just so he can extend the balloon, just cut off the balloon time of that cowboy. So, again, it's just excellent coordination. If this team lineup is very off meta, because you usually would see like a gravekeeper, a mercenary, a first officer, a forward, those big heavy hitters that could eat a lot of hits and kite for a while, but leave it to 7H to shake up the lineup for them to be able to come out with great results.
Yeah, I mean, just this cowboy pick, it goes back to the discussion about how we were mentioning that if survivors are just comfortable enough to bring pocket picks straight up, then might as well go for it. And it also presents the question as to whether or not they would want to take away cowboy from
SPST?
From SPST moving forward in this best of 3.
True.
And that's a really weird
ban.
Yeah, it's a really weird ban, because usually you'd want to prioritize either one of the Triumvirate or Priestess going into a round 2 later. But you know what? I'm thinking a little bit too forward there. Let's talk about going into the second half.
Second half, we're still at Ever Sleeping Town. Now, I believe it is going to be Hanzo doing the hunting. And based on the stats that we have, he does opt for Bloody Queen or Violinist. So, again, those two hunters are pretty good on this map. We've seen 72S wreak havoc with a Violinist. We've seen, it's unquestioned that Bloody Queen is still a pretty optimal pick in terms of traversing huge maps. But now, looking at the survivors of MP, though, you know what? They do have a Priestess in mind. They don't deviate too far away from the Triumvirate. But this Barmaid pick got me interested in seeing if Shuni would go for the Priestess first or the Barmaid.
Right, and it just shows both sides have those pocket picks that they could bring to the table, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that Barmaid come to play once again. I mean, they were never really shy of picking it, so I mean, for their last game, not gonna lie, I would love to see them just go for it again.
Yeah, that's true. So interesting to see, but it would be great to see the Barmaid, but to introduce the Priestess into the mix here, it would be crazy because of how she can traverse the terrain of Ever Sleeping Town. So I wouldn't mind seeing a Barmaid in the later half, but right now I think Shuni may go for that Priestess, while everyone just go with the old and reliable Seer, Perfumer probably, or Gravekeeper, and obviously the Merc has to be in the equation.
Right. I mean, for this particular map especially, Priestess is almost a no-brainer that you'd want to bring if it isn't banned. And considering it is round 1, tendency is they would just want to ban one of our triumvirate survivors. Earlier, we did see it be in form of the mercenary. I would kind of agree because it's already bad enough as a hunter that you have so much terrain to traverse unless you choose someone like an boy, as we said, because he does have abilities that allow him to accelerate through the map. But if you're a hunter that doesn't really have those tools and you're dealing with a mercenary, those paths are just going to establish so much distance covered when you use them, and that isn't really something you want to have to deal with when you're in Ever Sleeping Town.
And just to peel back the curtain here, because we were told by backstage that 7H did pick the map, so I think that gives a vote of confidence with what Hanzo is going to pick in terms of hunter. Since 7H did decide that they're going to settle this battle here at Ever Sleeping Town, I'm interested to see how now the hunter is going to adapt, because we saw the cowboy play to perfection. Now we're going to head to the picks and bans. We're going to see a ban Merc. You called it right on the money, Articuno. So we're going to see a forward, Exler Mochi with a seer, Lao D with a gravekeeper, and Shuni with that slippery priestess.
Yeah, and it's interesting. No mechanic coming into play for Mad Penguins. I guess they are confident enough that they don't need to utilize the mechanic and will just rely more on the distance that Hunter will need to cover between ciphers to at least not be pressured to go the full rush that they could have accomplished had there been a mechanic. So yeah, I'm down for what MP is bringing to the table here. Let's see if it will lead to positive results for them, at least going into this, as looks like we will start Bloody Queen though on all. Good choice here by Hanzo as well.
Yep, starting out at the train tracks, shifting over to the middle of the map. By the looks of it, I believe he'd want to snipe out the Priestess of the Seer first, because Gravekeeper and Forward could kite you for days. And I think he wants to pick his right optimal target. Still at the center of the map, Hanzo, thinking about if he should go to the second floor, not quite, moving away and trying to just snipe anyone out. Has that mirror ready. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, I believe he has Blink on the ready.
That's gonna be a bit scary, and Hanzo taking a bit of time here to sniff out a target. Doesn't transition towards Graveyard. Was a little bit worried for LC there. That was a bit in the distance, but he will actually get a whiff of this cipher though, so that will signal Hanzo to maybe... No, wait a minute. Actually, what is the decision here? Okay, we'll just go for the mirror image to close out distance. Sees the wiggle on that cipher from Exler Mochi. Nice timing, in which case, on that owl to avoid that first hit as Exler Mochi uses the opportunity to establish some distance, but Blink will come in, goes for the first swipe, and Hanzo lands it.
Yeah, he is making up for lost times. He wants to down this Seer right away, and I believe this is one of the most optimal targets because he was able to get the Owl out of there already. Now Hanzo still zoning in an Exler Mochi, still going up the second floor here. Shuni, though, in the mix here. Oh, going for the portal. Oh, wow, Exler Mochi was not able, and now he will fall. Hanzo getting his first survivor down.
Yeah, good swipe coming in from Hanzo, in which case, just so that they couldn't utilize the Priestess utility. Hanzo just looking for a rocket chair to strap his target in. There you go, just right along the street. All good. This is interesting. Very wide space. Take note, ladies and gents. So when you go for the rescue, there isn't as much structure to work around to try to kite around Hanzo.
Yep, he will definitely see the approach, especially those long hallways at the front and back of Cemetery. And now LC, though, the forward, making his way to go for that rescue, baiting out a hit, and he eats it just so he can save the Seer. Now, this is what's tough. It takes a while for them to reach some real estate to work with. Watch out, the last effort will be popped. So close to that tram, by the way. I'm so scared for these players.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that we would get some vision on whether or not Exler Mochi got... Okay, speaking of which, I guess, yeah, that moment where Exler Mochi was just kind of in the vicinity spelled that he might indeed have gotten hit by the tram there. Again, like the second hunter.
The second hunter of this map, it's just such a burdensome for anyone that gets hit by that tram. So let's see how long that who will make the approach now, because he is past the second half of this chair time. So the clock is winding down for the Seer. 4 ciphers left. Excuse me, 3 ciphers left. As I was saying, the second cipher just popped, so dungeon is revealed.
Yeah, Hanzo nonetheless putting on quite a bit of pressure towards MP. Rescue again comes in, but Exler Mochi not going to have as much time to work with anymore once he summons that last hit. Luckily, he did make it to Graveyard, but the last effort will come in, and this will be game for the Seer at least. 3 ciphers remaining at the end of it. 3 ciphers as well for MP, so the odds are still fair for them.
Yes, that's true. Extra Mochi buying a lot of time. 2 ciphers were popped in this wild exchange. And watch out, the forward is right there, and Hanzo having the wherewithal just to drop him and make sure that the Seer will be going to that rocket chair. Still wants to punish the forward, and now the forward had to expend that rugby ball just to get away from the after image of this Bloody Queen.
Yeah, good try coming in from LC, but that will be it. Seer is out of the game. But as we said, 3 ciphers remaining. They made decent progress on those ciphers, but there is still a bit of a way to go. Hanzo, they have to respect the pressure that he's going to be putting right now. And I love that MP is going to be going for a heal. I'm not sure if there will be enough time to pop that heal just to get LC back to full health. Hanzo is already in the vicinity, and he's hell-bent and intent on making sure that he gets that hit onto LC.
LC utilizing the structure as well, but the after image is going to be another threat. Oh, tries to drop the pallet, but Hanzo wasn't near it anymore. So unfortunate for LC. Hanzo gets his second survivor on a rocket chair.
Yeah, that was tricky there for LC. I can see why he would have wanted to maximize that area. There were 2 pallets that he could have worked with, but also the tricky part there is since you are up against a Bloody Queen, that tight space also makes it easier for Hanzo to set up for a pincer with that mirror image.
And Laudi utilizing this drop pallet, just trying to hide in between it. Hanzo, though, waiting for him to pop up from that dig state. And look at that. LC gets popped up, and Laudi just hightails it just for now, just for his shovel to cool down to make that second rescue.
Oh my gosh. This is super crazy for MP right now. Really, really good try coming in from LC here, but that will be rocket chair. Hanzo, okay, actually, like the patience coming from Hanzo wants to bring him a little bit more towards the middle. Not towards the middle, but at least an area that will be much more manageable for him to keep a heavier defense on LC from the rescue.
Yeah, plus he's also near the dungeon, so he just wants to have a little more real estate and wherewithal with which ciphers are wiggling. Shuni about to make the just hiding. Oh wow, he makes the attempt to go for that rescue, eats the hit, but watch out, Hanzo still picking his targets. Shuni just around the area. Oh, that cipher isn't ready, and now Shuni has to commit, goes for the save. Oh, tries to eat the hit, but Hanzo with pinpoint precision dropping LC. This is his 3rd time on that rocket chair.
Yes, sirree, and this is looking pretty dangerous, Poch. We saw the progress on that cipher that the Gravekeeper was working on. It was only just about to hit halfway through, so this could be a dangerous game that MP is playing once Hanzo lands yet another target. Gravekeeper, he only has one of his utility to work with. This is going to be tricky and interesting positioning coming in from Law D, by the way. This is so gutsy.
Yeah, the bravery on this man. The fortitude hiding in basement, and Hanzo not getting a whiff of that Gravekeeper in basement. That is pretty gutsy.
Oh my gosh, GG, well played by Law D right now. Luckily, he was able to stay there long enough to get the trail off of him, which is why Hanzo wasn't able to get a whiff of him right away. Wow. Sneaky there. That's a few seconds of a highlight right there for you.
Yeah, that's one of the plays of the day there. Just you getting rid of the trail just by going to the place that you don't want to be in, which is basement. Excellent holy key placement on Shuni, transitioning away from that cipher. That was close to popping. And now Gravekeeper is away from basement. He will try to take out this peeper just so that Hanzo won't have, a vision around this huge map. Will he let Shuni go? And he's shifting his attention to Laudi.
Oh my gosh. These circles coming in from
He's going back down.
Hanzo preoccupied. Is it gonna work a second time around though? I think yes, this should be enough time to get that trail off of him again. But will Hanzo bite again?
He put a
That's
peeper
the
down. Okay, I don't know if that's within the area though, but yeah, if he dropped the peeper anywhere closer, he'd probably see the Gravekeeper near that. And Hanzo utilizing the toolkit of this Bloody Queen. Watch out for that train. And now Shuni is the one that's on kiting duties.
That is such a George of the Jungle thing. Like, watch out for... At least George of the Jungle is like, watch out for that tree. This is like, watch out for that train for Hanzo, in which case. But yeah, in all fairness, that train did buy a few seconds of time for Shuni to get his bearings before the chase commences. This is a long corridor that he's working again, so this is good. Shuni using the portal to transition as well. That's great. Hanzo, though, making the shift towards Lao Di once again, though, really putting the pressure just so that both this Gravekeeper as well as Priestess can't work on a Cypher, but looks like finally Hanzo getting hit onto Gravekeeper, and given the circumstance, it's going to be tricky for them to try to go for a heal, considering there's only 2 survivors left.
And they're so far apart. They're coast to coast in this map. With Bloody Queen with peepers, it's hard for you to tiptoe around this map when she has so much field of vision. And with those mirror images, she can just close out the distance just as she puts it up as I say that. And Shuni getting away from hindsight, away from that Cypher, and now near that portal will use that holy key. But still, I haven't seen the progress on that Cypher, but they're still slowly pushing the objectives, Articuno.
Yeah, they're really trying to make the most of this situation. Hanzo, though, okay. Oh!
Watch out!
Okay, that was a little bit... I kind of held my breath there for a bit.
Same here. A little too close for comfort, but he dropped that peeper right on time and just walked away. Still 1 Cypher left. Hanzo playing a bit of seesaw match here. Who will he go to first? Lao Di does have 1 shovel left. He is half-life, while this Priestess does have 2 holy keys. And with all the structure around her, she can really, create shortcuts for her to just kite this Bloody Queen for really long.
Oh my gosh. Ooh. There you go. Finally getting a hit. Man, the patience coming in from Hanzo, though. But take note, this will give... I think this should be enough time for Lao Di, but is he going to do the same tactic, though? He is heading for that... He's heading for that basement again.
He is. He's real gutsy here, and he's tiptoeing right off the bat. Oh, wait, no, he's not. He's not. He's just hiding at that pillar. Okay, that's pretty smart. And because it's so gutsy of him to just go to that basement, because if Hanzo gets a whiff out of that, that's a chaired Gravekeeper for sure.
Yeah, chair, deep underground Gravekeeper. And usually that's a good thing for Gravekeeper, but just not that kind of underground. Yes. The basement, that is.
Shuni tiptoeing around near the vicinity, but Hanzo ready with that mirror image, but no, he's gonna chase her on foot. But then I believe she was able to put a holy key down. Yes, she did. And now not much structures to work here. Oh, the pallet in 11, but look, another excellent holy key placement to extend the life of Shuni. At lower left side sees the Gravekeeper propping that Cypher. It is close to being primed. Shuni buying so much time for his teammate.
Ring around the rosy, but there you go, the pop comes in. MP was ready for that. Now, question is, it's still quite a bit of a long shot here because 2 survivors remaining. Shuni has a lot of kiting to do, while Lao Di is probably going to be on opening the gate chute.
Yeah, but no, Hanzo changing targets, closing out that distance to try to see if Lao Di is touching that exit gate. And now leaving Shuni. Gravekeeper did heal up, though. I believe he was able to find a syringe. And now, yeah, he has more utility to work with, but detention will be a factor for Lao Di. And now he chooses to burrow just to extend the time as Shuni goes for the exit gate.
Yeah, a little bit of a way to go here. Question is, can Lao Di buy enough time while Shuni works on the gate? That's already a significant amount of progress, but that's a long way to go. But unfortunately, Lao Di actually gonna fall in this case, and it will, at the end of the day, ladies and gents, be the Priestess that makes it out alive, that one and only survivor, ultimately pushing it for a round win in favor of 7H.
GG on the side of 7H. Hanzo, very patient, very cunning with how he was choosing to shift targets. Even though that they were spread across the map, he changed to peepers. Very interesting choice, just so that these survivors would second guess approaching a cipher. And it even gave It even gave the creativity to that gravekeeper to go for the basement just to hide from the vicinity of that bloody queen. So excellent stuff on both teams.
Yeah, in all fairness, that was pretty big brain moves coming in from Laudi, which is why I think, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot more of the heftier minutes of this second half were towards this last two survivors remaining because of not once but twice Laudi being able to use that basement as a pretty sneaky hiding
haven.
place.
He used it to the full effect. I mean, to his he was able to hide from the Bloody Queen in a basement that was running peepers. Any more, if the Bloody Queen dropped it a little further, he'd probably get a whiff out of that Gravekeeper. So that Priestess couldn't make it out. So it was just excellent teamwork from start to finish on the side of MP. And kudos to Hanzo getting 3 points, total of 6 points total for this first round.
Yeah, and that by math, that's 6-2, 4-point difference. Rather, that's still within capacity for MP to catch up on. However, what they do need to avoid at least on that second round, they at least have to go for half Cs. At least just so that they could force it into a round 3 where they could play further catch up from there. But I mean, still a good job here of the fact that 7H was able to shine on both Hunter side as well as Survivor side for the first round. It does seem like MP will have their work cut out for them going into round 2. But still, very optimistic. Keeping the optimism up for MP, that's for sure.
And, you know, round number 2, it's a reset of how they're going to perform. There are some banned characters coming in, but you know what? I think they should just focus on the rounds instead of the points. I think that's how GK did it over VX. That was 7 points. This one, it's 4 points. So not too far of a dip. Yeah, much more manageable. And it really could swing any which way, especially with how the picks and bans go. Speaking of which, you know what, 7H and MP, they have been surprising us with their lineups and their choices of maps. So I'm really interested to see how they're able to push the creativity of a competitive Identity 5. Are we going to see another Cowboy? Are we going to see a denied Cowboy coming into round number 2? That's going to be interesting.
Good question, in which case. I mean, also, we're still waiting for that barmaid pick to come forward. So maybe the more bands that come in, like, maybe those fingers, I swear.
I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go. At least you can make the peace sign in those. But you know what, Punch? Let's go and check out the match data so far. Containment time by Shooty. Those.
Holy keys. Holy cow, holy keys. Just buying so much time. And also, Shuni playing healer and decoder. 278% decoded with 1 heal. Shuni, my book also, like in the survivor side of MP, prospects for MVP. Not to mention also Laudi pushing the time of the survivors containment time with 79 seconds with 232% decoding. XR Mochi with 26%. LC with 61%. But you know what? Respectable containment times on both these players are in the 40s mark. That's insane.
Also interesting. Yeah,
go for it.
Oh yeah, I was also about to mention how if you look at Hanzo's stats, only 2 pallets destroyed. So you know, it also makes me wonder if moving forward, if he would want to try to, you know, just the long-term benefit of taking down pallets that are dropped by survivors.
Right.
Because again, the structure combined with the pallets that were down in that game allowed a lot of means for the survivors to kite. Luckily though, by the end, like, quote unquote, the end justifies the means, so to speak, in this case, even though Hanzo didn't commit as much towards smashing those pallets. still merited him a 3-1. So that's a really hefty start for 7H at the end of the day. That's all that matters in which case for that round 1. But here we go.
Bam.
MVP.
SPST, and he is the Cowboy. First MVP Cowboy in IVC, and first, I believe, Cowboy pick in the IVC. So excellent stuff on the side of SPST. 156 average time decoding. So excellent stuff. Well deserved and well played by 7H's SPST.
Yes, sir. But take note, guys, this is only the first round for our first best of 3 of the day. Catch up is the name of the game that Mad Penguins will need to play if they want to keep themselves in this best of 3 strong as far as their chances of, winning the war. First battle for sure being taken out by 7H here.
Yeah, it's not impossible. As you mentioned, it's 4 points. Yeah, 4 points. So thank God it's 4 points. I can't count more than that. So looking at it, I believe MP has to change up their strategy. I think they're going to be the ones choosing the map this time. So hopefully they're able to go for a comfort pick and go for a little deeper into their pools of characters and their strategies for them to be able to adjust to how the round went in the previous matchup.
Yes, sir. And okay, let's talk about possibilities going into this round 2. I think that even if we have a situation where both teams have some interesting pocket picks, it's very clear to me that probably the Cowboy, though, that's a different story. But the other picks, though, I think don't necessarily merit a ban. Like the barmaid we might be anticipating during the day. I heavily suspect that we will still see priority bans towards the triumvirate still.
I agree.
But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the Swapperoni here, because Not Mumu will be coming into play for 7H as he switches out for Golf XOX's pop.
Can I just mention, Not Mumu actually is the explorer that we saw in the previous matchup. So 7H still looking in their bag of holding here and pulling out all the stops. I wonder who Not Mumu is going to be using, because aside from the explorer, he does use the Gravekeeper. But I don't know, that switch kind of has alarm bells in my head that we're going to see something great.
Yeah, that's going to be fun if we see some of those more unique picks. Once again, we're all for unique picks. Although there isn't much reason to why there are certain picks in the meta and why there are certain picks that you don't really see in this tournament. Magician, for example.
I was going to say that. I want to get you excited. What if we see a magician? Yesterday, we did see 2 Wu Changs. So who knows? Again, this is the matchup where the creativity of competitive Identity 5 will be pushed, and these guys have room for that, since it's their last match and they want to end things on a bang. So this is where they can showcase what those interesting or special characters that they have in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie. If you think about it, this is a good opportunity to bring some unique picks forward, as we mentioned earlier, and as established, either team is not really shy of doing just that. I guess time will tell. I mean, if at Call of the Abyss 2 we can see something like a Lucky Guy, then why not in IVC?
That's true.
I'm not saying Lucky Guy though, but the other ones at least, guys. Oh gosh, please.
We'll see. I don't know. We never say never, as you mentioned yesterday. We'll just wait for the picks and bans to roll out, and then we'll be able to call it. Actually, I have to kind of calm myself down, because as we were casting that previous match, I was shaking my head too much, and I almost swallowed some cat hair from the setup. So I gotta calm myself for that.
I wish I had catnip to give you right now, too. Something to.
Not gonna lie, it does sound pretty good right now.
Oh my gosh. Okay, then. Let's
looking at since we talked about potential picks and bans for the Survivor, I want to bring it out there that Hanzo, aside from the Bloody Queen and Violinist, we did see a Gamekeeper come from him.
Right. Right, actually. Yeah, Gamekeeper was an interesting choice. That was played on Red. That was played at church, yeah. So, I mean, and if I do recall correctly, it also did merit a ban the other day. I believe that was during
respect ban.
round 3. Yeah.
Respect ban from GK. So GK respect banning a gamekeeper that's an off-meta hunter means that Hanzo does have a specialty hunter up his sleeve, and that name is Gamekeeper. Now, what are the odds, do you think, that we're going to see a compact or big map coming into this next round?
Oh, that is tricky. I guess if you think about it, like wider maps, more freedom.
And you know,
are they gonna go for a wide map though? I mean, Ever Sleeping Town as is was such an interesting start off, and at least by going for these wider maps, it does make these, especially for the hunters, kind of think twice with what pick they might want to bring to the table.
Right.
And if we were talking about wide maps again, then this is where some of the more creative picks that these hunters are capable of bringing to the table could come to fruition as far as optimal picks.
And just to validate that opinion or that just prediction, or these teams have been hunting in big maps, so I wouldn't be surprised if you see a Moonlit or a Lakeside coming out of the bat. But let's check out the picks and bans, and it is Lakeside Village Articuno. We are seeing some bans of the Seer and the Mercenary, but a respect ban of the Axe Boy coming out.
Yeah, and okay, so I'm really looking forward to seeing what Mumu is gonna bring to the table here. I mean,
are we seeing an Explorer? No, okay, going the Gravekeeper. Going
the no surprises for now. 7H saying, you know what, you don't really need to bring on any surprises for now. Cowboy is already going to be one of our more unique picks that we'll be bringing forward in this tournament. But something that's less than unique is going to be this Bloody Queen pick coming in from She.
Not using Restful Roads now, but using the mirror images to close out the distances to try to get the early takedowns of these survivors. So we're seeing 7H with a Priestess, a Gravekeeper, Mechanic, and a Cowboy while they go against this Bloody Queen over here at Lakeside Village. She spawning at the shack area, moves right away and rotates to Small Boat. Himawarit in that area. Let's see if he'll be going after him. Yes, actually, this is the most optimal pickoff of a survivor.
Ooh, that was really, really nicely spotted out here by She. Again, we've been emphasizing it so much yesterday. Mechanic would be a great target here by the Hunter. Even more so, a Puppet is super duper early on, just so that you instantly cancel out whatever rushes that could come in from 7H on Cyphers. But you know what? This is already a huge deal. She, not even expending the first 30 seconds of this game, already managing to land Himawarit in a rocket chair. This is great pace that MP is picking up in comparison to round 1.
That's very true. And She transferring his attention over to that Puppet so that that Puppet won't be a factor anymore. Tries to swipe at it, just extends himself, and now Himawarit gets saved, but in the process, the Puppet will be falling down. Still on cooldown, but no, a teleport will be used for him to close out that distance. Himawarit moving around the structures near the rocket chair. Still has a second life and still has a Puppet to put down. So let's see how she'll be able to get herself out of this sticky situation.
Yeah, speaking of sticky situation, Himawarit ideally wanting to transition towards a better place. Freaking kite, but beautiful timing on that Puppet just to block that. But there's still a bit of a way to go. Himawarit gonna be taking the trip over to the other side of that rock, but still has a long way to go as she starts to close in. Will that pallet be enough though? Ooh, beautifully timed right there, and that will buy some more time for Himawarit here.
Excellent utilization of the environment. You saw that she was able to use that holy key place at Big Rock, and Himawarit using that Puppet, the pallet, but now she had enough playing around. Mechanic is going back on that rocket chair.
Yes, sir. This is gonna be round 2 though. Just with how progress is going, since it did come to a point where Mechanic was landed in the chair earlier on. They aren't able to maximize the rush. Also, not to mention, one of the members of 7H needing to commit earlier on to go for that rescue. That does put 7H in a position where their Cypher progress is not necessarily hindered, but it's basically like any other game. Right
okay, SPST with some cowboy lasso tricks, able to jump over the Bloody Queen, giving him his last life for him to be able to kite as long as he can. She, though, waiting for that mirror cooldown time to finish so that she'll be able to, chase after Himawari. Miyu in the area, though. Let's see how he'll be able to just get out of this exchange. Oh, wow, look at that. Mechanic was so close to getting swiped out.
Ooh, man, that was dangerous right there. A little bit of a pincer, but there you have it. With patience, with perseverance, she manages to finally nail down Himawari with what will be her last rocket chair and straight back to the manor. But you know what?
In the area. Cowboy in the area. Is he going to get it? Oh, not quite. Look at that. That would have been a highlight reel. And if you notice, ladies and gentlemen, at the second chair, the cowboy was in the vicinity, and you saw that flash. He was trying to go for that lasso. And now she knocking down the cowboy to half-life. And now this is an excellent pace she is putting against 7H, and she wants to get points on the board.
Yes, sirree. But meanwhile, here we have SPSD trying to establish as much distance as he can. But okay, this is good shift coming in from She, not wanting to allow 7H the luxury, the freedom of just going for the Cypher. So I love that She instantly just shifting from being distracted on a survivor to focusing on pressure now that only 2 Cyphers remain.
And sniping out that Gravekeeper in Shack was excellent, forcing the Gravekeeper to use the shovel just so that he'll be able to just get out of hindsight from She. And now SPST and Miyu, I believe that's, Miyu just healing up, just getting some resources back into play. And you know what, She just not minding the Gravekeeper at all. The job was done, the shovel was used, and now the survivors of 7H disperse.
Ooh, a little bit of distance there. She trying to close out. Pincer, will it come in? Just enough of a swipe to take down the portal there, but still already closing distance between himself as well as... Oh, there you go. Nice hit coming in from the Bloody Queen as he transitions. So it's a big ship. Will he continue though? No, She knows what his priority should be, and is to make sure that he continues to pressure these Cyphers from popping.
Now shifting She's sights to SPST, going to transition a small boat, and he's going to be able to use that lasso to just be able to move. Oh, wow, but the mirror image was being chased. He's going to just leave these survivors at half health just so they second guess themselves in pushing these objectives.
Take note, this is just enough time for Numu to pop that Cypher. She was kind of making her way towards that particular Cypher. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out in the end as Numu was already able to pop it. Now look at She trying to peek out at the Cypher here, but not spotting out any survivor means that 7H is elsewhere on this map. But another question, what is the progress looking like for that last Cypher?
I'm really excited to see, because SPST now is buying time for his teammates. The Priestess is getting healed, so that means I believe that they're focusing on healing. Yes, they are Articuno, so I'm not sure what the progress is on that Cypher, but SPST has to buy some time for his teammates.
Yeah, and there you go. Mumu back to full health here. SPST again, just as much time as he was able to buy during the first round, continuing to make due work of that. But oh, unfortunately, is going to be falling as She beautifully placed a mural right there into the swipe, and that will bring SPST to the rocket chair. But albeit with quite a bit of time bought out there.
Yeah, and they were able to heal up, so now the Gravekeeper and the Priestess are primed and ready for them to make this rescue. But again, Lakeside Village being such a big map, they're going to have to cross over by foot. Oh, wow, Teleport is going to be used, and now Nopmumu running away from that Cypher, uses the dig to extend his kite, while Miyu goes for the rescue of that Cowboy. Will she be able to make it in time for that half, though?
Yes, sirree. And what I will say, though, is I love the thought process. We're starting to see the benefit of She just maintaining that teleport in this game. And by maintaining that teleport, he's just pretty much uses the teleport to constantly keep his eye on these ciphers while making sure to utilize the mirror image instead of needing to traverse terrain. Just focus on downing these survivors whenever he can.
True, and now Nopmumu transitioning to shore just to get away from the big boat, which she is posing her dominance in. Gravekeeper is the only one that is in half health. Cowboy, I believe, was past the halfway mark, so he will have to be careful if he will kite this Bloody Queen. Not to mention, one cipher left, Articuno. It's getting really intense in Lakeside Village.
Yeah, and another thing that was kind of crazy in that moment is the moment that she was closing into Nopmumu, there was such significant progress on that particular cipher. Now, luckily, looking at the positioning, what 7H has working for them is 2 ciphers are within near proximity to each other, but at least this third one, which Nopmumu was kind of working on earlier, is just way far off on the map. So this is great. Now, with the awareness that she is in the vicinity, this forces the rest of 7H to rotate once again.
Now setting his sights on SPST, Nopmumu, just swatting at these survivors just so that they go for the healing and just change objectives and and not prioritize that one cipher left. Cowboy is the only one that's looking healthy. But, mind you, I believe this is his last chance on that chair. Teleport is going to be used once again to keep the Cypher Rush in check. Miyu getting out of dodge and just getting away. But look at this, the mirror image, though. Excellent movement from Miyu. She is still chasing after this after image of this priestess. How long will she last?
Ooh, there you go. The hit finally lands. But take note at that progress coming in from Gravekeeper. Will he be able to pop in time before she gets the pickup onto Miyu? It's just a bit more, but unfortunately, he's going to be missing out there, which will signal for Nopmumu to put a hold on it for now. But SPST is on the case. He's ready for that rescue. Takes a hit. That Cypher is ready to pop. When is it going to happen, though? Is he going to pop it? It looks like they're going to try to wait for that one last hit, and there you go. Back on his feet, Miyu will be, and 7H, they're making a run for the hills and for the escape.
She, though, not being deterred, gets the second swipe, downs the priestess in the early seconds of that pop. Miyu will be seeing the second round of that rocket chair, and the teleport is still in cooldown, so she has to use her mirror image and try to guess where the exit gate is being opened. Over here at the big rock, I believe SPST is... Oh, Nopmumu is in the area, while SPST is over at the cornfield exit. Nopmumu just hiding, making sure that he's not spotted while she is camping out this priestess.
Yeah, and take note, Dungeon is within the vicinity, so that does give options here for Nopmumu at least. Basing the progress here on SPST, he should be okay, in which case should be able to head out already. But what is the call going to be towards the end of this? Is Nopmumu just waiting for... Yes, okay. So Cowboy has...
Wow.
Okay, wait a minute.
No, the Cowboy hasn't left yet. He's just waiting, and now she trying to look for Nopmumu. Finds him, and unfortunate there over the Gravekeeper. SPST runs to the hills and just makes sure that he's near the exit. She turning things around. It's going to be a 3-1. Excellent stuff on MP, keeping their tournament life on alive in this matchup.
Oh man, but is SPST gonna try to risk it? No, just decides to go for the exit, and there you have it. MP stepping up their game as they're able to get 3-1 for this first half.
Excellent stuff on the, they alleviated the pressure that was put on them. Now it is up to 7H to act if they can still maintain that dominance they had in the first half. But then again, you know what? She just flipping the script and him being able to use that Bloody Queen to bloody perfection. Excellent stuff on the side of MP.
Yeah, now let's talk about that game there again. Just really well played out. That MP was able to catch wind of that mechanic earlier on. Not just that, but also the puppet as well.
Right.
Which is why MP's Hunter was just so comfortable with being able to focus on sharing that mechanic at that point in time. We did see a brief and shining moment where a puppet was used to block out that one hit, but just a few seconds extra of time bought there at the end of the day.
Yeah, I can only thumbs up. I can't do the A-okay. It just looks like Jesus. Yeah, that was an excellent puppet drop. I mean, that mechanic puppet drop to body blocker was excellent stuff. Let's also talk about how how the hunter on MP side was able to just control the utilization of the teleports in this map was insane. And not to mention, she's a bloody queen, so she really had her attention all over the place, but to an effective degree. And now let's check out the match data as we break down and make sense of the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, Himawari, this is super unfortunate. 4% decoding progress on the mechanic. Again, just the stars aligning for Shi towards the start of this game. But SPST Miu and Nopmumu was able to pick up where Himawari wasn't able to as far as decoding. And they definitely held their own out there. Again, SPST very pivotal towards a lot of the containment, but at the end of the day, what matters is the points. And with 3 survivors that were sent back to the manor, that's going to be a huge sigh of relief for MP in this best of 3.
And check out the handiwork on Shi. 20 attack hits, 3 palace destroyed, and 10 knockdowns. The Bloody Queen came to hunt, and that is what she did. So excellent stuff on the side of Shi, giving that boost of confidence coming out of the first round for his teammates. Now it is MP's turn to do the surviving.
Oh man, MP on the survivor side. Recalling what happened during round 1, it was a 3-1. Now, what kind of piques my curiosity here is that whether or not we can see 7-8, because if they want to finish it right here, right now, they have to go for that perfect score.
Yes.
3-1 for halves. Anything less is going to result to a round win for MP. And of course, if you're MP, that's what you want to aim for. And 3-1 is a very respectable score to have at a second round in this best of 3.
Yeah, if they want an early win, 5 points would definitely solidify that. However, MP seems like they're revved up to go, especially after, I'm pretty sure after his teammates saw how well she was performing, they're definitely going to step it up. And being in Lakeside Village, interesting map because it's really big. I wonder if we're going to see a ban of that Bloody Queen, because we did see a respect ban of that Axe Boy, leaving the Bloody Queen wide open. But now we're going to see if they're going to do the same for Hanzo.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, Axe Boy would be a fair hunter to ban. I mean, again, just looking at how that Axe Boy thrived earlier and just being able to use utility to traverse terrain, that's going to come in handy on Lakeside Village as well. I would say, though, that on the flip side, in comparison to Everest Leaving Town, a minor detail you can look into as well is the fact that there isn't as much far off linear. There's a lot more structure, I guess, spread out across Lakeside. Unlike Everest Sleeping Town, where you have these straight up streets and corridors, that makes it so much easier for Axe Boy to maximize his acceleration utility. So it's something that you can think about. Again, it really comes down to whether or not MP will think that it's ban worthy enough going into the second round.
Yeah, I believe the ban worthy enough for Hanzo, since the hunters that he brings to the table are Bloody Queen, Violinist, and that respect ban that GK did, which was Gamekeeper. So I wonder how Gamekeeper would actually be in a huge map like this, especially if it's being piloted by Hanzo. So I can understand for the Bloody Queen ban, that's where I'm going to put my money on, where MP is going to ban the hunters. But Violinist or Gamekeeper, also, not to mention, we saw that 72S just bring out the Dream Witch in a huge map. So we'll see.
Yeah, whether or not that'll play to Hanzo's comfort, that is something that is yet to be seen. But yeah, second half. Let's talk about potential survivor picks as well that could come out from MP side. Particularly what interesting picks that they can bring out of anything that's a triumvirate, Priestess, Forward, and Gravekeeper.
Yeah, since Shuni is the most effective Priestess and also the Barmaid, and we are seeing Lakeside Village, it would be safe to say that she will go for that priestess if they're not going to ban her. But I'm pretty sure they're going to go for the triumvirate since it's 2 bans here. So enough of the speculation. Let's jump right in and check the cast of characters that will be coming in. We're going to see a banned Bloody Queen and 2 of the 3 triumvirate, Seer and Mechanic, not going to be going to the Lakeside Village. LC with the forward, Exler Mochi with that first officer, Lao D with the Gravekeeper, and Shuni with that Slippery Priestess. And look at that, Articuno.
Oh,
look at that.
My
look at
gosh. Wu Chang.
I'm going to leave the floor to you if you're going to... Yeah, it's another Wu Chang.
You know what? Yeah, let's put that on the table again. If Hanzo manages to get a 4 survivor back to Manor, let's put that Frost giveaway on Twitter back into play here. So, Hanzo, it's all on you. Let's talk about win conditions here for Hanzo Punch.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it'll be when you give that the giveaway, because he needs 5% out for him to be able to secure this round. But, you know, halvesies are still okay just to extend it. But he just doesn't want too much on the board. So halvesies would be the safest, and perfection would be the best.
Right. And, ooh, man. Really pressuring LC here. Towards the shore. Tries to look for that hit. A little bit short there, though. So that will be much more breathing room for LC, in which case Hanzo having a tricky time around these structures. There's a lot of pallets that he's not committing towards dropping yet again.
Yeah, and that forward, rest assured, to be able to use that. And another teleport will be used over at Big Boat to snipe out Shuni, but Shuni being a very slippery target. Hanzo trying to zone in on Shuni, and Shuni making her rounds in Big Boat just to extend the kiting time. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, there isn't a main decoder here, so Hanzo can be afforded a little bit of time. And now Shuni just so brave, still kiting around Big Boat, even though she sees that the dungeon is right there. I'm sorry, the basement.
And ooh, there you go. Shuni just being such a slippery target here for Hanzo. And it has been a bit of a struggle here for Hanzo thus far to land 1 survivor. Take note, there is significant progress coming out from both Exer Mochi as well as Lao D. The more that Hanzo is just constantly preoccupied with just trying to look for that first hit on Shuni. Looks like finally lands it.
Yep, because the holy keys have been expended. It's about to be it's about to happen again, but like Shuni's still very persistent in buying so much time for your teammates. Now changes to Blackguard, a faster hit but shorter range. Shuni is doing the work here, just making the rounds around here, and still waiting for a holy key to pop up just to extend the time. Will Hanzo be able to make it in time? There's going to be some fall here. No dice there for the priestess. The priestess moving over to Big Rock, and she does have a holy key to extend the kiting.
Yeah, and this is so much time being bought out for Shuni here. MP is really stepping up their game. Pallet will be dropped. Hanzo finally deciding, you know what, I'm not going to be working around any structures. Decides to drop the pallet. But, oh man, this priestess has been insane with the kite so far. But, okay.
Hanzo had enough of this kite and just drops Shuni then and there. We are going to see a shared priestess first, but you know what? Shuni did the work because that cipher is almost primed. That means this was almost a 3 cipher kite.
Yeah, that's a lot of value that MP is getting out of that. And you know what? So far, with how things are playing out, 2 ciphers remaining, 4 survivors, not to mention this is only Shuni's first time on the rocket share. This is huge for MP. All the cards are falling into a pretty good hand for him.
Yes, and now sniping out Laudi a little far. It's going to be a foot race to try to go after him. And now he's in Blackguard. Oh, wow, gets the dizzy. Will he be able to stun? No, goes for the Gravekeeper once again. And now Shuni just making her exit. 1. Oh, wow, look at the defense on Hanzo sniping out that forward. Now we have 3 injured survivors.
Yeah, and it does seem like Hanzo is still hellbent and intent on focusing on Shuni here. It's probably the best thing that he can do at this point, considering there are 2 ciphers remaining. It would be of heavy priority to try to focus on getting 1 survivor consistently on that rocket, the same survivor to do, just so that he has an easier time working around the rest of the survivors, should he be able to get Shuni back to the manor.
mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is a fully fed Wu Chang now, so he does have his abilities of the bell and the soul siphon. Shuni making her second round in that rocket chair. But you look at the lower left side of the screen, Big Boat is about to pop, and we did see a heal of that forward. I believe Gravekeeper is also getting some utility, getting healed up. And now we see, I believe that as the first officer getting ready to prime that Cypher. Oh, Gravekeeper also has that Cypher ready and primed.
Oh, this is going to be big for MP. And take note, Priestess is already up.
Wow. Excellent coordination there, just making sure that they were ready for the Wu Chang to leave the sight of that Priestess. And now Shuni and Elsie will be trying to extend their life just a little bit more while these two Cyphers are still just primed and ready.
Oh man, Potch, this is really starting to look like a strong game for MP. Whatever they lost out in round one, they're heavily making up for going into this one. But now here we have it. Two members of MP are towards this little boat here. Whether or not he'll spot out Shuni, yes, he will. But Shuni just going straight over the ledge. And Hanzo, oh man, this is the scary part when you're dealing with a Wu Chang in the later parts of the game.
Shuni is not backing down from the challenge, still making his rounds here at the logs area near Small Boat. And mind you, Elsie is right there and still has less than half of rugby football to work with. So Hanzo has his work cut out for him because these are healthy looking survivors.
Yeah, there we go. Elsie taking his first hit, but it doesn't really matter as much at this point. MP is poised to work with that one last Cypher, which is why it's going to be a tall order for Hanzo to at least sway this back into a round win for them. And there you have it. Cypher will be popped. That's for very healthy members of MP, but Hanzo, he has the tension. He can still make the most of it.
Now it's going to be a quick catch-up game because the exit on Big Boat over there is already close to being primed. Shuni just making her way through these structures. The first officer was able to pop it open. How long will Shuni be able to last here? Oh, wow, Soul Siphons just in time there just to get rid of that stun of that pallet. Oh, the Priestess uses the Holy Key, and Hanzo follows right after. Gets the long hit, gets the whack on the head. Priestess is down.
Yeah, and now forward, I think MP will be playing it safer here once again as they get the 3-1 for themselves. Holy cow. Potch, we have a tie.
We're all tied up 3-1, 3-1, and then 3-1, 3-1. These guys are really neck and neck with how they're performing, Articuno. It's insane.
Oh gosh, trust these two, like we said, two teams that are hungry for their first win, wanting to end their tournament run on a high note. And 7H, Mad Penguins, clearly going into this, not going to go down without a fight. And it's such a tough call at this point, Poch. I am honestly not sure who is going to take this series.
Not going to lie, I kind of wish the Wu Chang did better so you could give that giveaway to everyone watching. But you know what? It has to happen that way because the Wu Chang needs to be able to hunt well for that giveaway to happen. But you saw that, I think, Shuni, I want to see how long she was able to contain that hunter because she used the structures well because the Holy Key was still being regenerated. So excellent stuff. It just shows that Shuni is one of those survivors you have to look out for. Even though the Priestess was pretty optimal to go pick off right away, it was tough going for a survivor like Shuni, a very slippery one at that.
Very, very slippery indeed, Poch. And again, it didn't really work to Hanzo's advantage once Shuni, those portals to the pallets, and I don't know, MP's kiting was just so on point. Like,
yes,
it was Hanzo really struggled there, but he tried his best nonetheless. And I guess in this case, just heading into round two, the stronger resolve was clearly on Man Penguin side on both fronts. Both Hunter and Survivor contributed to getting back on track, and it's kind of looking like we're playing a reset of a best of one going into round three. Punch again.
I was gonna say that it's like the first two rounds that never happened, but we are gonna ban some Survivors and Hunters because we're at a dead tie, 3-1. Actually, if I do math is correct, that is a 8. we're locked in at 8 points each. 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1. So it's just wow. And when we said that these teams would go all out, they really delivered in this matchup, and I'm excited to see that third round.
Yeah, really excited as well, Poch. Now, talking about Hunter bans here, let's talk about what could be taken away from Hanzo first, because as far as that Wu Chang pick goes, MP handled it beautifully. Again, we're still in a position where, with the Wu Changs that we have seen in this tournament, hasn't quite been up to the challenge of seeing better results thus far. So
yeah, that's true. And it just shows that the teams really know the Wu Chang matchup and knows that they should be able to kite as long as possible for him not to be fully fed. So let's check out the match data, because I want to see how long Shunyu is able to contain that Hunter. Oh my god, 207 seconds?
I think this is the first time in the tournament we're seeing a survivor's containment time hit beyond 200 seconds.
Yes, we thought that the cowboy was impressive, and Shuni was like, hold my drink, I got this. Watch this holy key placement. Excellent stuff on the side of Shuni, not to mention also the decoding progress of the forward, the first officer, and gravekeeper. And look at the forward as well. 85 seconds. That's still a feat on its own, because we did see Hanzo go after the forward first, and he just changed his attention over to Shuni. Now looking at Hanzo's side, 9 attack hits, 7 pallets destroyed, 3 knockdowns. 7 pallets destroyed. That's a lot of pallets, Articuno.
That is a lot. And I'm glad that Hanzo finally decided not to deal with the agony and the frustration of going around structures in the midst of not wanting to deal with the pallets. But still, it's a tricky call, because as we see here again, MP just flipping the script around. It's just far off from what we saw in round 1.
Exactly. So now it's like we're coming into round number 3 as we started the day. Hey everyone, welcome to the IVC day number 6, because we still have 7Hers MP, but now I guess the changing factors aside from the bans is these guys have better reads, and very well deserved. MP Shuni breaking the 200-second mark in containing the Hunter. Just 207. That is the number to beat, ladies and gentlemen, and an MP Shuni just showing everyone that she is here to play.
That is crazy, Poch. And take note, 7% decoding progress. It's like, you know what? I got this, guys. I'll take off Gaiden. Just make sure those ciphers are ready to pop. We got this.
Yeah, it just shows that these two teams have, and that's one to look forward to, SPST and Shuni. Those were the 2 MVPs, and they had the most containment times of the Hunters. So just look out for them. I actually want to start following them on social media to see like they have like those really long videos of them containing Hunters at high level. So excellent stuff. I'm really excited for this third match. I believe though that when it depending on a map placement, right, I think 7H wants to go for a more compact map with how the previous round went. Just the prediction on my end. Oh, sorry, 7H should go for a smaller map. I mean,
gosh, are we finally going to see a smaller map? Because take note, for the first 2 rounds, both teams, it's a trade-off of 7H picked the first map, which was Ever Sleeping. MP picked Lakeside Village. Both teams, of which case, like to work with these wide open spaces. So it seems like if they want to continue the trend, then Moonlit River Park might be the possible map that we're looking at third round. Or Leo's memory.
Not gonna lie, that's gonna be pretty hype if we see Moonlit.
Yeah, for sure.
So if Moonlit is gonna be in the question, is gonna be up for contention in terms of map choice, do you think the Wu Chang it deserves a respect ban coming out of MP since they handled the Wu Chang so well?
Oh gosh.
If we go bigger map, that is.
I mean, Wu Chang for sure. I think it's safe to leave it open. If we're talking about Axe Boy, let's look at the general picture here, I guess, for both Hunters. Axe Boy as well. I can kind of see it being banned out. Axe Boy Bloody Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Bloody Queen should be something that they put up in their minds. What other hunters are we looking at here?
Well,
It's tough to call.
Yeah, looking at the previous matches, they could, especially for Hanzo, just take away the violinist, and hopefully they'll go back to the devil they do know, which is the Wu Chang, and yeah, just the prediction on my head, if they would want to go for a smaller map if they're able to change up the tempo of what went down, because I believe, you know what, MP seems to strive, especially in Lakeside Village, because they did pretty well. Ever Sleeping Town go, I would go, yeah, 7H. That seems like it's their playground. So now we're on neutral grounds. I think it's going to be a smaller, more contained map. Probably I don't know, Arms, maybe Arms, Red Church. I think it's a toss-up between Red Church or Hospital.
Right. Oh gosh. Hospital. Yeah, I think, you know what? Make it or break it for round 3. Why not play on something that is more up to higher pick? I mean, you know, those high pick rate maps.
Yeah, for sure.
In this
where
tournament.
the tournament standard, not, well, I would say that we've seen a lot of Hospital, and a lot of people do love the Hospital. And if we do go with Hospital, does that merit a ban of the Priestess?
Oh gosh. Also, I also like to highlight the fact that if you all recall us looking at the favored picks for Hanzo with the violinist, it's interesting how we haven't seen both of those picks yet for those first 2 rounds. If they want to go out with a bang, round 3, last chance, unless we see a tiebreaker, that's another thing in itself. But I mean, that's not what you're going to aim for, obviously. You want to try to end it strong in round 3. So it'll be interesting to see if whether or not she and Hanzo will default to their comfort / preferred / best pick, so to speak.
True. That would be interesting. And actually, this is one of those matches where tiebreaker is actually a topic we could talk about, because how evenly matched they are. If they still are at a deadlock tie, we could see the first tiebreaker. And this just shows that 7H and MP really want to push themselves to the limit and showcase to everyone that, you know, they are going all out with this matchup. I believe it's still Nop Mumu that's still in the mix, so we could also potentially see an Explorer come in.
Oh my gosh, the Explorer. You had to bring it up, Potch. You know what? I don't want to keep the suspense any longer. So many possibilities in my mind, but wow, a Ripper ban coming in from MP.
MP banning the Ripper, banning the Bloody Queen. We are seeing a Priestess, Seer, and Merc ban over here at Hospital. And who are the cast of characters? We see a forward, Exermachi with that first officer, Laudi with that Gravekeeper, and Shuni. No Priestess for you. We're going to go with a Coordinator. Okay.
No mechanics this game. Watch. No mechanics, left up in the open. MP opting.
Oh!
Okay. Gamekeeper.
Wow. Okay, Gamekeeper. We've seen shades of Hanzo's Gamekeeper. Now let's see how he was able to adjust as I believe they faced, it was VX in the first round. So I'm pretty sure he learned from it. We are in Hospital now. It's not the Red Church. So we're going to find out how he was able to learn from that experience. Bring out Gamekeeper here at IVC Southeast Asia 2020.
Bane Perez making what could be, well, I'd never say never. You know, maybe we might see him in top 4. Possibilities are unlikely, but Hanzo, clearly one of the hunters that has shown that he isn't one to shy away from this particular pick. There's a lot of space to work with to land those hooks, so let's see if it'll lead to fruition for him.
Now, Laudi being the first one, Peepers on Gamekeeper can really give him a lot of field of vision. Shuni there still hiding in the midst. The Coordinator maybe wants to spend a shot. Does not see him though. Hanzo gets the first hit and another follow-up for this Gravekeeper to be injured.
No time to dilly-dally for Hanzo, that's for sure. And that's so tricky because when you're trying to kite around Hanzo here, you'd kind of think that, okay, there's still quite a lot of space between him and me. I don't necessarily have to pop my utility yet. Not until he lands that chain hook. That suddenly changes things.
And you saw the shades there, and Laudi was respecting that hook. Now, and as he goes into that burrow state, just trying to be able to utilize his toolkit as best as he can. Hanzo, though, trying to go for that hook. Laudi still in that burrow state. Still moving with the vicinity. He doesn't want that line of sight for that hook shot to land.
Yeah, Laudi trying to maximize his burrow here, but back he is on land. Goes over the window here. Looks like he's buying quite a bit of time. Hanzo definitely starting to get frustrated with the structures. He has to work around once again. We've seen in the previous rounds, he did have a bit of trouble in the midst of these in the midst of getting kited by the survivors once there are walls and pallets that he has to work around. So looks like MP has read that and are using it to their advantage.
Watch out, Laudi. Oh, wow. Catches him while he was vaulting that pallet. And look at that. Hanzo getting his first survivor down. Again, he was really able to expend the toolkit of the Gravekeeper. He has no more shovels, so he really had to rely on all those pallets. And Hanzo is cleaning up, just breaking those pallets, just so that if anybody runs to the ruins area, he'll be ready for him.
Yes, sirree. And okay. Exer Mochi already in the vicinity, gonna try to go for that rescue. Already gonna pop that watch, but will the timing be on point? No, it will not. Terror Shock, double the trouble. Hanzo, he ain't playing this time around.
That was excellent on the side of Hanzo. Knew that the first officer was coming in. Just had the chain ready, just the hook ready for that double hit to happen if he needed to. And now he is in control of this matchup as Laudi is about to be sent back to the manor. Shuni and Elsie are nowhere in sight. Now he is shifting his attention towards this first officer. Exer Mochi will see the chair.
And oh gosh, but this is such a different story that we're seeing play out with this Gamekeeper game from Hanzo. He's getting so much work done this early on. That Terror Shock was so crucial and it heavily hinders MP's progress here. Take note, 3 ciphers remaining, and these ciphers haven't quite been prepped to where they wanted to be. In fact, this one cipher that was being worked on where Exer Mochi is strapped to right now was one of the things that they were kind of boosting a lot of effort on. But LC getting the crowd control that he was looking for. Gonna go for the rescue now. Will it be enough? Yes, it will. Wow. But take note, Gamekeeper, he can get the pull in if he wants to as soon as he recovers, and he's on the chase now.
Did you see how long that stun was? Excellent stuff on the side of the forward. Now dropping those keepers just so he'll be able to... Wow! What a long shot there from Hanzo! Did you see the range of that hook?
Oh my gosh! That was hell a lot of range, and the odds of that even landing, I will say, with the distance that it traveled, would have been tricky. A sidestep could have come in. Anything could have gone wrong. But you know what? Hanzo, he's back on track. But this might be tricky. Crowd control coming in. But good timing on that drop.
Yeah, LC, though, was trying to go for that stun. And now, watch out, another hook for so far. The forward will be falling down. Articuno. Hanzo is in plus ultra mode, and he is sniping down these survivors.
Oh my gosh, they are really... Not even they, rather Hanzo himself is really putting the pedal to the metal. But luckily the shakeoff comes in from Exler Mochi here. Forward is down, so unfortunately if Exler Mochi goes down, gets pulled back in, there comes the hit, and he goes down. As I was about to say, with the forward down, there's no crowd control that could come in to salvage Exler Mochi this time around.
Yep, it's Hook City coming out of Hanzo, and he is able to just reel everyone in. Hanzo seeing the rocket chair once again. Was it past the half? It was not. And now, second time. Shuni now on just rescuing duty, while the forward is half-life. Now we see excitement being brought out, so Shuni has to be careful. Wow, one hit, wait for it. Just waits for her to make that rescue. Watch out. The timing on this. No, he gets the shot, but look at that. Baits the shot and now rescues Exler Mochi. Hanzo still not deterred and focuses attention on Exler Mochi.
Yeah, Hanzo ain't wasting time though. Already prepped that chain hook right there, and it's a good done deal. Extra Mochi is going to be out of the game. Hanzo really going into double time, ladies and gents. And from what I'm seeing, it's very feasible. He could still make it out of here with a perfect 4-man out in a round 3 with a gamekeeper push.
With a gamekeeper. But don't count out MP just yet because they have one cipher remaining. LC with that forward though still has a little bit of football to work with, and now he uses it to gather some distance. The stun will be put in place. Watch out, baits the pallet drop. I want to see where the coordinator is at in terms of pushing the cipher. Hanzo still trying to bait. Oh wow, catches him moving in between the structures. That's another down forward.
Can I just say that we were talking about how Hanzo was kind of struggling with working around structures earlier in Lakeside Village. I just love the fact that he suddenly brings a gamekeeper, brings in a hunter to boot. That is almost like saying, you know what, had enough of these survivors kiting around the structures which I'm struggling with. I'm just gonna bring in gamekeeper to completely negate that, and it's been working so beautifully for him so far. But this is the moment of truth. He's closing in on Shuni. Can he get him?
Ooh, swipes down Shuni, but the forward does get up for him to just get that recovery of life. Now leaving and shifting his attention to that forward. Look at these chain shots just covering so much ground. This is terrifying to see, Articuno.
Yes, sir. It's like, ooh, you know, I'm kind of far from gamekeeper, but you know what? Good on forward in this particular situation though, because they're rotating towards opposite sides of the map. That means Hanzo has a long circle to go, but actually forward, okay. What's the call gonna be from Hanzo here?
Hanzo
he tried to sniff out LC. Looks like he is.
Yeah, he's still trying to look for LC. He wants to make this a definitive victory. He doesn't want anybody scurrying around. Wants to make the coordinator expire and fade away and make her use up her healing, her self-heals. Now just making sure that no one is just messing around with the dungeon area. Shuni is still down and Hanzo still sees that. Now his attention shifting over to LC, because if he downs this forward, it's going to be a monumental comeback if MP wants to stay alive and get that at least 1 or 2 people out of here.
Oh gosh, this is super duper tricky. Hanzo's struggling to sniff out LC here. He's on the right track, but the struggle is, even though as spectators we can get the vision on LC, from the hunter's POV, just the fact that he's struggling to pick up the trail, but looks like the signal for him being able to hear something, and there you go. Will the pull-in come in? No, close this distance, but we have a chase punch.
We do. LC is gonna fall down. He was in the middle of searching in that toolbox, and I believe he has no more self-heals left, so he can just leave the forward down as he tries to chase down this coordinator. Mind you, the coordinator does have a magic wand.
Oh my gosh. A magic oh wait, that's
how timely.
Wand, but actually, but okay, I guess that's the farthest representation I'll get out of magician in this series. But anyway, yeah, talking about Shuni here, Shuni has to be very, very careful, but the reality is the odds are just so stacked against MP at this point. Hanzo is out for blood, and all he needs to do is take down Shuni one last time, and it'll be one of the rare instances we get a 5-point perfect out of round 3. Only few survivors that headed into round 3 were able to pull this off. Hanzo might become one of them in this tournament.
And mind you, with a gamekeeper, ladies and gentlemen, that is a feat on its own. Shuni working around the ruins area. Will Hanzo get a whiff? She is tiptoeing. Let's see again. Oh wow, it's gonna be a foot chase now. Hanzo sees the coordinator, doesn't want to waste any time, vaults that window. No more structures, no more pallets, that much to work with. Hanzo trying to cut the corners here, trying to find the optimal way to snipe down Shuni. Does he find one? Oh, uses the magic wand though. Oh, gets a terror shock in there. And now 2 survivors down. GG on Hanzo's side. 5 points go to 7H.
And dang. Hanzo. Gamekeeper, ladies and gents.
Gamekeeper.
I just gotta say, regardless of what the results are, Hanzo can hold his head up high. He brought what is arguably one of the least expected hunters you'd see in this tournament. Actually, no, Hell Ember's probably much more least expected. But anyway, gamekeeper, though, so to speak. That's a huge accomplishment. You said it best earlier, Poch. Like, Hanzo's going to be joining the few hunters in IVC that will manage a 5-point score in round 3, but probably in this particular case on a hunter that isn't within our top 5 picks in this tournament. That is huge. I cannot stress that enough.
And this just shows why GK banned the gamekeeper of Hanzo. They respected the gamekeeper that he presented there, and he was terrifying, ladies and gentlemen. You saw how far he was able to chain those survivors with that hook shot. It's just beautiful gamekeeping from Hanzo. So I can't stress enough how legendary this moment is on the side of 7H and what confidence they bring to the table, because the only way for MP to stay alive here, the bare minimum they should do to keep their tournament life going is to get a perfect score.
Yeah, and that's it's like we said, the fact that in itself round 3 with that many bans, a lot of things that can go wrong. It's a tough feat to pull off. So she has us work it out for him for sure. And the big question is, what can she bring to the table to potentially bring that full circle for MP so that they could force it into overtime, force it into an extra round? It's tough, Poch. It's so tough.
It's tough, and just to let everyone know also, MP has another hunter, Siru, that we see usually in the first round with the Dream Witch. But now, because of what the hunters she brings to the table, we usually see Disciple and Axe Boy. Now, we saw the Axe Boy get banned. For sure, they might take that off the table because they don't want to deal with how effective she hunts with that Axe Boy.
Right.
But the Disciple they might actually also ban the Disciple. So what other cards does she have on the table? But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's try to relive the magic that Hanzo bestowed upon us with this gamekeeper. 20 attack hits, 5 pallets destroyed, 10 knockdowns. The destruction on this gamekeeper. Not to mention also MP side, they were able to contain for quite a while. Laudi with 73 seconds, LC with 69 seconds, and you know what? Exermochi and Shuni in that 40-second mark. And you know what? They were also able to push a lot of these objectives. Laudi being the first one being hunted was not able to touch that cipher, but bought a lot of time for his team.
Yes, sirree. And my gosh, gotta give it to Hanzo here. This gamekeeper is probably one of the biggest surprises we're looking at the IVC. A surprise that actually led to a dominating victory for Hanzo, in which case, at a very crucial moment, to say the least. Got to take into account the amount of pressure that you have going into this round 3, the fact that things are so tied up, and the best case scenario that you want is that 5 points, and best case scenario accomplished. Well done, bravo, Hanzo.
And now, speaking of pressure, the hunter side of MP is feeling insurmountable pressure right now because of how Hanzo was able to hunt so effectively in that that first half of round number 3. So as we were mentioning, she having a Disciple and Axe Boy, I wonder what she has in store. I mean, and actually also what 7H is going to ban. Are they going to go for those bans, leaving the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen up for grabs?
Oh, that's tough. Because I feel like with what Hanzo brought to the table, it's like it was just so perfect for me, not because of the shock factor, but also, as we saw in round 2, he was really struggling with the chases that were happening, and it was so well pulled off by MP, where again they worked around structures, and with how efficient their kiting was as well, it proved problematic for Hanzo. So I like that it was a hunter that was a proactive solution to that, because there was rarely any moment during that game where he struggled, where he was in these prolonged chases. Those chain hooks were it was the perfect solution to that, and I can't stress that enough. Like, it's very rare that we see those instances that it's like, yeah, problem round 2, solution round 3, and executed so perfectly. Like, there were so many things that, like, on paper it's really good, but as far as execution, there's so many things that could have gone wrong. Like, those chain hooks aren't the easiest to land, which is why it's such a risk to run a gamekeeper. That's why he's one of the trickier hunters that you don't want to risk bringing into this tournament. Hanzo took that risk and
paid
well
off.
played.
Yeah, it for sure. I mean, I really think that's one of the moments we'll highlight here in IVC 2020. A gamekeeper in this meta and played to perfection with one of the top teams here, and they had a very formidable lineup. Even though it was the third round, they had a forward, they had a gravekeeper, a coordinator, and I think a seer. I'm not quite sure, but it was all top tier picks. So for him to be able to decisively win that way with a gamekeeper is just, it's a feat on its own. And you know what, that is a victory that Hanzo can bring home since this is their last match they'll be playing. So kudos to Hanzo. And now just shifting gears to the match that we're about to see or play out with She. She will now be doing the hunting over here at the hospital. What do you think are the survivors that she has to worry about coming out of 7H? Because we have seen the Gravekeeper, we have seen just different mix of characters, the mechanic as well, and you know what? Nopomumu could also bring out the Explorer.
Actually, for Explorer, I mean, I don't think they're in a position where they have to take that heavy of a risk, to be honest. At least if they're really in it for and hellbent on going for a win. But you know what, Poch? I would want to speculate, but we don't have to as we head into that pick and ban. This could be the last half that we see out of this evening. Like, I was really banking on the heavy possibility of a tiebreaker, but again, 5 points. That's a tough order. That's a tall order for She to live up to.
Very true. And we're looking at the bans, a Seer, Priestess, and Mechanic. That leaves one of the Triumvirate, which is the Merc. We are going to see SPST's Signature Cowboy, Miu with the Perfumer, and Nopmumu with the Gravekeeper. No Explorers today, but we aren't going to see an Axe Boy or Bloody Queen. So will he be going for that Disciple? And no, we're seeing a Dream Witch. This is the risk of not going for meta bans, Articuno.
Yes, sirree. And I can't really blame 7H. When you're this far into the tournament, you can't help but looking at what a hunter has already brought to the table. In this case, Axeboy as well as the Bloody Queen were the more recent picks. So, you just kind of gamble leaving some of those meta picks in the air, and you kind of bank on whether or not these hunters will pick them. In this case, She was more than glad to take Dream Witch, and Dream Witch on this map, 5 points is on paper it's a big possibility, Poch, but execution is going to be key here, both sides in which case.
Yep, and She practicing a lot of discipline there, not going after the Merc. He did spot him a Warit, but did not want to mess with the elbow pads. Sees Nopmomo here. The Gravekeeper will go for it. And now let's see how he'll be able to last, because he does get leeched. And now the follower will be utilizing that hit, and now the Gravekeeper will get damaged and use the shovel just to extend his time. Will he be still tunneling the Gravekeeper, or will he be setting his sights on a different survivor of 7H?
Oh man, tunneling on Gravekeeper. What an
oh yeah, I just heard that now.
Unintentional pun there. But yeah, SPST gonna get spotted out as well halfway through that cipher. Will She go for the commit? Actually, a possibility, but look at that, just the presence right there. Follower already makes the way through, but misses out on the window of going for a hit. That's going to be quite a bit of distance that SPST is establishing here. So She just beckoning yet another follower to come through, and that will keep SPST preoccupied. The blink beautifully timed right there, but SPST He's done it twice. He's bought so much time for the team twice. Can he do it again?
Yeah, again, you know what? She was able to play this Dream Witch to perfection because of how he was able to chase out the cowboy in that corner area while he was working on that cipher. We see the mercenary about to pop the cipher in Shack. Nop Momo out of that dig state and now being chased by his leech. Now we're seeing SPST's leech going around, still following, while SPST is still at the hospital. We're going to see one pop cipher, and now Nop Momo trying to get rid of this the leech, and he does. So now we just have one leech survivor, Articuno.
And you have to take note. The win condition that we're looking at here, guys, is 7H only needs to get one survivor out of this game. So that's a lot of odds that are healthily stacked in favor of 7H. But I mean, the fact that it's a Dream Witch, that complicates things. And so far, SPST holding his own out here, but this could be tricky. The blink actually coming in, but even if SPST was able to go for the initial dodge, that second hit does the trick and SPST will fall.
Yeah, considering the time bought by SPST is just a feat of its own. Again, amazing stuff using that lasso just to have, you know, a little bit of a juke, but then the blink was baited out, the hit was there, but then he recovered right away, and now the cowboy will be camped by She. Again, you know what? She has no time to waste once all the survivors out of here, back to the manor, I mean, just so that they'll be able to extend the time on, extend their life here in the tournament.
Big question here, Poch, is that are they going to utilize the full-time SPST on this rocket chair to just focus on ciphers? Because you don't have to take... Okay, never mind. You know what? They decide to go for the rescue anyway. SPST, he's back on his feet. I wasn't able to catch whether he was already halfway through on that rocket chair, but still, this is huge for 7H. Last effort will come in. Again, the seconds are stacking up. So much time being bought. Look at the progress towards the lower left of your screen, ladies and gents. That's another cipher that's going to be popped. 7H, their win conditions are very, very much intact and feasible. They aren't working against stacked odds right now. This is perfect.
Now SPST did fall. Let's see if he was able to save before the half, because that was a great question. It was so intense to watch that I wasn't able to keep track of like the entire screen. And now we see She here just making her way to the hospital, trying to find the most optimal chair so she'll be able to have sight of people coming in. She inside the hospital, and no, the cowboy, this is only his second time, so excellent save on the Gravekeeper's part.
Yes, and this is going to be big for 7H. Are they going to risk another rescue though? Himawarit might actually be on the case here, but is looking for the right timing. You don't want to slip up into a terror shock here. But Cowboy, expiration is near. Super dangerous. There you go. Gets the hit, and it's all good. They are back on the run, and Mercenary gonna
eat that double hit.
Yeah, eat the double hit. We'll drop anytime soon. But look at the shift towards remembering, you know what? You guys can make a run for it for now, but I'm going to make sure to put those pressures on those ciphers.
An excellent placement on this leech for the mercenary, but the cowboy is away from that rocket chair, but that leech is still constantly following. Oh, and the mercenary does fall down. Miyu now in kiting duty. Let's see how she'll be able to fare against She's Dream Witch. Again, one cipher left, but She is still in this matchup, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is really dangerous. A lot of health bars aren't in the best place right now for 7H, and they only need that one cipher. But you know, anything can go wrong in this case. Himawarit will be strapped to that rocket chair, luckily the first time though, so this is still healthy for 7H. The one thing that they did kind of want to avoid as far as survivors getting on the rocket chair is that third time for SPST. They say third time's a charm, but in this case not necessarily for 7H, much more so for MP. Blink comes in. Does the hit come in? Yes, it does.
Excellent utilization of that blink. I actually wanted to talk about that because usually that you would want to, for Dream Witches, they want to switch to abnormal right away when it's one cipher just to extend the time inside. But then excellent utilization of that blink to down that cowboy. Lower left side of the screen sees a cipher about 70% complete. This cowboy will see his last legs on this rocket chair while the mercenary is way past the half already. Now, the Gravekeeper or the Perfumer has to act now to save that mercenary for them to get that 3-person out, or will they just opt for 2-2?
Oh man, I mean, again, they just need one survivor. And Mercenary back on his feet though, very well timed. She is slowly inching towards that cipher that Mew was working on, but it doesn't matter even if he makes it in time towards that cipher, because what also made it was that cipher pop. But this is dangerous. No, Mumu, he falls. Himawari is gonna make a run for it. Miyu as well. 7H, they have to be careful.
And now we're gonna see a leeched Perfumer. So just two followers just patrolling these survivors is so daunting of attacks. Himawari over here at the hospital just to try to make his way to the exit, and we see Nop Mumu fall down, and we'll see if he'll be able to get leeched or will he get to see that rocket chair. Still shifting targets is she, just making sure that she's calculated everything and tried to just see everyone. Gravekeeper will pop up. He is the only one that doesn't have a leech, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, lots of multitasking that's happening here. All 3 members of 7H are up and kicking once again, and 7H there. Oh man, as the hit was just about to come in, Himawari establishing a beautiful distance. But take note, this mercenary does not have any more pads to work with. But look at that Gravekeeper. It's already nearing the completion of opening that gate, and that's all they need to do. They just need to get one survivor out of there. Will they make it? It's very feasible. She is so preoccupied. The Gravekeeper is making a run for it. Ladies and gents, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be the victory for 7H as they live up to that 1 win condition. Now, things aren't over just yet though. Let's go ahead and see if she can get any more survivors out of this.
Wow, look at that excellent utilization of the perfume there. Miyu just wanting to get out of here and just try to kite as long as possible. But knowing she, being the hunting champion here, does not want to, just wants to give it her all. Goes for the patroller just to bite at the ankles of this perfumer, so the chase will be limited for Miyu. But watch out, he goes right into the swipe of this follower, and now we are seeing 2 down survivors, but we already have 1 out of the gate, meaning it's GG for 7H.
Oh my gosh, we finally have our answer, Putch. We were wondering towards the start of this, who is gonna end their tournament run on a happier note? Will it be 7H? Will it be MP? As we can see, as the dust settles, the answer is clear this time around. 7H, very, very close game that we saw here. Very close series, but it will be them that takes the victory. But GG, well played to both 7H as well as to MP. This was a match worthy of being able to end both teams' run on a high note, and at the end of the day, they should be very proud of what they've accomplished, making it from 96 all the way to the top 8 of teams, top 8 of the best in Southeast Asia. That is no joking matter. It was a long run, but very well done nonetheless.
Yeah, it was no easy feat for them to face off against each other, and to end on such a high note between these two, especially how gutsy she was with that Dream Witch, just really smothering the options of the side of 7H. But well played on 7H's side. They had the cool, calm collectedness intact, how they were able to rotate, and they knew they just needed one survivor out the gate for them to be able to get the victory, and that's what they did. They didn't want to overextend, but knowing she, and she wanting to be able to go out on a high note, wants to get everyone out. So it was a 3-1. So it was still neck and neck, to be honest, Articuno.
Yeah, it was definitely neck and neck. Probably one of the this is probably only the second time where we've seen teams being at a tie, basically heading into a round 3. That only happened once within the same weekend, in fact. So yeah, just really, really well played by MP and 7H.
by giving us a great best of 3 to send them off and end their journey right here at the IVC 2020. But you know what? That's the general picture. Let's go ahead and talk about specifics with what we think kind of went tricky here for She to have lived up to that win condition, because it was a 3-1 at the end of it. Just missed out on getting one survivor out of the gate.
It was really close. Actually, if it played out a little longer, I think She would have actually extended it and went for that tiebreaker because of how great her Dream Witch was. So, I mean, kudos to She. She really lived up to the potential. And, 7H with just that cushion of 5 points really gave She a run for her money, and how they just wanted to get the most minimal win condition, not overextend themselves. And that's what they did with that Gravekeeper. Considering that the Gravekeeper was actually the first one to be chased. Well, one of the first to be chased at the start. So it was pretty fitting that Nopamumu was the one who got out of there.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, Poch. And just at the end of it, I think the survivors really did a great job at keeping She preoccupied. The transitions were great, by the way. I think one of the things you really want to keep in mind when you're up against a Dream Witch is you want to keep those numbers bolstered as much as possible. And 7H was very consistent in that. And because of that consistency, there you have it. Predictions are going to be right on point for us for match number 1, Poch.
Yeah, I could hear some people backstage, like, they're pretty disappointed that we got it right. But that's what we get. Yeah, we did our homework. And we got to go to that match data. As you know, we just want to wrap this segment up in a nice little bow. Himawadit over here, 178% decoding. SPST doing a lot of the kiting at the onslaught, have 55, but then 69 seconds decoding containment time. Miyu being the one decoder in the group, 224% decoding, while Nopmumu 67%. But She, though, just with the destruction, with 12 pallet hits, 12 attack hits, 5 pallets destroyed, and 5 knockdowns.
Yeah, and there you have it. It's a bittersweet feeling, Poch, that we say our farewells to both 7H as well as MP. Like it's suddenly dawning on me, and here you have it, match result. We've seen how close it was, ladies and gents. Round 1, 7H got such great footing, but we're caught completely off guard with MP turned the things back, not even into their favor, but just enough to tie things out. And it became a situation where this round 3 was very, very crucial. And 7H at the end of the day, thanks to Hanzo on a gamekeeper of all hunters, that pulled through for them. Let's go ahead and check out that MVP. Very well deserved, Hanzo. You made the risk of bringing gamekeeper. You knew that you are very much up and apt at being able to execute him, and just probably one of the better gamekeepers we'll ever get out of Identity 5 Esports at the end of the day.
Can you just highlight 4 terror shocks, 10 knockdowns, and just the highlight reel moment of his pinpoint precision when he goes after that chain when they're just like meters away from you. So excellent stuff, well deserved for Hanzo. 7H going out on a high note, but not to mention also, you know what, MP having their own highlighted moments as well, with how well that how well She was performing and how well the survivors were able to survive as well. So it just kudos to both those teams. Do show them your love and support. And yes, it is a bittersweet feeling. We do want to find the best of the best. And you know what? This is the last we'll see of IVC 2020 of 7H and MP. But do support them any way you can, ladies and gentlemen, by following them on social media and just sending all of them your love and support.
Yeah, and my gosh, it's only the first match of the day, Poch. We have a battle for the high note enders. Now we have the battle where it's actually much more crucial, because this is a battle that could potentially still shake up their group. Imagine we still have that one last match, which is pivotal for a few of these teams in Group B. So we'll find out.
it's great how we cascade from the high note enders to this next match with a lot of weight into it in Group B. And I know I was talking to some people online about this, and they're really hyped for some of the players here in some of the teams here in Group B. So that's one match to really look out for, ladies and gentlemen. So great matches all throughout. That was only the first one. Again, it just shows that you can't rely on the first match with how it goes. We always have to wait till the last possible match and the last possible seconds of this intense matchup. So thank you so much for watching, you guys, and keeping us company here.
Yes, sirree. And man, what else is there to say? I mean, this tournament has really given us such a great opportunity to hold and bear witness to some of the best teams in Southeast Asia. And it's so refreshing to see not only these players and teams give it their all in this tournament, but also the love and support from the community towards these players, which I think, it goes both ways. It gives the community more matches to look forward to, more teams to support. And for the teams, like the positive reaction from the community gives them more motivation to not only do better, but strive to, just continue to push the limits of how far they can go in Identity 5 esports. Speaking of which, guys, continue to use those hashtags on social media. If you guys have any thoughts or any surprises, things that you were so excited about from this match number 1, be sure to put out your especially on Twitter, because that's where I'm seeing most of the statuses. Use the hashtag IVC2020SEA. And if you're posting about general Identity 5, especially if you're from the Southeast Asian region, or if you're just a fan of the Southeast Asian region's players, be sure to use the hashtag IDVSEA.
Yes. And also do tag us if you can, because we are in costume right now. So this is a great feat. And I just love the Identity 5 community, because this is the one community that, welcomes these type of things. I've just mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is my first time cosplaying, and I find it really fun. So said what do you so thank you so much for welcoming us to the community, and do continue those conversations using that hashtag, and just spread the word and spread content out there that Identity 5, whether you play casually or you enjoy seeing it be played competitively, it's a great time to be an Identity 5 fan today.
Yes, sirree. And my gosh, there's just a lot more to look forward to. Take note, though, this is only, as we near the end of this weekend, this only marks the end of the group stage. Playoffs is where it's really going to get crazy, because we've already went from the start of this tournament, 96 teams going into the top 8. We're about to trim it to the top 4, guys. And you've already seen how these teams play out. You already have your favorites. Going into a double elimination moving forward, that's some pretty crazy stuff, guys.
It is. So we've only this group stage just gave us a preview and a setup to the playoffs, because that is where all of the chips are going to lie, and that's where all this culmination is going to just show and come into fruition, because I believe all the teams have been leveling up slowly but surely, and they're going to reach the precipice and the crescendo once we get to that playoffs.
Yes, sir. And gosh, just again, continue to show your support, guys, through watching the streams, posting about the tournament on social media, because the Identity 5 team is watching. The more activity we see from Southeast Asia, the more opportunity that we get, not only for Identity 5 esports, but who knows, maybe even other activities for all of you out there that might not necessarily aspire for esports, but on the more casual side of Identity 5, the more casual side of the fandom of the game.
Yeah, the community is one of the most unique and active and passionate I've seen in a while. So it's still growing. It's still ever changing. I mean, just voice out your concerns, because, the people at the back are listening to you guys, and they do want the best of the best to come out of this community. So please do support your locals, your players in your region, as well as your community, by just spreading the word and using that hashtag that we've been talking about. So excellent stuff.
Yes, sir. And my gosh, in a while, just a little bit of a preview of what's ahead. It will be our match between OSM as well as IVS. So I mean, we're not going to be talking about it right now. We'll save that discussion for once we hit after the break, once we're actually heading into that match proper. But yeah, as we've said, it's a little bit more high pressure because if IVS wins, then we really have to look at the points, because that would mean at least 3 teams would have acquired at least 2 wins in their tournament run. That is NR, OSM, and potentially IVS. But if OSM wins, then we don't have to look at any numbers any further. It's just OSM, it's just NR that'll proceed. So in this case, it's all on IVS at this point. Not only do they want to go for a win, but they also want to score big, just so that when we do make that compare and contrast, they come off the bigger team in all of this.
And that's one thing to look out for, because that's a lot on the line, because OSM, even though they are leading the pack in terms of points, they're not out of the woods just yet, because IVS could play spoiler and actually just introduce themselves in the fray. And also, I'm pretty sure NR is watching, because if you guys know that since the playoffs are going to happen, the first seed will go up against the second seed in Group A. So Group A, first seed will go up against Group B. So first seed of Group A is GK, second seed is VX. So placement is very key as well. Even though you're going up against the top teams, you do want the most comfy matchup between that. So rest assured that GK and VX are watching closely as well.
Yes, sir. And my gosh, it's coming down to the wire. It really is coming down to the wire, guys. So as we just wait for the interview to wrap up, again, we'd like to welcome probably enjoying their Sunday.
Articuno?
So.
Oh, okay, there you are. Sorry, we kind of lost you for a bit there.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's okay. But yes, I believe you're telling everyone who are enjoying their Sunday. We're just waiting for the interview just to wrap up. So we hope you guys are this is the final game of this weekend. So just tons of fun, and these players are really pushing each other to the limit to give us the best of the best in terms of matches and gameplay. So do support them however way you can.
Yes, sir. And you know what? That is pretty much the first match of the day. Congratulations once again to 7H. When we come back, it is OSM and IVS that'll be going in what is going to be probably a nail butter for all of you. So heading into a quick break, we have been your MCs. I'm Articuno. With me is the
S-tier pot spice.
Pot spice, S-tier, yeah.
S-tier skin.
S-tier plus the no tier. We'll be right back for some more Identity 5 action right here at the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. See y'all in a bit.
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。进入那些荒野，真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信，您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人。当然，一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌。以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的灯芯吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
Lo and behold, A fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
What amazing time. We ended it right away when Belladonna was over. Welcome back to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Botch Spice, Art Takuno in Identity 5 costumes, continuing the half of Day 6, IVC Southeast Asia 2020. We are winding things down and all roads lead to the playoffs. But right now, we are going to see an intense match between OSM and IVS.
Yes. Oh my God. It's our last match for the group stage. And before we talk about that a little bit more, again, I see y'all in the social media stratosphere whenever you use those hashtags, hashtag IVC 2020 SEA. And for general Identity 5, especially if you're from the C region, be sure to use the hashtag IDVC so that we can see your tweets on social media, especially through Twitter. Catch it on Facebook.
Yeah, that's where the conversation is
Maybe
at.
on Instagram as well.
Yeah, for sure. Just anywhere where you could reach us, anywhere you could reach the community. We do love and appreciate the conversation that you guys are bringing to the table. And now we have an intense match ahead of us. I'm so excited for this one. Even though, as you mentioned, the description bittersweet, and I think that's what kind of describes today, because we are moving on to the playoffs. But I'm just having so much fun here in the group stages and building and seeing these players come into full form.
Yes, sir. And it's really exciting. Just seeing how these teams have really built not only a narrative, but a name for themselves. Like everywhere I look, like there's at least one fan of a certain team. Like all teams are covered in this case. So not only should these teams be proud of the reaching top 8, but also the legacy they are leaving, the inspiration they are leaving for a lot of these detectives and fans and followers of Identity 5 and Southeast Asian esports. So you know what? with that legacy, let's talk about what another legacy that is about to be made. This match between OSM and IVS. Now, we already gave a brief description of why it's crucial, but let's go further in and talk about those stakes, Potch.
Facts. We have OSM leading the pack, but then it's 2 points. It's not as decisive as GK. So if IVS is able to get 1, because they have 1 point in, it's going to be a tied game, and we have to look at points, net wins, all that jazz when it comes to who will be the first and second seed. Now, let's introduce the cast of characters as we head into the introductions. IVS, long depth try, has the Ripper, but Articuno, we have seen him use that Joseph, though.
Yes, sir. And speaking of Ripper, we haven't seen any Ripper in this tournament, but with good reason. There's just so many other hunters that can do much better. There was a ban on Ripper earlier, so that was intriguing. That means that it could have been a shoulda, woulda, coulda. But nonetheless, Kiradona. Oh my God, Kiradona. Amazing survivor. Probably some of the best kites that we've seen in this tournament so far from the last game that we played. But will it be enough to topple down OSM, who is at the top of the ladder?
Yeah, and with that signature seer, OSM does have to consider if they want to deny Cardona of that privilege of using that. Wolfie, with that signature mercenary, does tend to stray away from it from time to time, going for the perfumer. I did see him on social media say that, you know what, he's revved up and ready to use this merc, and, you know, if he has to decode, he will do that just in case. And Zhao Khan, let's talk about Zhao Khan and his signature forward. I believe you called that final seconds. What an intense clutch tackle he did on that bloody queen.
Absolutely. And it's really nice to see how IVS has really come into their own in this tournament. They are a team that has clearly shown that they are capable of adapting and improving over time. But the big question here, Poch, is whether or not it is enough to pull a crucial victory that they need to get at this point in time if they want to keep their goal of making it to the top 4 alive in the IVC.
Yeah, a lot of stakes, a lot of tension in the air as these two teams are going to face off, and their opposition would being OSM. We've talked and built up their legacy of a match that they had against NR. What an intense really intense highs and lows of that match. And now they're going to cap off the group stages by facing against IVS. A lot of stakes on the line because, as we mentioned, IVS 1 point shy from tying with OSM and NR, and then that's when it gets really dicey because we're gonna have to go to how they performed. So teams do not want that to happen because they want to secure it as much as possible. But if it has to happen that way, IVS has to play out of their mind because those round wins and those survivors out and those points will come into play.
Yes, sirree. And it's going to be very, very exciting to see, at least for whether or not it can be pulled off. I'm still on the fence with how this match is going to turn out, but a lot of work cut out for them. That's for sure. It's less of pressure for OSM because let's say even if they lose this one, they have some pretty superb stats to back them right now. Right. It's just a lot more for IVS, a lot to gain and a lot to lose for IVS at this point. But you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about their opposition here. OSM, the last human. Oh man, if we're talking about hunters that have made a name for themselves in this tournament, this is another one to look out for, guys.
Not to mention also the survivors side. Nine Mamos has been a player that's been using different characters. Preferred is mechanic, but he doesn't shy away from Gravekeeper. And if the rounds do have to go on, he's not shy of using that coordinator. Moving on to the Flash. The Flash has rarely seen the manner. He has been a very tricky and just slippery survivor, especially if he lands on Mercenary.
Oh my gosh, Nerukun. On the flip side, you know, if there's another team that has shown some pretty good a both ways kind of thing, both survivors and hunters, OSM's survivors are really on point in this tournament as well. Meanwhile, we also have Jacket, who with the forward should definitely spell some trouble for IVS's Hunter if that comes to fruition for him.
Yeah, Jacket had a lot of clutch saves with that forward, and that is definitely something that they have to take into consideration as the picks and bans start to get into the 2 or 3 person mark, and also depending on the map size, because they do have some priestesses. And look at the predictions. Again, we are in sync. Articuno OSM,
oh my gosh,
we believe might be able to do this, but you know what? I believe IVS won't make this an easy fight for them. And little fact, Credana never survives a match in the entire tournament for now, so that's going to be something that a big redemption arc for him, because Credana again goes for that kiting, really, you know, it sticks his head out there just so that the survivors or his teammates can be able to go for the decoding. So
yeah,
let's see how these mini arcs will come into fruition, as our predictions say OSM though.
Yeah, that's an interesting fact that you bring up, Poch. And just talking about how these predictions went down for me, this was a tricky one, I will say. For sure, OSM is oh man, they're such a force to be reckoned with in this tournament. In fact, if Group B, not really surprised that they're in the position they are right now, sitting at the top. As a fan of the game, as a fan of the esports side, I have come to love the journey that IVS has shown us, you know, the journey that they've taken in this tournament, seeing how these players have grown and how much the fans love them as well. Right. So like my mind and my heart going 2 different ways in this case. So it's tough. It's tough.
We got to put our analysis hat on when we go for those predictions, but I mean, the fans in us just want both these teams to advance. Unfortunately, we want to find the best of the best, and only one can win that cash prize and also that fast pass to head to Call of the Abyss 4. And this is the way we do it. And we've seen OSM and IVS have their struggles and triumphs in this tournament, and now the culmination of it is them facing off against each other, and they're gonna have an epic clash, and we are gonna be there to witness that clash.
Oh man, Clash of the Titans.
Group B, yes.
Yeah, Group B Titans-ish, kinda. Couldn't think of anything else. I was trying to be a bit more creative than that, but yeah.
I would say, I would say that, you know, there's a lot of love and support going out for Group B, and since we do know the VXs and GKs, it's great to see in a big scale that these other teams coming out from different regions are being represented. So a lot of fans are coming out for IVS, and a lot of fans are coming out for OSM. And I'm sure they're sounding off in the comments right now how they're just, you know, hoping and praying that their team goes forward. So we're with you there, ladies and gentlemen. Do keep sending your love and support and keep the engagement going.
And speaking of which, just so that it's easier to show your support for the team, let's put out some hashtags for them as well. Like any other typical esport, as how they usually do it, to root for teams that you're rooting for. If you want to see IVS win, be sure to put out hashtag IVS win. And of course, if you want to see OSM, who's currently at the top of their game, be sure to put out hashtag OSM win. Can go either way at the end of it all, guys. Again, super high pressure is what is the mood of this best of 3 so far. So I'm really excited, Poch. With much intensity comes one heck of a spectator experience for us as MCs, and definitely for our audience as well. That's for sure.
Yeah, so let's talk about that the matchup that we're about to witness. Again, there's not much bans, just one survivor ban. But comparing it to the previous match we've seen, I think we might play a little more textbook into not seeing so much wild picks. But then again, I could be wrong. But in terms of hunters, Last Human loves that Dream Witch for different maps, and does have a Bloody Queen. Long Deptrai, though, with 3 Josephs. He also used 3 Bloody Queens in the previous match they had. So I believe it's a toss-up between those two hunters. On the survivor side, we're probably going to see a ban of one of the triumvirates, for sure.
Definitely. And it kind of makes me wonder, especially for IVS, since there's a lot more on the line for them, this is the opportunity, not just the opportunity, but the time where they need to bring out all their trump cards. And I'm not just talking about personas, but, you know, the actual picks that they might have been saving for later should probably come to light right now, especially if it means that it could translate to bigger chances of victory, so that they can maybe shift the tides of what the scoring looks like right now for Group B.
Yeah, they have to pull out all the stops because a lot is on the line for them, and also make sure they have a little bit reserved in the tank, because how we saw different matches play out in this group stages, you know what, having a good run in the first round is great, but it doesn't spell the entire story.
Just so you know what, we'll go ahead and see how this will be going down. There you have it. Wait a minute!
We're seeing a doctor. Okay, again, in paper, this is a hard counter to Long Deptrai's Joseph. But then the arena we're playing at is Arms Factory. Long Deptrai not wasting any time, taking a picture. The doctor being rocked by Nerokun, Mechanic by 9 Mamos. Forward is with Jacket, and Mercenary with the Flash.
OSM Cadence, like this pick right here, like it's a surprise that we're seeing Doctor for the first time in this tournament. But as you said, Poch, let's talk about that a bit more. This Doctor pick going into Photographer.
And wow, Long Deptrai finding the Mechanic. Again, early photo right off the bat. But then again, a Doctor in the mids could really heal up. Even though she does have, she did have a change in her healing time. This is a great pick on the side of OSM. But let's see how it is. It's good on paper, but let's see it put it into practice.
Yes, sir. Long Deptrai. Oh, man. OSM clearly went into this super prepared if they decide to suddenly bring the Doctor to the table. But as you said, Poch, on paper, sure. Execution is going to be super key for OSM, because there's a lot of ways this Doctor can go wrong for them as well, especially if it's the Doctor that is pressured by Long Deptrai early on. But luckily, that's not the case.
Now we see the Mechanic down. So Cypher Rush will be a little halted as the Mechanic does get up. I believe the Doctor is able to do her job, or they were able to heal up. But now the forward is a little hurt here. One more hit will strike him down, so they have to be very careful. Long Deptrai rotating around the map, heading just patrolling outside of Shack just to make sure no one is in the vicinity. And now look at that. They're all over there at the factory side of the map. Long Deptrai still being calculated, trying to look for the right survivor. Now the Mechanic is all healed up. This is what the Doctor does. She just gets the resources back on track, and now it's like the round just started.
Exactly, and this is gonna be the struggle for Long Deptrai moving forward. And the fact that OSM was so prepared for this, there you go. Nerokun was kind of in the vicinity. Actually manages to find the mechanic in this
once
case.
Again. So Long Deptrai making sure that the Mechanic doesn't do her job in Cypher Rushing, because look at the lower left side of the screen, ladies and gents. It is still being pushed, and once the photo world is over, that is going to get set to half. So I hope OSM has their endurance set in them, because this is going to be a long set, and Long Deptrai is not making it any easier for the survivors of OSM.
Long set. Long Deptrai. Just... oh, man. And you know what? True to its name, Long Deptrai is very much apt and capable of playing these long game, high stamina situations. So OSM has the right idea going into this. So I hope they have the stamina to boot as well, because they have things, they know how to work around it.
Yep, 2 photos already, and still no ciphers pop. Long Deptrai really is setting the pace of this match. Nerokun being chased by Long Deptrai, and wow, gets a hit on that Doctor. Wants the Doctor to stop healing and give these guys those utility for them to be able to last longer. But then that Doctor, though, if you let her out of your mids, she will be able to heal herself up, for able to last longer. Now Nerokun going to a very smart placement of this map, but oh wow, gets the forward hit instead, and Nerokun puts some distance between him and Long Deptrai heading to the factory.
Oh my gosh. Long Deptrai has the right idea right now. By being able to nail down that Doctor early, he doesn't have to worry about OSM having the tools to keep up with the long duration that this game can go because of how calculated and patient Long Dip Try has been playing these photographers. We've seen it by history yesterday, and Long Dip Try truly, likely, going to be bringing that forward once again against OSM.
And just mind you, as Long Dip Try is zoning in on Nerokun, this mechanic is pushing those ciphers and pushing those objectives. Nerokun is doing a great job in preoccupying this hunter into chasing him, because one more swipe would do it and she will be falling down. One cipher was finally popped. Nerokun, again, just the hiding time on this survivor. Excellent utilization of hiding behind the terrain of Arms Factory.
Yes, sirree. And this is a doctor we're talking about. Doctor that is buying quite a bit of time. And okay, you know what? Long Dip Try has had enough. Into the photo world he goes.
And now still chasing those scratch markets on the floor. Nerokun, again, still not being deterred, still making sure that he's able to get out of vicinity. Oh, wow, juking and jiving inside the photo world and out, but he was able to get sniped out outside. Now, Articuno, look how many ciphers are left.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of how Nerokun was able to keep Long Dip Try preoccupied. There was really nothing else that was halting their initial progress, and that said, really put OSM in the perfect situation to work on ciphers, make up for lost ground that was kind of stretched earlier because of Long Dip Try's practice. Again, they strategically know what they need to do going up against photographer. Now, what has kind of become a small setback is the fact that the doctor was shared, but you know what, nonetheless, it's a setback that they are working with quite beautifully. And here we go. Last effort onto the doctor, but this... If I recall correctly, the doctor hasn't gone halfway through that rocket ship.
Yes,
so
yes.
That's still a lot that OSM is working with.
An excellent placement on falling for the last effort here. Nerokun going for that corner just to buy enough time for someone to rotate to go save her next. Forward is hurt, as well as the mercenary, so it might be the mechanic going on rescuing duty for this doctor. 2 ciphers remaining. Oh, wow, he switches to teleport, giving someone a leg up in terms of them rescuing the doctor, but excellent utilization of that recall photo there. Now, just making sure 9 Mamos, the mechanic, is the one on chair saving duty, goes for it. The tide turner will be in effect, and body block duty will be on 9 Mamos.
Ooh, man, that was very dangerous. Last effort, though, gonna come in once again. Oh, man. But you know what? Yeah.
Mind you, it is the mechanic that has last effort. So this forward, this doctor is out of there, and now falling down right there to buy enough time. Nerokun still moving around the real estate of Arms Factory. As you see the mercenary pushing that cipher, 90% left. Oh wow, the forward just getting out of hindsight, and you see that the mechanic is struggling. And this is a very great placement for Long Dip Try because it's a lot. But look at that, gets the stun, and this is a long one, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, sirree, and that cipher is ready to get popped. All they need to do is just say the word, swipe on 9, Mamos comes in, but you know what? Doesn't matter. Up they go, and those are some healthy survivors that we're looking at here, Potch.
You see how fast that mechanic ran after that swipe, and now Long Dip Try trying to pick up the pieces of what's been going on. The mechanic is going to, get that hit. Still has the mechanic doll, so that's something Long Dip Try has to worry about. Now setting his sights on Nerokun because this is the survivor that has seen the most times on chairs. But then look at that. He's able to use the broken windows for him to transition to Shaq, and now he does not have Blink. Still with the teleport, it is ready. So will he be committing to Nerokun, or will he set his sights? The mechanic is out the door. It's just the doctor that's left. Nerokun, can he find the dungeon?
Oh, unfortunately, though, the terror shock comes in the nick of time, at least for OSM, but for Long Dip Try, at that point in time, he grasps what he can. 3-1 start in favor of OSM. He made the most of it.
Yep, I'm just writing it down. It takes.
I love how we end up with the webcam coming onto you, a mercenary, a Cheshire Cat mercenary, just writing his last notes before we head back on camera.
It was just that intense. I couldn't make any notes, and it's really hard to write with 4 fingers. Props to cats for doing that. So you're saying, let's break down the match.
Yeah, let's go ahead and break down that match. Like you mentioned right off the bat, when we saw how the pick and ban went, OSM on textbook knew what they needed to do. Again, like the doctor pick we saw how important it was towards the start. But Long Dip Try luckily was able to get wind of Nerokun's tail, which is why it was very crucial for OSM to really get those ciphers rolling. Luckily, though, because of how prolonged the chase was on Nerokun, it gave OSM the opportunity to do just that. They were able to prep and work on and pop so many ciphers. 2 ciphers remaining by the time Nerokun was has fallen. But the fact that there were 4 survivors and that was only Nerokun's first time on that rocket chair by that time, it was just so much that OSM had in terms of advantages by that point. As far as working around that photographer, regardless of whether or not Nerokun eventually became the primary target for that hunter, it still played out beautifully. And again, I said it towards the start, OSM is not just going into this match prepared in terms of skill, but also in terms of doing their homework, knowing how they could work around Long Depth Try whenever they're playing Survivor side.
We were talking about how it is good on paper and in practice. That was the big question, and it just shows Nerokun was ready. And the time, as you mentioned, that was bought was just, it played to full effect. Look at that, 155 seconds, Nerokun buying that much time as a doctor. Doctor. Man. Look at that. That's insane. While everyone was on Cypher Rush duties, Nine Mamos, you got the Flash, you got Jacket here. I believe Nine Mamos was the mechanic, though. So, yeah, then Long Depth Try, though, 14 attack hits, 4 pallets destroyed, 6 knockdowns. So as you mentioned, having the doctor here is so risky because Long Depth Try could have actually gone another route and picked another hunter, but no, Nerokun was ready, gambled it all for Long Depth Try to lock in with that photographer, and he did, and that risk, that gamble really paid off for OSM. And now I'm really interested to see how IVS will be able to pick up the pieces and face off against Last Human in Arms Factory.
Yes, sirree. And oh man, one thing I'd also like to highlight is, again, when you're up against a photographer, containment time can usually get a little janky. And I think Long Depth Try had such a prolonged chase against Nerokun in the actual reality, the actual real world, so to speak. So I think that says a lot. That really says a lot.
It's safe to say we can add like half of whatever containment time they have, just like how half is removed from ciphers. So again, it is janky when it comes to capturing the containment time of how you contain a Joseph. Sorry, I'm just using my hands a lot.
I know. Everyone on Twitter noticed that too, Poch. You don't need to hide it at this point.
Yeah, I should. Anyway, I talk with my hands. You should know that.
Yeah, in this case, your paws.
Yeah, true. So, wow, excellent stuff on OSM side. Now, we talked about how big of a beast Last Human is. Coming into this as the survivor side of IVS, just to let you know, Arms Factory, Last Human loves Dream Witch. They're not going to be able to ban anyone. What survivors do you think should come out of the gate from IVS?
Oh gosh, I mean, for IVS, I really think going up against OSM, they have if they really want to increase their chances of coming up not only with a victory but also with better points.
Yes.
I think really sticking to the meta is going to do the trick. Again, which is why I stress if they have any other trump cards that they could bring forward to contend with OSM, then now is the time to bring it. But if not, then I think that's going to be their safest bet moving forward. It really comes, again, the preparation, I think, is key going into this. And OSM has really shown that, as we saw going into the first half. So IVS, they just kind of have to not necessarily literally mirror how OSM tackled it, but just mirror the same level of preparation and forethought and strategy that they need to put into going into the second half.
I agree when it comes with what you said in terms of them bringing out the metas, because again, no bans, and I have a feeling that the trump cards may come later on. So right now, they just, in terms of how they should play this matchup going up against the Dream Witch, I think they should just go on the defense and try to get as much survivors as possible. And not overextend themselves or put them at risk of the Dream Witch snowballing to get more survivors in chairs. Like if they can safeguard at least 2 survivors, that's fine. Just go for that.
Right.
Because in the next round, you can deny Last Human of that Dream Witch, because I'm pretty sure he's going to come out to play now. But then, yeah, you just want to be able to survive as much as possible, especially with that preference pick of Last Human. And we've seen how scary his Dream Witch is, and in big maps. And now we're going to see it in such a compact space. It seems like a good done deal for Last Human to pick that Dream Witch.
I'd have to agree with you, Poch. And yeah, I really think it's gonna, like in OSM's case, all they have to do going into this is just do what they do best. On the Hunter side particularly, just bring out these Hunter picks, which you know that will be the most efficient, strategically speaking, by textbook. And that, I think, will be enough pressure going into this match against IVS for IVS to just to really keep them on their feet throughout the series.
Yeah, that's true. It was actually a good way to start for OSM, especially knowing that Long Depth Try was really trying to make that photographer work out. I have a feeling, depending on the map, they might ban the photographer or they might ban the Bloody Queen, because we have seen Long Depth Try use the Bloody Queen and the photographer. So if they already have a solution for one of the hunters, they seem to have a little more control in that matchup.
Right. Mm-hmm. That's actually a fair point, Punch Spice. And I guess, you know, come pick. That's why for this particular best of 3 series, pick and ban is so crucial. Probably even more so for IVS, because they just straight up need to try to take away whatever they know could be exploitations of their shortcomings in this series. And OSM is one of those teams which is very capable of doing that. They really know how to read their opponent. They know how to strategize accordingly based on what is thrown at them. And I think this is why I stress trump cards. So IVS, they to a point either need to go toe-to-toe with OSM at their own game, or they need to catch them off guard. It's either one of those two things, really.
Yeah, that's true. Long, arduous task, but then again, we obviously can't jump into any conclusions. Yes, OSM is leading the points, but then you know how these rounds go. So now we're going to head into the picks and bans. Arms Factory still being the place where we settle this dance. We are going to see a banned mechanic, though, coming out of Last Human. Kraydonna with that signature seer, now waiting on Wolfie to come in, probably going with that Merc or Perfumer. Zhao Khan and Mar being in that lineup as well. Wolfie really thinking about this decision.
Yeah, it's really nice to see how IVS is thinking this over. Mercenary as well, our triumvirate has been sealed at this point. Zhao Khan isn't going to be a forward pick for him. And okay, looks like we'll go for the Prospector this time, Punch.
Yep, I'm not even mad. I want to see this Prospector. This is Zhao Khan's preferred pick. He does love going for those stunners, and now Mar sporting that Perfumer, while the mechanic, yes, will not see the light of day. Last Human, though, will he be going for that signature Dream Witch we're talking about? No! Wow, just flipping the script on us, going for the Bonbon here at Arms Factory.
Yeah, you have to take note, though. His Bonbon has been one of the most legendary that we've seen in this tournament so far. So, as I mentioned earlier, IVS just really has to play to the best of their ability. As early as pick and ban, looks like they got what they wanted. This is definitely a decent go at it as far as the composition that they have up against a Bonbon, but I don't know, man. Everyone for sure is expecting great things out of Last Human going into this, because it's Bonbon. You got to look at the records here. It was scary. Scary doesn't even cover it, to be honest.
Yeah, Terror Shock City, Camping City. He just knows how to exploit the strength of Bonbon. And it's the skin, Articuno. It's this terrorizing skin that always haunts us. We're going to hear that laugh if Last Human gets these survivors into chairs.
Oh gosh. Okay, let's see.
So last human making his rounds, going inside just the terrain.
Oh.
So we're just gonna have a quick just check up on how these players are doing. Again, we just want to get the most optimal conditions, ladies and gentlemen. So, and then also we want to keep you guys company in this process. Okay. So Bonbon, you mentioned how last human was so scary with this Bonbon.
Yeah, I mean, again, correct me if my memory is serving me correctly. This was the Bonbon that made Ever Sleeping Town a nightmare.
For NR? Yeah.
For NR, yeah. So expecting the same thing, should he be able to pull it off against IVS. And that's actually one thing. Like, if you think about picks that... Well, then again... let's backtrack on that series. Last Human had such a dominating performance on that Bonbon during the round one that he did.
Yes.
But moving forward, NR was able to adapt accordingly, which was great. I think IVS might have taken notes from that, which is why they were confident enough to leave Bonbon open going into Arms Factory.
Yes. Also, it being the first, they weren't really able to counter that Bonbon, but I'm pretty sure they expected that Bonbon coming out. And yeah, you mentioned that it was a close series with NR and OSM. NR falling to OSM 11-16, but you did mention that, yeah, he does like to take command of that first round, and we have seen how terrorizing his Bonbon could be. So I'm pretty sure, as you mentioned, IVS did take down notes, and this isn't a news to them. They know how he wants to play this Bonbon. What's interesting to note is if they'll risk saves, because we've seen how terrorizing he could be.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen some teams just completely forego even attempting a save. So
yeah.
I mean, that's something that IVS might want to put up for consideration. But you know what? Thinking about that, let's look at the survivors that they have and whether or not it'll probably merit not wanting to take the risk. So they have a Perfumer.
Yeah.
Perfumer can kind of work around those bombs. Okay.
She could.
Let's see. Prospector, not really. I mean, the magnets, it's more for, Distancia Amigo, not Distancia Bomb. Not distance from the bomb. So that's not really going to help you. Unless you can get some crowd control on the Guard 26, but just overall, it's still it's a risk. It's a risk.
Merc is probably the best.
Merc is doable as well.
Yeah. In terms of,
Seer, I mean, probably use that. Seer himself going in it's a bit tricky. Probably just use that owl on whoever's going to go in for the rescue. That's probably if it comes to that point. I mean, you would ideally want to use that owl to prolong your kites, not necessarily use it as a tool just to expend just for the rescue. Because if you think about it, that's a lot of utility as is you're going to end up using just to go for that one save against a Bonbon, especially if the position is where he's able to establish a rampart of a defense. Those areas where there's so many structure around you that's so tight and you can't really, you're just not left with much real estate to dodge around bombs.
True. And as you mentioned the strengths, I'm thinking who is the best survivor to hunt first? Definitely not the Merc. It's a toss-up between the Seer, Prospector, and Seer, Prospector. I'm missing one more.
Perfumer.
Perfumer. Oof. Right. I mean, toss-up between those three. So let's see how Last Human will be able to hunt these survivors down. Wolfie in the vicinity, but Wolfie is the mercenary. So let's see if Last Human will commit to chasing this survivor down. Just wants to hamper the Cypher Rush. Last Human still a very patient and disciplined player, roaming around this because he can hear the Cypher just clicking away. So it's probably halfway done in his book.
Oh my gosh. So here we go. Last Human taking a bit of a while to sniff out a target here. So far, IVS has been proving to be the elusive bunch, but you know what? finally rewarded. 2 options that he can go for here.
Yeah.
And actually, you know what? He could even go for a 2-for-1 with these bombs.
He could. And Zhao Kahn and Kiridana here. Breaking that pallet is a huge deal because it's going to cut some corners here in the arms factory. Kiridana here shifting away because he did see that the basement was there. Note that he does have 1 owl in his utility, so that may come if Last Human can close out that distance and that hammer does swing.
Ooh, man, Kiridana really dodging, sidestepping, has been quite on point so far. Ooh, that was close, though. There you go. Look at all those hits coming in, though, and that laugh, Poch. This Last Human is really starting to pick up the pace here.
Yeah, that menacing laugh just shows that he got that hit in. Excellent sequence there from Last Human. Gets 1 more hit. Oh my god, that laugh once again, that dreaded laugh. 3 ciphers remaining, but you can see that the mercenary is in the vicinity, so he will have to shift priorities, or will he try to go for that cipher?
Yeah, Owl unfortunately not going to be making it in the nick of time for Seer right there. And yeah, earlier, Poch, you brought up the discussion about who among the 3 would be the most ideal target. I would definitely say the Seer, because as you can see, with the Owls expended, there's not really much for him to work with anymore. And this is the other question we were putting up, Poch. How the rescue can potentially pan out.
Wow! Excellent rescue there, baiting out the hit, and 2 ciphers remaining. You see that Perfumer working on that 1 cipher. So Last Human really has to work on something here. Excellent pallet drop by Kiridana, extending his kite, but the blink will be a factor for him not to even consider breaking that pallet down.
Yes, sir. Can Kiridana avoid that last hit? And oh, unfortunately, the second one does come in. Nonetheless, such a progress that IVS is making on the ciphers. It's only the second time that Kiridana is heading to the rocket chair. So that said, so much leeway. And
watch out.
I love the positioning coming in from Last Human, but oh man, the salvage coming in from Zhao Kahn on the flip side.
Yeah, that was an excellent utilization of the magnets, and still 2 ciphers remaining. Last Human getting 2 for 1 down. The Last Human is out to hunt, and Kiridana here shifting his sights, just making sure that no one is in the area. He's probably going to chair him inside 3 pallet, just so he'll have cipher control. But look at that, the Seer was able to break free. Wolfie still pushing those ciphers, and now closes the door on that pallet for Last Human to just not interrupt him for that cipher rush progress.
Yes, sir. And Kiridana has to be careful. Luckily, the hit doesn't quite connect there. Last Human really struggling to get Kiridana here. But then again, Kiridana, we gotta remember, the same survivor that kited the many seconds the last time we saw IVS. So this is no surprise at all that he's really given Last Human trouble here. But you know what? Enough is enough, says Last Human.
Yep, a lot of bombs come into place. And this is Kiridana's strength. He does want to kite at the onslaught, him being the Seer, him usually being the first target. And now he is on the rocket chair for the second time. Now Wolfie over there at the midsection of the map. And now look at Mar. He's using the perfume, but she will eat a hit in the process. And we're seeing a 2-for-1 rescue here, Articuno. But look at that, the Perfumer falls. No, the pop happens, and all the survivors are still up.
Oh man, Kiridana has this work cut out for him though. Just 1 more hit and there you go. You know what this means, Poch? If Last Human can share this here ASAP, this gives him room still to try to take down another survivor.
True. Will he be switching to teleport or still keeping that blink? He does have vicinity of the factory exit. Now he makes his way towards the other exit, which is over at Shack. Again, this is one of the things that's tough about of using a Bonbon. You know, he doesn't have that much teleportation options. Still sniping and looking around. Mar and Wolfie, now he is switched to teleport, using it right away, and they are all the way out of there. And now Last Human has to walk all the way back to get to Zhao Kahn. This could potentially be a 3-1, and the Prospector gets the gate open. That is GG's on the side of IVS.
IVS, very well played right there. And you know what? No real need to bring out any surprises. They just stick to their guns, stick to the textbook, and it did the trick. Oh man, can we just talk about first off? Okay, let's go ahead and break things down first before I just go crazy on how IVS played that really, really neatly. First off, Last Human didn't have the easiest time spotting out a survivor right away.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, it didn't necessarily mean that IVS was in a good position yet, because we did see them kind of need to rotate in the process. Eventually, Last Human did find 2 targets, and then with heavy aggression towards Kiridona, you brought up the thought of which among the 3 would have been the best. I think it would still be this year, just because once that all expended, good done deal. But what kind of became tricky is this is Kiridona we're talking about here.
Yes.
This guy has bought so many seconds of containment and distraction just so that the rest of the team can just breathe easily and work on those ciphers. And oops, he did it again.
And just to mention that that stat we mentioned a while ago, that he has been going back to the manor a lot in terms of the survivors here in IVC, but that's not the whole picture, because he's able to buy so much time for his team and contain the hunter for so long, and we saw that there. Excellent stuff on this side of Kiridona, because again, you're kiting a bonbon in Arms Factory, and not just any bonbon. That was Last Human's bonbon. Using the owl to full utility for him to extend that kite, and he was just aware, and just the teamwork on IVS getting that pop at the right moment, even though the bonbon did have a time to chase after the survivors. It's just that's what's tough about using bonbon. If you have a tough early and mid game, your late game is going to be even harder, because of how your camping is usually how you get survivors down. So now let's check out the match data as we just wrap a little bow around this match and really sum it up. Kiridana here, 118 seconds. Excellent time there on the containment for this bonbon. Wolfie, though, pushing the ciphers and also containing his fair share of this guard 26. Zhao Khan not too far behind. Excellent magnet placements, by the way, if we're going to highlight some of the best plays of the match. And Mar going for that rescue, utilizing the perfume to full effect. Last Human, though, the destruction on this guard 26, 18 attack hits, 1 pallet destroyed, and 6 knockdowns.
Yeah, and we also got to talk about how IVS did such a great job working as a team, not just towards the ciphers, but also whenever Kiridona did need assistance. Those rescues were so on point, and that was the worry we were expressing earlier, Poch. Once guard 26 cheers a survivor, like, would you want to risk going for the save, especially after we saw how Last Human was so dominant in the last game that he played on guard 26. But as we said, just looking at the match result first, it's equal 4-4. MVP is going to be Nerukun. Again, can't stress enough, Doctor with 155 seconds containment time. Wow.
It's just awesome to see one of the OGs of Identity 5 characters be represented by OSM's Nerukun, and the Doctor getting MVP. Just, it comes to full circle of how far this game has come along. Yeah, you still go back to the basics when you're facing that Joseph, going for those heals, and you saw how pesky that Doctor was in keeping that mechanic for long in that run. So we are all tied up in round number 1, Articuno. It's getting pretty intense as these rounds go on.
Yes, sirree. And it's only going to get tougher, Poch. This guarantees a round 3, Poch. So we're getting the full series out of these 2. But I think, yeah, as I said, it's going to get much, much more trickier. IVS, it's very clear their resolve to stay in the game is super duper strong now. It's kind of interesting to see how round 2 is going to pan out, because Long Dip Try bringing in the photographer, and as you said, there was like one match, if I recall correctly, that it was consistent Bloody Queens, and now it's consistent photographers during the last one. So if we're going to go by the trend, is it going to be the same thing where Long Dip Try kind of sticks to the photographer for the next 2 rounds? That's kind of risky in itself, because the way I see it, OSM really looks like the kind of team that not only strategically knows how to work around a hunter, but as these rounds go along, now that they're actually getting real-time experience going up against Long Dip Try's photographer, they'll also know how to do better moving forward, just so that they'd have better numbers better numbers, better points out of round 2 than they did round 1.
Right. Salient points, and I agree with all of them. And also another thing to bring up with that photographer conversation that you put there is what is going to happen when they ban the photographer, and what is Long Dep Tri going to do? Right. Also, what if they don't ban the photographer, but Long Dep Tri bans the doctor?
Right.
So that's going to be a tough match. So looking at the standings here, OSM still leading the pack with 2-2. IVS just trying to get in that 2-person mark. Right. But if you look at the net wins, OSM still leading the pack, but it's looking like a neck and neck race. It really has to depend on how IVS performs in this matchup.
Yes, sirree. And take note, guys, the team points that we're looking at does not include the recent round just yet. This is just so that we give you all a reminder of how the points are looking and why this particular match is so crucial for OSM, IVS, and even NR at this point.
And I can't wait to get this round going and just try to update it. So again, not updated, but we are just giving you a snapshot of what is at stake. IVS trying to break the ceiling here for them to be able to reach that 2-point mark, to be in contention to come into the conversation of playoffs.
Right. And it's so hard. It really is hard, Poch. This is why we've been building up Group B to be one of the more uncertain groups between the two. Group A being more absolute, Group B just still hanging by a thread, these 3 teams.
Yeah, so don't count IVS out just yet. We did predict OSM, but it's not going to be an easy or clean victory if IVS is in the conversation with how well they've been performing so far. And you know what? They have been rising to the occasion, and they're really giving OSM a run for their money. And they really want they really want OSM to, take them down so that they can show, all right, you do deserve to lead this pack. So really interesting match we have ahead of us.
For sure, Poch, for sure. And can't really wait to get into that now. Talking about the map.
Yes.
I really think that for this particular series, it would be much ideal for both OSM and IVS to stick to the more frequented maps. I wouldn't really risk going for the wider maps. I feel like just going for the more standard maps leaves less uncertainty off the board, where both Hunter and Survivor can play a little bit more up to standard, I would say. Not really needing to think out of the box too much in order to adjust to a wider map. If needed, that is. If that would be something that both teams would want to explore in the first place. So
looking at their hunters, yes, if Long Dep Tri still wants to use the Joseph, he does. We did see him use Joseph on Moonlit, but for him to really traverse around the map would merit a very compact stage. Same goes for Last Human's Bonbon. If he wants a little bit of a redemption arc with getting more survivors back to the manor, he would want to opt for one of those more compact. I would go for like a Red Church or a hospital, since we did do arms. And maybe save the funky maps of Eversleeping Town and Lakeside for the last round. Because as of now, we do have to head on over to that 3rd round, as dead even as they are. It just seems like a trend in this weekend, like just even throughout the 1st and 2nd, and then they just break away in the 3rd or 2nd half of the 2nd round. Yeah.
All right, I have to agree with you, Poch. So yeah, we'll have to wait for that pick and ban to come in just a bit, just so that we can see how the playing field will pan out for both IVS as well as OSM. But while we're waiting for that, again, be sure to let us know how you guys are feeling about this series so far and who y'all are rooting for by using the hashtag IVC2020C whenever you put those tweets, those posts out. Or if you're tweeting about general Southeast Asia for Identity 5, be sure to use the hashtag IDVSEA as well, so that we can see what is going on with you all and what your thoughts are in the social media stratosphere.
Keep the conversation going. Keep the identity 5 scene alive and pumping, so that everyone in the back end of things can see how passionate Southeast Asia Identity 5 is. And that me and Articuno do love checking those out, the conversation. But now let's head on over to the picks and bans as we head in round number 2, Sacred Heart Hospital, and now the survivors of OSM denying long depth try of that Joseph.
Yes, sirree. Not going to be allowing long depth try to be fine wine on that Joseph, where he'll just get better every round. They'll be breaking the trend that we saw from long depth try during the past 2 matches. Going to force him on a different hunter this time. Let's go ahead and check out their survivor fix. Pretty much up to standard once again, Punch.
Yep, we are seeing Nerakun with that Seer, a jacket with the signature calling card that is the forward flash, going with a Gravekeeper, and 9 Mamos with the mechanic. But long depth try, we've seen him use this Bloody Queen before. Bloody Queen is very optimal in Sacred Heart, so let's see who will get the best. Will it be IVS or OSM heading into round number 2 of the first half?
So we're seeing yet another hunter from long depth try that we've seen in play from him during this particular tournament. So that said, I have a thought that I have about long depth try going into round 3, but I'll save that for later, as we'll be focusing on the present. Can long depth try prove to reap better results on this Bloody Queen for round 2? Let's go ahead and see as we head into the first half of round number 2.
Long depth try spawning at the ruins area of Shack, spotting out, and seeing Nerakun right away, this Seer. One of the most optimal targets here, but we do have a mechanic running loose. So Nerakun gonna try to get as much attention as possible for that mechanic to be able to just go for that Cypher Rush. And you see that the mechanic's doll is already in the playing field and just roaming around for him to be able to, just go for that Cypher, go for those Cyphers.
Yes, sirree. And oh my gosh, here we have it, the chase. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, Nerakun just waiting it out, seeing where long depth try was eventually gonna roam around. Now, normally this is a strong hiding point. However, it's different when you're dealing with a mirror. So that kind of that area becomes smooth in this case.
Yeah, but he was able to negate it with that owl. So excellent utilization there. And now the mirror is on cooldown. Nerakun just trying to build rage here, just being at the vicinity of this Bloody Queen, waiting for her to just break that pallet. But then again, countdown is on for that mirror image to pop up. And rest assured that the pincer will be a factor. Look at this jacket with that signature stun for Nerakun to just rotate away from that kiting area and for that mirror image to be nullified.
Oh my gosh, this is a little bit of a setback for OSM losing out on Sears early on, but it's totally fine. Very much reasonable for OSM to deal with. It's still very early into the game, but okay, this is the thing though. Basement was in Shack, so
yeah, that's just a wrench thrown into the mix here for OSM. So how will they be able to make the approach? We do have a Gravekeeper on deck, as well as a forward that did utilize that rush. Now it is 9 Mamos making that approach. It is the mechanic, while the doll is still loose. So very gutsy for this mechanic to be the one to go for that save. Oh, wow, eats the hit just to save Nerakun. And now Nerakun, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, does have an owl on deck. And we do see Jacket just hanging out there just to make sure that if he does get chaired. Oh, wow, look at that. Moves, misses the stun, but buys enough time. Nerakun is still hanging out at the lower part of that map. How will he choose to make this escape?
Oh, man, that is unfortunate. Mirror image going to pop in. That should be a good point for Pincer, but Nerakun popping that owl just in the nick of time will buy him a little bit more time to distance himself between himself as well as the Bloody Queen. But unfortunately, not enough time for him to go over that window as long as he gets the hit on it.
Yeah, so now Long Depth Try going back to the basement. But mind you, if he does go to that basement, he is kind of limiting himself for those ciphers. But the mirror image will help him for that. So now I believe it is going to be the Gravekeeper going for that save. He is in that burrow state, and I believe he is around the area. Long Depth Try trying to sniff out some survivors here just to hamper the cipher rush. And now you see that the Gravekeeper is in the vicinity. Accelerating decoding is a factor now for this team. The Flash is there though. The Flash made it. He's waiting for him to get that hit in.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Long Depth Try actually a little bit of a miss on that hit, but take note, this is going to be very dangerous for Narukun at this point.
Wow, did the Gravekeeper get that hit? Yes, he did. The Seer is out of there. Tide Turner is still in effect, but look at this. The hop, oh wow, last effort is popped. And Narukun now just trying his best to just keep himself away from any of the survivors, just so that he'll be able to buy enough time. Narukun is going back to the manor, but then, you know what, the time was bought. We do see 2 ciphers left. The forward is working on 1 more cipher, so we are almost reaching the end game, while I believe Long Depth Try moves over to Peepers.
Yes, sirree. And 3 survivors, 2 ciphers. Narukun, without a doubt, maximizing the time that he had, keeping Long Depth Try preoccupied. But this is great footing for Long Depth Try at this point. Ooh, there you go, a hit onto Jacket. Every single member of OSM now with a hit to them.
And now Long Depth Try making sure that none of these ciphers will be moved or touched, dropping those peepers just so that he'll be able to monitor them and just patrol around the area as he chases away the forward. Oh, uses the mirror image. This could be a potential pincer. Uses the pallet to his advantage and now switches the mirror image up to down the forward.
Oh my gosh, this is really, really big for Long Depth Try. Methodically being able to work around these survivors from OSM. And take note, OSM kind of needs to take a breather. I love that they're playing this methodically as well, making sure that they heal up first, just so that they have the better chances when they try to go for the save, and also better chances moving forward in this series against Long Depth Try. But oh man, mirror image getting a hit on that mechanic, that's not going to help their cause.
Oh wow, and he shifts his sights over to that mechanic. Excellent call there from Long Depth Try, but the forward will be saved by the Gravekeeper, while 9 Mamos tries to keep Long Depth Try as occupied as possible. Mind you that there is a cipher that is there, that is almost primed and ready, and we do see the save coming out of the forward. And look at that beautiful swipe on Long Depth Try to down this mechanic.
Yes, sir. The heal comes in as well, just to make sure that Gravekeeper is, or rather forward is kept, well, generally both sides speaking, hopefully they can keep themselves a little bit more healthier. But looking at the position of both survivors on this map so far, doesn't seem like they're gonna try to force the heal onto forward. They're just gonna not waste any time to start working on those ciphers once again and hopefully get save onto 9 Mamos.
And yes, it is the Flash that is going for the save. Does have 1 shovel to work with. Gonna eat that hit to try to close out the distance. Gets the save on the mechanic. There is no Tide Turner, ladies and gentlemen. So 9 Mamos really has to work her way around the structures to last long. Long Depth Try, though, gets a perfectly placed swipe, and the bot is still in play. Shack Cypher is being moved. But then again, 2 ciphers remain, and Long Depth Try still focusing on this mechanic.
Oh my gosh. Halfway through now, that's still a little bit of breathing room for OSM, but the pressure is really on. Long Depth Try has not only been on point with making sure that he is always proactive, always kept busy by keeping a survivor in check, but also just the general pressure on the ciphers. This is going to be very dangerous for Jacket, though. Long Depth Try decides to close the distance, really wants in on that hit for him, but Jacket is using this Shack beautifully to keep Long Depth Try busy.
Oh my gosh, unfortunate. If you saw at the lower left side there, ladies and gentlemen, the Gravekeeper was not able to make it in time to the mechanic, just inches away, but the mechanic is sent back to the manor. 2 ciphers left, 2 survivors, 1 injured forward. It's looking like Long Depth Try is just aligning everything in his favor as he tries to down Jacket.
IVS is really going in for the kill here. 1 cipher has already been popped. Jacket just, taking a side trip towards making sure that Cypher is propped for his teammate. But big question here is Long Dep Try gonna strap him to a rocket chair? And is Gravekeeper aware of the position of this dungeon? Based on the direction he's going in, he might actually... Wait, no, he's actually...
He's over there. Yeah, he's over there at hospital. So now I think he's buying some time just for him to. He does have a shovel to use, so that, and he does have two hits left in him. So I believe he's going for Jacket. He's going for that save just so he can make it. But no, not enough time. And now the Flash though in the area, he's gonna use that burrow and he's gonna get hit out of it. And now the forward will be heading back to the manor. Can the Flash make it in time for him to be able to go exit that dungeon? I believe he's gonna make it unless IVS Long Dep Try gets that pincer going. Watch out, is he gonna make it? He does!
Oh my gosh, right in the nick of time, just to make sure OSM gets yet another point out of this. Ladies and gents, it is a 3-for-1 once again, this time in favor of, oh my god, IVS. What a game.
What a game.
And you know what?
Game. Sorry,
let's go ahead and talk about that. As I said, he was so proactive.
He was, and just to bring it up, it was OSM that brought out the Bloody Queen because of the ban of the photographer. And you know, Long Dep Try having a very scary Bloody Queen, it was put on display there. Even though the mechanic was allowed to roam around more, and they did go after that seer, it was just, I think one of the changing factors there was the basement being in shack. It was such a hard rescue, and it was just it was smothering. It's like he held the seer up hostage there, and it was just a choke point, and it stayed at 2 ciphers for a while, making a 3-1 victory for Long Dep Try.
Right, and gosh, at the same time, just looking at that game, as I said, Long Dep Try was very proactive, was constantly. There was a dull moment for him, really. He was always on somebody's tail and had the right targets, not to mention, in the order that they were kind of scouted out. OSM tried to make the most of it, though. They were really trying to push for those ciphers, but the reality is, as soon as they lost out on that first survivor, Long Dep Try was so on point with not only, there was always a survivor that he had within chase or on a rocket chair that forced OSM to respond. And not only was that a complication for OSM, but also, even with Long Dep Try occupied at one point, he was also multitasking by making sure those ciphers were kept in check, which is why OSM really struggled with getting the pop on that last cipher.
Yeah, it was just Long Dep Try really playing to the strengths of the Bloody Queen. Every time the mirror cooldown was done, he would go straight for it once again to get those pincers going and really hamper. You saw how crazy he was when he was able to swipe out the mechanic from across the map. So he knows the cipher placements. He knows how to utilize that Bloody Queen. So excellent stuff. Let's check out the match data as we wrap up this first half. So we see Nerukun there, barely touching a cipher, but the containment time on this is tied to Jacket, who was one of the first savers of this matchup because he did get those stuns going on. Jacket, though, able to really push those ciphers to the 3-digit mark, as well as the Flash and 9 Mamos. But looking at Long Dep Try's stats, though, him with his excellent mirror images and excellent placed attacks, 18 attack hits, 5 pallets destroyed, and 6 knockdowns.
Oh my gosh, and just super well played by Long Dep Try. As I said, IVS is really in it to keep themselves in this tournament. Now, a question I'm going to keep lingering in preparation for round 3 is, we've seen the photographer ban, we've seen Bloody Queen before, which might likely merit another ban coming in from OSM. That will force Long Dep Try on another hunter we haven't seen him use yet in this tournament, if ever that is the case.
That's true. And I'm sure the Bloody Queen merits now a respect ban, at least with how devastating she performed in such a compact map. So that will be saved for the third part. Now let's move over to Last Human, and how they're able to, how the survivors of IVS will fare against him in this map.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of wondering now if okay.
A little bit of insight here with Nana. I was able to talk to Wolfie about Nana. Nana is a priestess, perfumer, and mechanic main. So interesting that they bring this into the mix. Maybe they want to go for a kiting heavy, what's that, player, or they just feel that they're going to outright ban the mercenary.
Right, and okay, this is an interesting shakeup for IVS. In which case, so yeah, with this substitution, we'll find out in a while if that'll affect the tides of war for IVS, particularly even Last Human. Whether it might be the shakeup that IVS needs to complicate the situation for Last Human as far as pulling in points for OSM. This is a tough call right now, Poch. And you know what? Earlier we were talking about from our predictions, we were talking about how OSM had some pretty neat stats going into this over IVS. But I think, like, just based on the performance we've seen from IVS so far, those stats are slowly getting are kind of shifting at this point.
Oh yeah, for sure. And as you mentioned, the trump cards are coming out. You did see how they were able to perform so well fundamentally against the Bonbon. And now with this player substitution of Nana being in the mix, they do have a little more characters up their sleeve with a priestess and a mechanic. So with two survivors being banned, most likely one of them being the mercenary, but are we going to see a ban of a priestess? Because if that's the case, out of Nana's characters, of what I've heard that she uses, the perfumer will be in the mix as well as the mechanic.
Right, and this is super tricky to call right now. Again, guys, continue to show support for the teams you guys are cheering for. I can't stress this enough, because at this point, I think every single bit would count for these two. It's pretty intense. And again, hashtags IVC 2020C and hashtag IDVC for those that want to put out their thoughts on social media with who you want to see, who you think is going to make it out alive towards the end of this Group B, because everything is in the balance right now, not just for IVS and OSM, but also for NR, depending on how the series plays out.
Yep, and as Articuno mentioned before, use the hashtag OSM win or hashtag IVS win, and do root for your teams and who you support, and do show their love on social media for all of them as this match progresses.
Yes, and all we can do right now is just wait for that second half for round two to come in. But man, I'm really happy about how these games have been playing out so far, Poch. Truly worthy of a finale, of a last day of our group stage before we head into that playoffs. And without a doubt, whichever two teams are going to be joining both GK and VX in the top four, they're going to give them hell for sure.
That's true. So let's talk about the matchup, because what I'm interested to see is the bans coming out of Last Human. Is he going to go for the triumvirate we talk about, or because in the previous ban, we did see a priestess not making it. So will that come into the picture now and allow Zhao Khan to use his priestess, to see him use his prospector in forward, or even allow Nana to use her perfumer or priestess? So that begs the question, how ready is Last Human for this last minute shakeup?
Oh, Last Human, last minute shakeup. I mean, I theoretically speaking am not worried for Last Human in that aspect, because I feel that so long as OSM does what they do best, as far as being able to play textbook, regardless of the curveball, I don't think it'll matter as much, the substitutions. I feel like what might matter, if it does come to it, is whether or not we see interesting shifts in IVS's draft. I feel like that could be something that could throw off Last Human. But as far as this swap, if IVS is gonna play towards textbook as well, then I don't really foresee. I think it will be like the way I see it. It's probably gonna be business as usual still for both IVS and OSM. But that's how I kind of see how this is gonna pan out as we enter the second half.
I do think it's business as usual, but as you mentioned, trump cards. I really think they might bring something out of the textbook, and they might shake things up because Nana seeing the tournament scene now again begs the question: how ready is Nana? Because Wolfie was the one that we usually see and the one we call. So this having this anomaly in the mix. I believe Last Human needs to, not look past anyone else, but look. Did you cast a spell on the mic?
Yeah, like jibbity bobbity boop. Accidentally.
Yeah. So as I was saying, Nana could be. It could play into the mind games because again, in this game, not having any information is actually a bad thing. So ignorance is not bliss, especially with so big of stakes on the line for Last Human. So again, Long Depth Ride really did the work here. 3-1, setting the pace. So are we going to see another 3-1, or are we going to see a victor in one of these rounds as we head into round number 3? Only time will tell. But I'm really interested to see how Nana will fare in the fray of the and she, mind you, she's in the thick of it now. Everyone's all warmed up.
Yeah, that's very true. At the same time, just thinking about IVS, if anything, IVS is going into this with a lot more surprises, I feel, up their sleeve, more so than OSM. And I feel like that's why even in prediction, I was having trouble with choosing, because at the end of the day, like we said, as MCs, we have the habit of normally leaning towards relying more on the stats to help us make those predictions. But in this case, it was tricky for me because I still feel that IVS has more to give and show and shock people with going into these series, whether or not it is called for in this series, whether or not they'll bring that to play. It's hard to tell because we haven't really seen any other telltale signs of them being able to shock us, and not necessarily in a bad way, but just in terms of any surprise picks that we might see out of them. So it's really a tough call to make right now. It's hard. It's hard to predict and assume whether or not there are other trump cards that IVS might bring right now, because so far from what we're seeing, they have been playing by what IVS does best.
True. So that's IVS's side. Now, in the terms of hunters for Last Human side, I think that the Dream Witch is going to get banned for sure. I mean, this is a compact map. We've seen how effective a Dream Witch can last. Now, this begs the question, will he try to go back for the Bonbon or bring out another hunter like the Bloody Queen?
Right. I mean, Last Human, gosh, this is like, if looking at the hunters in this tournament, he is one guy I feel like I never had to worry about as far as hunter picks they can bring to the table. Whatever the occasion calls for based on what IVS drafts, I feel like Last Human will have the proper response to this accordingly. Again, it just goes back to the telltale signs of OSM. Not necessarily needing to rely on their own comfort. They are very capable of adjusting, adapting to whoever their opponent is, and I think that is that's a strong asset, a strong strength to have as a team when you're entering the Identity 5 esports scene. It will come to a point where you can't just rely on your safety picks. You can't just rely on your comfort picks. You really have to be able to adapt accordingly to whatever curveball is thrown at you. And I think OSM is one of those teams that define that. But you know what, Poch? With the speculation that we have, let's go ahead and see what'll come forward as we head into pick and ban.
Ooh, they're letting the Merc through, and Kredana will actually be the one donning the Merc. Nana going with the Perfumer, Zhao Kahn with that Stunner that is a forward, and Mar with the Mechanic, and we are going to see a banned Dream Witch. So Seer and Priestess being banned here at Sacred Heart Hospital. Excellent choice for Last Human. We are going to see a Bloody Queen. So back-to-back Bloody Queen matches here at Hospital. And just a fun fact that I'm pretty sure everyone knows this by now, but Bloody Queen has been the most picked hunter in IVC 2020.
See, loves their Bloody Queen. But you know what? As we head into the second half, it's going to be a game of who wore it better, or in this case, who played it better. I guess we'll find out as we head into this. Fasten your seatbelts, guys. Last Human is on the field. But you know what? IVS has proven that they can rise to the challenge against Last Human. Let's see if they can do it again.
Okay, so now we see Last Human here spawning at Hospital and trying to make sure he's able to snipe out any survivors that spawn here. Now moving towards the entrance and sees that Mar is in the vicinity and sees some scratch marks. Excellent placement of that mirror. Tries to swipe at Mar, and this is actually a great pick of survivors to go for because this is the mechanic. Now Mar going to statue here, just trying to make the real estate work to her advantage. Mar's still not dropping any pallets as of yet. Oh, goes down, and excellent timing on Last Human swipe.
Oh my gosh. This is a good start here for Last Human, in which case, if he could pin down Mars super early on, that is going to eliminate what early problems he might have had by keeping a mechanic left on check. And there you have it. Early whack comes in, and Last Human is going to make the switcheroo with that mirror image of himself, and it's rocket chair duty for Mar.
One thing that Mar was able to do early on was to drop that doll. So that doll will be able to push some ciphers while Kredana over here as the Merc will be ready for that save. But no, he shifts away just to make sure that, he doesn't he gets swiped early on for this rescue attempt. And now we're going to see probably a pincer technique, but no, Kredana able to just use the elbow pads to full effect, gets the swipe on it, but that is a clean rescue coming out of Mar. But then it's not over yet. He does have to capitalize some distance away from Last Human.
Yes, Yuri. That was beautiful strategy coming in from Kredana, anticipating the mirror image to come at him and get a whack on him first, and then use the pads just to close some distance between himself, going for the rescue towards Mar. But unfortunately, Mar will fall once again, and a rocket chair is super near him. Last Human, though, gonna go for the multitask, wants to make sure to put some pressure on survivors first. No pressure to bring Mar to that rocket chair just yet, and there you have it. No whack will come in, but that will be second time finally for Mar on that rocket chair. Time is ticking for IVS.
Yeah, Kredana there, just at the ruins part of the shack exit. So now he does have half health. Will he be going for that save? Because again, it's very tricky. Tide Turner was spent already, and Mechanic is doing her job, still pushing ciphers with her doll. Zhao Kahn in the area, but Kredana is over there, so it's a 2-for-1 rescue. And he's still just giving Last Human a lot to think about. Excellent swipe there to negate the tackle, and now Mar is off the rocket chair.
Yes, sir. No hesitation whatsoever coming in from Last Human, but this is so dangerous. Ooh, the last whack comes in from Mar, but not before Mar decides to close out some distance between himself and Last Human, just to buy some time for the rest of the team, just to make sure that he gets the full value off of his life before he's sent off to the rocket chair one last time. But look at this. Last Human really wants to get the pincer in onto Kredana, and beautiful, because that will force IVS to choose. Do we try to help the mechanic? At this point, it doesn't look like it'll be feasible. They'll just go straight to healing Kredana instead, as Last Human is guaranteed safe forward towards making sure this mechanic sees the light of day one last time.
I love the shift of priorities here of Last Human, just making sure that no one's near the area, just still scouting around to see if he can put some well-placed mirrors, and he does over there at the ruined side of Shack. Sees that Kredana there was trying to just get some help from his teammate, and now we're going to see a shared mercenary. No more Tide Turners for these two rescuers, but we have yet to see the Perfumer come into play, as we have one cipher left, Articuno.
Yes, sir. IVS made the most of the time that Mar was able to buy it. And can I just say, this is probably one of those rare moments we're not going to see Kredana as the first one out of this game. So
good point. Yeah.
That's something new.
Now Nana in the fray, the substitute, trying to go for that save while we see the forward just at the steps of hospital because he was pushing that cipher. And ladies and gentlemen, the mercenary does take a while. Wow, perfume used, but no, wow, tries to get the rescue. Watch out. Oh, gets the hit. Beautiful save. No tide turner though, and we do have one elbow pad left. Oh my gosh, the blink is unforgiving for Cardona. Excellent usage there by Last Human.
Yes, this is huge for Last Human right now, being able to chair this forward for the mercenary for the second time. And you know what? It seems that Last Human doesn't want to play any more games. He's gonna bring this mercenary straight to the basement.
And now we see the perfumer still in full health. Let's see how they'll respond to this shared mercenary. And Last Human still trying to see if there's any survivors. Oh wow, he sees the forward trying to go for the shack exit because there was a cipher that was close to being primed there. And now Last Human here at a standstill because both these players are gonna Zalcon trying to go for that cipher while Nana wanting to go down to save her fellow teammate. She tries to go for it, but look at that, gets a swipe in there, and Nana goes for the save just in the nick of time. And now we're gonna see, oh wow, excellent hit on the mercenary, and we see that the time is being bought because the forward is going for that pop.
Yes, sirree. Can Kiradona establish just enough distance before he gets picked up by Last Human? Looks like it's very feasible. Look at the progress on that cipher, and there you go. They decide to just pop it straight away, but Last Human is not done just yet. Mirror image has popped up. He wants to close in onto Kiradona. He wants another survivor out of here. He's closing in onto that mirror image. Can he get the swipe? Yes, he can.
Watch out. So Last Human has to play some pickup sticks here because that is a down Merc. Gonna leave him down there just to make sure that the survivors don't progress in exiting this map. Perfumer has used the perfume, has one perfume left, while we have the forward with just a slight rugby ball to utilize to close out that distance. And now they're being chased out of the shack exit, Articuno.
Oh man, that is some pressure that Last Human is really picking up at the last moment. It looks like he doesn't want to be done just yet. Zalcon gonna drop that pallet right there. Last Human keeping him preoccupied. Zalcon maximizing the structure as much as he can to try to distance himself. Buy some time here for IVS. It is coming down to the wire, ladies and gents. Mirror image will be popped up once again. He's looking for the swipe, and he finds it. Down Zalcon goes.
But now the mercenary is up. So could this be a potential 2-2? Once he chairs the survivor, the mercenary still has to make his way towards the front exit. Perfumer is already there. We're gonna see a teleport come out of the gate, and we're gonna see Last Human chase out Nana, the one survivor that made it out. Now Kirdana is using that doll that the mechanic left. And now we're gonna see what happens here. Oh my
god.
Last Human snipes out the doll if he's able to hit. No, he's not. He sees the doll, sees where the mercenary is at. Kirdana at the top of hospital, while Zalcon is slowly fading away. Will he be going back to the manor though?
Oh man, that's still a lot of time. Kiradona has his options cut out for him. He's trying to sneak up towards the top side. Is Last Human gonna bite though? He will go upstairs and try to find Kiradona, but
and mind you, Articuno, that the dungeon is right there near the forward. So Kiradona trying to make his way. Will he be able to save the forward in time? Because he is closing out that distance, but that mirror image is going to halt his progress. Utilization of the toolkit of this Bloody Queen. Oh, wow, no, but they get the exit. Enough? Will it be enough? It's still waiting to be open. The mercenary still has time. Watch out. Oh, he gets it. It's a 2-2.
Oh my gosh, and you know what this means, Potch? Towards the end of this, IVS will be taking the win for the second round, and oh my god, and they take a round win, but at the end of the day, it's still pretty close, Potch. A round win doesn't really merit as much in this best of three, since first round was a tie, so it'll still ultimately come down to how the points roll out moving forward.
Yes. Now, yeah, IVS can celebrate just a little bit because they were able to get round number 2. But again, round number 3, that usually is the the tide turner, the factor that changes everything. So they can't rest on their laurels just yet. Yes, they did topple OSM in this round, but heading into the second round, you're rest assured that OSM is adjusting their game plan, especially Last Human with how he deals with those survivors. So really interesting matchup. So let's try to break down what we just witnessed there.
Sure. Again, towards the start of that game, perfect target by getting the mechanic. It's very interesting though how those other, and in all fairness, he was always on top of that mechanic for the first few minutes of that game. But on the flip side, mechanic bought so much time for the team to just work on those ciphers, just gave so much breathing room for IVS, and I think that was why at some point in time, Last Human really had to be on point, not only in making sure that he kept up the chase, but also tried to pressure ciphers whenever he could. But I think by that point, the damage has been done by IVS, where they had a bit more of an advantage to work with. That was really scary, though. It really could have still gone towards a 3-1, and we could have ended up with another tie. But the timing was just perfect, in which case Perfumer was able to get out of the gate towards the end. All the Mercenary had to do, if he couldn't get the same on the forward, just wait for the forward to skyrocket back to the manor, and they already had perfect awareness of where that dungeon was, so it was a good done deal. That was very clutch at the last moment, though. That was very scary, but IVS pulled through in the end.
And that just shows that the Mercenary you have to respect Baron the Mercenary because of how he's able to eat hits. You saw that he already was half life, but he was able to eat that hit and still get to the dungeon. So that's what Kiridana was doing, just waiting for that optimal moment. And you saw how long the Mercenary stayed on that rocket chair, even at basement. You saw you know what? We keep talking about how there's a pincer for the Bloody Queen, but they kind of pincered her in that sense where she was guarding the Mercenary at basement while Jacket was working at the cipher over at the shack exit. So just excellent placement on the survivors being able to be as dispersed as possible, even though they're facing such a scary hunter as Last Human and his Bloody Queen, as well as just utilizing the toolkits of all their survivors. So now let's break down the match even further with this match data. Kiridana here, again, being one of the people to get out of the compound, hiding for 70 seconds. Actually, the most time bought among everyone here. Looking at the stats as well, you know what? Even though that Mar was the one that was sent to the manor first, she did hit those triple digits in terms of decoding. Now looking at Last Human, though, just very efficient with his palettes, his mirror image and hits. So this is still, I think this still merits a respect band coming out of IVS.
Definitely, and I just want to say, just a small victory in itself. Kiridana made it out of the map. Actually made it out. The first, it's been a long time coming. Kiridana was usually the sacrificial lamb in a lot of the previous rounds that IVS has played.
I believe that that is one to celebrate, and him being a merc, that's very interesting because we usually see him on Seer. So true. Now that he rocks the merc, he can last, and he is actually a force to be reckoned with. So that is something OSM has to consider and calculate coming into this round number 3. So here are the match results: 7-9, and here we go. Long time coming. Kiridana, round of applause. He was able to get MVP, and he was also able to make it out of the Sacred Heart Hospital.
Oh my gosh. And again, the points, 2-point lead right now. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
2-point lead.
Wait, 2-point lead in favor of IVS here. So that's a fair amount of points to work with, in all fairness. That's quite the leeway, and just makes how the points for Group B will be all the more tricky to figure out how it's gonna pan out. I really can't tell.
Yeah, it really just shows that it's not as dominant as we've seen other matches. It's not like a 5-point deficit. This is 2 points, so it can still swing any which way, and it just shows how game both these teams are in terms of just still fighting to the very end of this group stage and really ending things on a high for us as casters and as people watching at home.
Right, and gosh, round 3 now. So yeah, there's nowhere else to look but heading into round 3, and thank God you still have enough fingers for that. I don't think those fingers are going to work when we hit those best of 5 spots. You better be prepared.
I need another hand.
Yeah, you'll need another hand to count those
Mm-hmm.
if we head into round 5. But yeah, anyway, as I mentioned earlier, Long Dep Try, 2 hunters that he's shown so far in this tournament, Photographer and Bloody Queen. If OSM decides to ban out both, we're finally going to see a different hunter fielded for Long Dep Try. Is this going to be the trump card that IVS has been putting on? Because you can look at it both ways. Either picks are being saved for when the moment calls for it, or you also have to wonder if maybe Bloody Queen and Photographer are within the scope of comfort for Long Dep Try. Hopefully, in this case, he is comfortable to bring other hunters forward in case that Bloody Queen does merit a ban as well. Well, I think it will, because we saw the performance in round 2. How could it not be banned?
Yeah, that's true. I'm actually very interested to see that. That's probably one of the key points I want to highlight coming into this third match, the trump card of Long Dep Try, because we did only see him use 2 hunters, so I'm pretty sure he has something at his back pocket. But for it to be tried and tested in this stage now, especially with a lot on the line, is a very arduous task for him, especially with the weight of his team. Even though like he was able to get his team that 2-point lead, 2 points could be, it's a lead, but it's not a cushiony lead. It's just it's there. So pressure is on OSM, but I still feel like IVS still has to pick up the pace for them to really dominate, for them to solidify their win. And also, they're going to tie with 2-2, so they need the best possible performance if we're going to compare all the scores.
Yeah, I think the easy way to put it, I guess, is 2 points, still manageable to work on. But if OSM wants to make sure that they get the round 3 victory straight up, they need to win both halves.
Yes.
Now halves, straight up win it.
Yeah.
Unless you could get like a 5 points, and then sure, you can afford a half C after that. But other than that, like, that's just the perfect world ideal scenario, just to make sure that OSM wins this series.
Yeah.
If they want to push.
Realistically speaking, if not the 5, they gotta go for that 3-1. No room for halvesies here, because again, they want to impress in the scoreboard, just so that they're able to solidify their spot in the playoffs. So it's just IVS going all out in this, and the Nana pick actually also just changing things up. Wolfie being the Merc, now the Merc going to Cardona, and now Cardona getting the MVP. So kudos to her being able to last that long. So it just shows that, at all these players, the minimum is for you to be well-rounded and for you to really be able to pick up the mantle of any character and run with it no matter what.
Right. And oh man, okay, going back to these picks, I guess. We talked about possibilities for Long Dep Try. Let's talk about Last Human here. It's really interesting to see how Last Human, it's not the definitive performance we saw during his games against NR, but I don't think it's really because it's not on him. I just think it's just IVS really stepping up their game in the series. Last Human is still the fantastic hunter we've seen throughout this tournament. It's just that I think IVS substantially up their game. Their hunger, their thirst, their drive to stay in this tournament has really brought out a plus ultra we haven't seen from them over the past 2 other matches that they've played so far.
Yeah, I think that the performance so far doesn't merit how scary of a hunter Last Human is, and I'm sure that IVS is not taking him any lightly, even though they were able to, find some mild success with dealing with him. That's still, the match isn't still over. Like, the battle is still ongoing, and you know what's scary is that Last Human actually performs a lot better as the rounds progress. He does get those 4 persons out at this stage, so I think IVS is well aware of that, and let's see what else trump cards they have up in their sleeve, because I believe their last trump card would be Long Deptrai's third hunter, if they're gonna ban the photographer and the Bloody Queen.
Yes, sirree. And oh gosh, okay, wait, just adjusting this a bit. Okay, there we go. Like, my curiosity is honestly peaked at this point. Like, because I think it's a no-brainer at this point that photographer and Bloody Queen are coming off the board. What can Long Deptrai bring what else does Long Deptrai have at this point? One thing I can kind of bring up as a possibility, I'm not sure though, because it's good old reliable. There's still other picks that are much more optimal. It's the Ripper. That's his best pick. That is the featured pick he has.
That's actually a good choice there. And look at that, predicting the future there. And the Red Church is where we're going to settle this score. We are seeing that, wow, just one of the triumvirates. Okay, Merc and Forward and Priestess will be banned. OSM doing the surviving right off the bat. We see a Seer by Neriko and the Flash with the Mech, Jacket with a Gravekeeper, and 9 Mamos with that Perfumer. Are we going to see that Ripper? Will Long Deptrai grant us the privilege of seeing our first Ripper in this? Oh, we are seeing a Wu Chang!
Oh!
I'll give you the floor, Takuno. Do your thing.
Oh my gosh. Okay, again, only applicable to group stage. Every time we see a Wu Chang, well, at least, like, if it happens once though, then never again. But if Long Deptrai pulls off a 4 survivor out of the map, I will give away a Frost skin on my official social medias. I'll put out a giveaway. So again, it has to be 4 survivors. Wow. This is something I've been doing over the past days, where whenever Wu Chang comes out in honor of the new Frost skin. But let's see, Poch. Let's see. We're still yet to determine. Long Deptrai. One thing Long Deptrai has to get earlier on is he has to get a strong early game, just so that he can get the max out of his utility.
Yeah, strong early game is what we're seeing, because he's able to snipe out the Gravekeeper right away, and Gravekeeper is injured as we see him transition to the back part of this map. And look at that, finds the Mechanics doll in the process. We are going to see the Jacket use his utility kit for him to extend this kite. The Flash getting out of dodge here, moving to the graveyard, and now I believe Long Deptrai changing his attention because he sniffs out the Mechanic.
Yes, sirree. This is super unfortunate, in which case Nerukun as well going to get caught in a position where he was getting the ciphers, but it doesn't really matter. Long Deptrai is heavily focused. Owl, really nice timing just to give the Flash a little bit more lasting power in all of this.
Wow, excellent sidestep there to get out that dizzy. But look at that, out of sight, out of mind, but no, tries to go for that pallet hit, and Long Deptrai punishing. And look at this, Nerukun trying to work on his cipher here. The Flash rotating away from his teammate, dropping all these pallets to give a hard time for Long Deptrai to close out that distance, and now gets his umbrella back, waits for him to pop that pallet here, and the Flash still buying a lot of time. Excellent movement, just getting away from that trip up from the this Wu Chang.
Ooh, lots of pressure going on. Great movement coming in from the Flash team, working around this pallet. Oh man, what a madman. One last swipe is what Long Deptrai needs though. Can he land it? And yes, he does. The patience has paid off, but look at this. OSM, with the time that the Mechanic bot, is at least going to get 2 ciphers popped up and done.
And the Gravekeeper was able to heal up, even though he did use one of his shovels. Now the Gravekeeper making his way, but look at this, going for the teleport right away to alleviate the cipher rush, and he will down the Mechanics doll, but leave some some leeway for him to be able to leave the mechanic. But again, you know, with this very tricky Wu Chang, he does have that umbrella and that utility to just move around the map. Jacket's gonna eat that hit, and he will go save the Flash.
Yes, sir. But okay, long depth try. Interesting. Goes on Gravekeeper for a bit just to bait out the shovel there. But the Flash gonna take one other hit. All he can do at this point, establish some distance as much as possible. Some rocket chairs are feasibly within distance, so this should be good footing for long depth try nonetheless.
Yeah, big brain play there, just baiting out the shovel for the Gravekeeper not to have any more utility to work with. And now either the Perfumer or the Seer has to go on rescue duty. Still 3 ciphers remain, and long depth try just being a menace with this Wu Chang. Able to use the umbrella and the utility, even though he used that teleport, he still has access to the umbrella to go back and still camp out this mechanic. And now we see that the ciphers are moving, and the mechanic, I believe 9 Mamos going for that rescue. But look at that, oh, using the Soul Siphon to keep him at bay, playing defense. I don't know if 9 Mamos will make it in time because that mechanic is slowly counting down to get back to the manor.
Oh my gosh, that is unfortunate. But good on long depth try. One less survivor to worry about, especially the mechanic. There are a lot of things that could still go right for him. 2 ciphers, not to mention the pressure that he's going to be able to make more definitive against OSM. It is really going to be intense these next few minutes.
9 Mamos now rotating to top broken here. Again, the Perfume was there just for him to double check. Look at that, the patience of long depth try, baiting out the Perfume hit, and just the slippery target that is 9 Mamos, still buying a lot of time while the Gravekeeper is being healed up by the Seer. They're just trying to manage the resources. The Perfumer still has 1 Perfume left to extend her kiting time. Let's see if she'll be able to use it to full effect.
Yes, sirree. But oh man, nice transition coming in here from Long Depth Try to scout out this shaky cipher, and we'll find Nerukun already speeding his way through. Looks for the hit. Ooh man, a little bit of a miss out there, but totally fine. Goes for the next one and finally gets the landing that he was looking for. Let's go ahead and see if he can continue to chase and get that second one. But no, wait a minute. He's just keeping up the pressure. He says, no, nobody's going to be working on these ciphers right now.
Well, look at that. Jacket just being so close at range with that charged up hit, but then again, the umbrella is still a factor here just to make sure that nobody touches any of these ciphers. Now moving over to reception, 9 Mamos is the target. 1 Perfume left. The side steps are coming in. Excellent jump there. Again, the broken windows are a factor here for 9 Mamos to really transition into most optimal kiting spots, while the Gravekeeper is back at church, really pushing that cipher. And I think there's one last cipher at top broken. Will he be able to get that hit? 9 Mamos still a very elusive target.
Yes, sirree. Man, Long Depth Try has been struggling a bit with...
I think he was baiting out the Perfume.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, there you go. So already back on 9 Mamos is still here. 9 Mamos has not much to work with anymore, and there you go. Another hit comes in. But the ciphers have already been popped. This is huge for OSM. But Long Depth Try, with the detention, he wants blood.
Yeah, 9 Mamos transitioning to church. Now Jacket, OSM, they're all at the top of church here. We still haven't seen a trump card be used for him to change his straight. Charged up hit, and the Gravekeeper will be falling. And the teleport is almost there, but you know what? This Wu Chang does have the utility to just use that umbrella to, to his advantage.
Yes, sir. And this is big for IVS here. If Long Depth Try gets the minimum of at least a tie, they still have that 2-point lead. And that will kind of force, but you know what? Let's go ahead and see here. Things aren't over just yet. Gravekeeper has a long way to go on this rocket chair, but you know what? Long Depth Try making the teleport towards that gate, really denying 9 Mamos the time to get it open.
And now you see that the Seer being able to really transition over. Can he get the save? Because Long Depth Try catches wind of it's at the time that the Gravekeeper is in the chair, and now he's going to send his umbrella over there, and we're going to see how long. Okay, he goes over to the entrance of church, giving the team of OSM some time for them to be able to get out of dodge here. Oh, wow. 2 down survivors. The Gravekeeper is the only one left standing.
Yes, sirree. And check out the healing progress on 9 Mamos though. He should be able to get up in a bit, but the call is for who Long Death Tribe will be prioritizing. Looks like it will be the Gravekeeper, in which case, and take note, the Seer is yet another one that is new to that rocket chair, so OSM just can continue these rotations. It's still very much feasible to work with the heftier numbers.
The micromanagement coming out of Long Depth Try is really amazing. And now going over to the back exit, denying anyone look right there. 9 Mamos will be falling once again. Jacket trying to make his way towards the entrance of reception to get the Seer out. Articuno, you better be ready for that giveaway because Long Depth Try is on a mission to get all these survivors back to the manor.
He is. Oh my gosh. Jacket, he's making a run for it. He wants to keep up the numbers in OSM's favor, and I think he's gonna make it. He is gonna make it just in time to salvage Nerukun. There you go, Long Depth Try. He's looking to get another hit on one of these members of OSM.
Yeah, focusing on Nerukun because, again, oh, wow, excellent jump on that pallet there. Nerukun extending the kiting time. But the Perfumer, I believe, already healed up, so she is just crawling for her life. I believe the Gravekeeper transitioning to try to pick up the Perfumer and try to pick up the pieces, but Nerukun doing a great job buying so much time. Excellent vault there, but then the Soul Siphon will be coming out. Will he be able to have anything left? Excellent utilization of the corners here. Still no one down. Oh my god, buying so much time, baits out the owl, and now he's able to use his time to open that exit gate. But now look, the survivors of OSM dispersed. I'm at the edge of my seat, Articuno.
Same as me. I almost fell off of mine, but holy cow, there you go. Manages to land Jacket here. He's looking for the hit, but oh man, more time he got out, but not quite working out there. Jacket will fall. Long Depth Try. What is the call now? 9 Mamos is in the vicinity. So
Seer did open that gate, and now the Perfumer is at the back gate. Will she be able to open it in time? Because the Wu Chang is in the area. She gets it open, and now she is running for her life. Tries to get the trip up. We are going to see a 2-2 Articuno. GG.
Oh my gosh, and you know what this means, Potch? A 2-2 means there are a lot of scenarios that could pan out depending on how the points add up going into this next game. Unfortunately, no giveaway.
I was gonna say that was a big sigh of relief because I was getting scared for not only the survivors of OSM, but like, wow, Articuno really is gonna get this giveaway to happen. Like, this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Again.
So as Articuno was mentioning, that was a crazy intense match that we witnessed, ladies and gentlemen. Articuno back at it. I was just telling them how intense that match was. We were at the edge of our seat. So let's break it down.
Yeah, oh gosh. Where do I even start? Again, optimal target scouted out.
Can I just say before we break it down, that was probably one of the most successful Wu Changs we've seen in IVC.
It is. Finally, we get a Wu Chang that goes that isn't on the losing end. It's the neutral end. And not to mention very close neutral end because it could have been 3-1, it could have been a 5-0.
I honestly thought best case scenario would be 3-1 for them at one point. Because it seemed like it was just ping-ponging back and forth between the back exit and reception. I think one of the highlights there was how he was able to snipe out the mechanic right off the bat and just really zone in. And for a Wu Chang to be able to also multitask is huge. For him to be able to know when to leave a certain survivor in a rocket chair just to use that teleport. And I'm changing my Wu Chang build because I usually do peepers. Now I'm going to do teleport and the umbrella. That was intense.
Right. Yeah, it really was. Long Depth Try really persevered in this game. Like, kudos, massive kudos. Let's go ahead and check out those endgame stats. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think the stats pretty much say it all with how we're going to be breaking this down. The Flash bought a significant amount of time for the team from the get-go, but as we say, like, the longer the game goes, so long as Wu Chang is able to build momentum, it's super It took a bit of a while to build it up, but he did get there, and that's why things got super intense towards those last few minutes.
And we were talking about trump cards. Who knew it was a Wu Chang coming out of Long Dub Tribe? So surprises coming out of the bat from IVS. So intense stuff. Now we flip the script because it is Last Human that will be doing the hunting. And he has, I believe his match with NR was here, and he was able to 4-man down them. So it's a lot of pressure. And talking about the win conditions, if OSM gets... They need to perfect this, because if they go 3-1, we're going to tiebreaker.
Oh my gosh. Is our last match gonna end up being a tiebreaker?
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, that's insane. Yeah, because if they get 3-1, we're gonna even things out.
Right.
If we go for 2-2, IVS wins it, because they at least win one round. The two are tied. Right. And they do win in terms of points as well. So Last Human has to make his last stand here and just go all out.
Agreed. It's gonna be the curtain call right here for these guys. But it's tough. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the chances of this heading into a tiebreaker are looking super strong, because Last Human hasn't had the best time against the survivors coming in from IVS. There hasn't really been a telltale sign of him being able to land that perfect score just yet. Like I said, it's very feasible that we will see a 3-1, because it's guaranteed that he is capable of getting... I think he is capable of getting 3 survivors, in which case 2-2 is also very feasible. That's not really going to help. It's not really going to help OSM's cause, though. And yeah, everything else, I feel like the way we've seen Last Human perform over these past days leading up to this particular second half, I don't think he's in that dire of a position where he'll end up with only one survivor back to the manor. I think it's a very unlikely possibility, but I could be proven wrong. Who knows?
Yeah, our prediction actually been proven wrong. If IVS's survivors, rise to the occasion going up against Last Human, one of the most feared hunters here in IVC. So a lot is riding on this match. There is going to be 2 banned hunters. Do you think we're going to see a banned Bloody Queen and a Bonbon? Or actually, yeah, it's safe to say that, because that's the hunters he brought out.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm scared of Last Human bringing a Dream Witch towards this last game as well, especially on this map. So the possibilities, I think at this point in time, IVS, with how they can approach this, best thing that they can do is, I think, maybe ban the Dream Witch and choose between Guard 26 and Bloody Queen. Because I think going up against a Dream Witch where you have 3 survivors that are going to be banned out from you is a risky playing field to go into.
Right. And just since we did say the win condition of OSM, IVS just needs to tie and they win it. That's insane. And it's just a matter of just points for them to secure this victory. Is just how high stakes this all is. So as you were saying, yes, letting the Dream Witch through is a very scary deal. Speaking of the Dream Witch being the preferred hunter of Last Human. So between the 3, who do you think will be banned? The 2 will be banned, and who would they let through?
Oh gosh, I think we're talking about survivor bans, right?
Yes.
I think in this case...
Oh, sorry, no, hunter bans for...
Oh, hunter bans.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
hunter bans, I really think it's going to be... I think it could be a Dream Witch and a toss-up between Guard 26 and Bloody Queen. But, oh man, I wish we could talk more about the survivor side. But from what I hear, pick and ban is upon us. And there you go! Ooh, Dream Witch and the toss-up between Guard 26 and Bloody Queen. They are much confident with dealing with the Bloody Queen. Triumvirate is banned. Let's see how these survivor picks are going to roll out, Poch. I'm super excited.
what is the trump card that Last Human will be picking? Are we going to see any funky picks? Because I feel like IVS will just go with the meta and just go with like, maybe a forward, a coordinator, perfumer. Since the triumvirate is out the door, they will go for seconds here. Perfumer is coming out of Nana, and Zhao Khan probably going to go with a stunner here. Yes, it is the forward, and Mar just up in the air here, going with the first officer, a very rescue heavy lineup coming out of IVS. And Last Human, will we be seeing a Bloody Queen, or will we be seeing another trump card? And we are seeing a Bloody Queen. Last Human needs to hunt out of his mind for his team to secure a victory over IVS.
Straight up, looking at the composition that IVS has, I love the thought process going into this. Again, the win condition for IVS is to at least get half Cs or better.
Yes.
So that said, by having survivors that are going to be slippery, if they do exhaust their lifetime of kiting Bloody Queen, having a roster that could also easily go for rescues, it increases their chances of getting more survivors out of this gate. There aren't really any picks that are geared towards needing to rush, because they know that they could just play this methodically instead. And especially going up against a Bloody Queen, the bigger your numbers, the more manageable it should be to get survivors out of that gate.
True. And now we see Last Human making his way at the bottom broken of the map, moving over to Shaq, spots Zhao Khan. Zhao Khan being the forward and sees that the basement is over here. So let's see how he's able to rotate out of this precarious situation. Oh wow, Zhao Khan is leaning towards it, because again, that is the forward, can break ankles here with that rugby ball. And look at that, just gathers so much distance away from Last Human.
Yes, sirree. Great job by Zhao Khan, but that mirror image is going to be scary. Gets the hit that he needs, but this is not over yet. Zhao Khan already has such distance. Look at the rest of IVF. They are hellbent and intent on those ciphers, really putting their trust on Zhao Khan to make sure that he maximizes the amount of time he can use to kite.
And looking at the cipher progress, the perfumer doing a great job on popping those ciphers, but man, the blink was just on point for Last Human. The forward will be seeing the first round of the rocket share, but he has bought enough time for at least a cipher or two to pop.
Yes, sirree. Now, Kiradona, the ever reliable in keeping the hunter preoccupied, already making his way for the save. But this is tricky. They have to be careful. They don't want to suffer any hits from that mirror image whenever Last Human's trying to put pressure on those other ciphers.
And as you mentioned, Kiradona here on rescue duty, tried to go for it. Oh, sniped out that hit. Excellent timing there. And now Zhao Khan is back on the run, waiting for that football to be utilized. Actually, no more football. My apologies. Zhao Khan now has to rely on the real estate of Red Church, and the last effort will be popped by Last Human.
Yes, sir. Reed definitely wants to establish as much distance as he can. Zhao Khan doesn't want to be in a position where if ever IVS decides to go for the salvage, finds himself in a basement. So great call in which case. But look at Last Human, still very intent on getting hit onto Kiradona here. But you know what? Last Human has had enough. Let's turn our attention back to Zhao Khan here. Progress on the cipher slowed down a bit for IVS, but Mar and Nana, okay, 85% and 38%. Decent progress.
Yeah,
decent.
We're still in the first part of this game, the early half, and now this is the second time the forward will be seeing the rocket chair. Mar going for the rescuing duty here, using that pocket watch so that the after image will be the one that Last Human will be chasing after. And can I just say, excellent chair placement. It's really hard for this forward to really find anything to work with. And now the guessing game happens, and the first officer will be hit, giving time for the forward to get out of dodge.
Oh man, but the question is, can Zhao Khan establish enough distance? He's still far off, trying to work around this fountain. Last Human tries to go for the swipe. Second swipe right there. Zhao Khan just waiting for that timing, and ooh, pallet drop. Not quite gonna work out to hinder Last Human as a last effort will come in. Mirror image will come out just to continue to pressure those ciphers from a distance. But you know what? Nonetheless, Hutch, it's all good. It's going to be sayonara back to the manor for Zhao Khan. But for IVS, 2 ciphers remaining, they made the most of his life.
And you see that the Perfumer is healing up. I believe that is the Gravekeeper, while Mar still trying to work on that Cypher, and one Cypher remaining. Last Human has to play double time here because the Cyphers are slowly popping and the objectives are slowly on the side of IVS. But as I say that, Mar falls down.
Yes, sirree. All IVS needs to do is to make sure that they prep that Cypher. They just need it prepped. But here we go. Last Human, he's trying to sniff out how these Cyphers are. He already gets an ear in, but he was banking on maybe it being Cypher progress. That wasn't really the case. You see the wiggle kind of coming from the distance. Last Human kind of weighing in on his options here. Decides to just keep the defense on Mar instead. Kiradona already slowly inching his way towards the save though.
And he will commit to that save as he's here at the middle broken part of the map. Nana is really pushing that Cypher. 34%. He's just going to go for it. And the first officer not having much utility to work with. And look at that. I love the technique of him baiting out the Gravekeeper to utilize his shovel so he won't have any more tools to work with. And now the first officer making his way towards this pallet, drops it. Oh, but the blink though. The Last Human was on deck with that 67% progress on the Cypher. Gravekeeper has to play Rescuer once again. Not necessarily. The Perfumer is making her way towards the first officer.
Oh man, this is dangerous. Last Human trying to sniff out progress, trying to see if he'll manage to scout anybody out. Question is, will any swipes come in? Not quite. First officer, time is ticking though. Nana is actually gonna be the one to go for a rescue. Take note, Nana has 3 perfumes to work with. That's a lot.
And still full health. And now Last Human gets the swipe in, but no, baits it out. The Perfumer gets the rescue. Gravekeeper is almost popped and ready for that Cypher. How will this pan out? Perfumer will be falling down though, but Mar is the focus here because he has spent so much time on that rocket chair. He is prepped up and ready to go back to the manor. And look at this. I love the utilization of Last Human. Using Nana as a hostage here. Do not pop that Cypher because I have her in the balloons, you guys. And changing it up, making sure that he has the vicinity of the exit gate in mind. First officer and Gravekeeper have to make a stand here.
Oh my god, this is super dangerous what Mar is trying to pull off here. But there you go, the Cypher comes in. You know what, they go for the risk. Nana falls once again, but Last Human, he can still go for another one. Will he continue to go for the chase? Yes, he will. Your image just popped. He just needs that one swipe, and there you go. IVS in a very precarious situation right now.
Yup, and look at that. The first officer trying his darnest for him to be able to get that exit. Kiradona is so far. Will he? Oh, wow, the teleport is going to be used. Will it be enough for him to get that swipe? No, he's chasing Kiradona out of there, and the Perfumer is the only one left. Last Human may go for a 3-1 unless the Perfumer, yes, it is too far from the dungeon. Healing progress is 73%. Will she pop up back in time? But then the Bloody Queen is at the vicinity. She won't be able to make it in time, and it is a 3-1 Articuno. This is a tiebreaker.
We have a tiebreaker. Who would have thought in our group stage we would have a tiebreaker, but here we have it. Perfect timing, in which case, trust the most important match today to end up being the first and only tiebreaker we'll be having in our group stage for IVC.
Wow. Wow. Last Human just, it's still not being deterred with how he was able to knock down those survivors. Again, as you mentioned, the survivor heavy lineup was really, it played to full effect there with how long the forward took to, down, and how long it took the Gravekeeper to eat those shovel hits. So really interesting, because now we're going to see, OSM versus IVS for a tiebreaker. So, wow, Articuno. Wow. My hair's falling off.
Oh my gosh.
You know when I just pull it up, then you all of a sudden see glitter, like,
But you know what? Before we talk about this playoffs, let's talk about what happened in that game. Zalcon tried to make the most of his time during those earlier parts. I think what became really... I'm just going to fast forward. that moment where the perfumer fell, Last Human did not hesitate to pick her up right away because they were kind of banking on maybe Last Human after downing the perfumer, turning back his attention to the first officer. But Last Human had the forethought of knowing that that cipher could have been ready to pop already, so just instantly goes for the perfumer, and that ultimately just humongously complicated the situation for IVS.
That was the assurance for Last Human. That was I said that he was holding the perfumer up hostage, like, don't you dare pop the cipher yet, go for the save and then we'll talk after that. So excellent wherewithal, because usually you see hunters really tunneling down the survivor that has seen so much rocket chair times. So because that was a good done deal for the first officer to actually be sent back to the manor. But now, you know what, just setting aside to that perfumer, even though that was the first time the perfumer saw the rocket chair, that was an excellent call by Last Human, especially with how the match was playing out. He was able to have that big brain play to see the future and see that, okay, I need to pick up this perfumer.
So let's go ahead and check out the match data. Oh my gosh. There you have it, ladies and gents. Zhao Khan, of course, keeping Last Human crazily preoccupied for the first part. Definitely proved to be a good distraction within the first few minutes. But what happened afterwards complicated things. Kiradon and Nana, as well as Mar, really world to just decode to her heart's content, but after which it really became tricky.
Yeah, it was. And can I just say that Palace destroyed 0. 14 attack hits, 9 knockdowns. So the Last Human here just, you know, paying respect to the Red Church and not really destroying any of the structures around here. Just playing very conservatively, using the blink, using the mirror image just to circumvent not breaking any pallets. So a very respectful Last Human at Red Church.
Yes, sir. Oh my God. There you have it, guys. It's that first time we're ever seeing this.
I'm glad they're ready for this graphic. Yeah, for this playoff. OSM, IVS really pushing each other to the limit, making IVC 2020 history, going for the first tiebreaker that we've seen just in the group stages, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. And here we have it, Long Deptrai being the MVP. Great performance with this Wu Chang. Something to highlight too, because we've seen a bunch of Wu Changs, but Long Deptrai really playing it to its heart's content.
Right. So playoffs is on the board, Potch. Let's go ahead and talk about how playoffs works out. This is the sudden death for both teams. Now, how banning phase goes for this, I should know this since I was the one that voiced that over, and we've heard it every single day, those introductions. Bans will proceed similarly to how round 3 bans go out, meaning there will be an increment in bans. The increment in bans is something that will apply to best of 5s.
Okay.
Like round 4 into round 5. But playoffs do not see any increments in bans. So it will be the same number. There is a possibility we'll see the same bans, in which case, or are we?
I don't know. Now that you mention it, you know what? The Bloody Queen of Last Human did play to its strengths. And we did see a Wu Chang as well, but it did end up 2-2. So again, I guess it really depends on how they feel coming into this, as well as the map that will come into play.
Also, one thing you have to take into account, guys, is I mean, in general, these situations are a good preparation for if you're heading into top 4, the best of 5s that you might encounter. At the same time, like, imagine playing 3 super intense, grueling rounds only to find out that this late into the night, you have to play another one. Another one that is so crucial because this could be the last round you'll be playing in the IVC.
Make or break.
Oh gosh, I'm so thankful I'm not the one playing this round right now, because
Hey, you know what? We have the privilege of calling that match and having the best seats in the house. So, again, high stakes for everyone. And I think you painted the picture right that they still have to have a lot left in the tank and have, I mean, still like one extra trump card to pull out in this, it's special case scenario.
Right.
Sorry, just a lot of
the first getting in the way.
Yeah, I was telling you off stream that I was really coughing up a fur ball with all this real estate of hair.
Okay, so there you have it, guys. A lot of the discussion we had earlier for round 3 pretty much transitions into this. So you know what, guys, let us know what your thoughts as well on the first and only playoffs we'll get in the group stage. Again, use those hashtags, hashtag IVC 2020C and hashtag IDVC to just so that we are updated with what you're putting out there in the social media stratosphere for everyone. Actually, you know what, I'm gonna go check it out right now because
yeah, go check that out. Well, I build up this match, OSM IVS being the last match in the group stages. We set the stage for these guys that IVS really trying to break the 2-point mark for them to be able to be in the conversation for the playoffs. This just solidifies that they really want to be in that in the fray of of OSM and NR. Now, coming into this match, we are, as Articuno mentioned, there are going to be the same picks and bans as the third round. But now this begs the question of how well did these players adjust to each other and what map we'll be playing this at? Because we could be seeing just a repeat of the same cast of characters, but then again, different strategies and different ways of going about the match.
Yeah, and okay, I checked my updates right there. Everyone still trying to recover from this crazy round 3 we had. And yeah, as I said, like the likelihood of a playoffs happening between these two was just so tangible based on how these points were rolling out over the past few rounds. And it's really hard to tell how this is going to go down. I think that as far as pick and ban, things are fine as is. Because to be fair, the performance we saw on, as far as hunters, I think it is safe for long. It like the possibility of a 3-1 was so within grasp during that first round. There was like just small bits and pieces that evaded him because of better decision making from the survivors. On the flip side, this Bloody Queen is a different story, though.
Yes, I do have to. We just heard word that whoever wins this tie break will advance to the semifinals. And if we do get a 2-2 tie, if that event does happen with how evenly matched these two players are, it'll depend on the time used. So that'll be, so they have to really that's another factor they have to put in consideration. They can't play patiently if they take each other to the limit.
Right.
So just the best way to end the group stage in a very intense matchup.
And can I just say,
it's really hard to click a mouse with this.
Yeah, yeah. Like I just have the freedom as a magician. I just need to wave my wand and the mouse just moves for me. But no, if that's the tea, wow. If that's the news, then advance congratulations to NR, because that, like, if this determines, like, whoever wins means they get to proceed, then it's
semifinals. Yeah, actually.
Wait, is this right? No, because technically, no. Okay, I got. Sorry, I misread that. Oh yeah.
I think you read it.
Yeah. It's right, because if OSM wins, that means NR goes with them. If sorry, I'm like, my mind is just in a.
Can you imagine how how dangerous this is for OSM from them being the ones that lead the pack, and now they're actually in contention of not seeing playoffs at all. So
yeah,
wow.
The only team that was able to take down NR is now in a circumstance where they might not even be able to go with NR into the top 4.
How crazy is that?
Oh my gosh, IVS. And our predictions are still looking pretty shaky right now, Poch. That's another thing I'm telling you. We can't hocus pocus that right now.
I was already getting scared when Long Dep Try brought out the Wu Chang. I was like, uh-oh, this is scary. I think we're going to get the prediction wrong. He's getting more intense as they build up. So now this begs the question, different map. Let's cross out, we've seen Arms, we've seen Hospital, we've seen Church. That leaves the big maps. Is there one more small map?
Yeah, you're like the best you can do out of this point is Leo's Memory if you really want to go for scaling.
Yeah, so there's Leo's, there's Lakeside, there's Ever Sleeping Town. That's 6.
And Moonlit River Park.
And Moonlit, sorry, 7.
Oh
wow,
my
all
gosh.
those maps are huge. So it's safe to say that we're gonna settle this in a big map.
Yeah. At the same time, yeah, that's like see, like map also becomes a concern at this point, because if I were, oh gosh, no, I think
I see the calculations happening in Articuna's head right now.
like if there's any changes in bans that could happen, it is possible that if you're I think it is safer to let guard 26 through.
Yes.
Unless you're playing on it's Lakeside Village. So
huge
I think
map.
it is safe. And yeah, there you go. But Dream Witch was also left up. Oh wait, no, sorry, it's Long Dep Try.
It's Long Dep Try first. So yes, great picks here. Getting the Wu Chang out of there, getting the Dream Witch, getting the Bloody Queen. So now Long Dep Try. We've seen his photographer. Will he bring it out now? No!
Oh my gosh!
Another pick coming out of him. We're seeing a violinist.
Oh, Long Dep Try with the violinist. And this is so good, by the way, because OSM was going into this expecting that Long Dep Try that they could bait Long Dep Try into the photographer, but talk about a trump card right here. This is the trump card we were waiting for, Poch.
Who knew that Long Dep Try saw the future? Like, yep, we're going to see a tiebreaker. I'm going to bring out the violinist here at Lakeside. Let's see how he'll fare against OSM. Narikun with a Seer, 9 Mamos with a Doctor? Okay,
exactly.
A Doctor, yeah, and then Gravekeeper and 4. Wow, wow. Okay, yeah, I'm a loss for words now.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is why I think I thought it was like them trying to outsmart each other as early as you pick and ban. But you know what? I'll leave that for discussion later on once this half is over. Let's focus on the present, which is the Flash now being the target. Tsunade was dropped. Didn't quite, Long Dep Try not quite finding the landing that he was looking for when he aligned with Tsunade. So the Flash is still A-okay. The chase continues, but it looks like he will shift his attention because he does get wind of this Cypher wiggling, and it will be Jacket that he decides to pursue this time around.
Looking at the survivors, yeah, the Seer and the Doctor are probably the most optimal to go after, but unfortunately for Long Dep Try, finds the forward here, utilizes the football for him to gain some traction away from the range, but that is not going to change if there's Blink. So Jacket now still fighting his way in this matchup, just moving and dodging the Sonata notes that Long Dep Try is putting out there.
Yeah, luckily for Forward here was just able to sidestep all those Rhapsodies, which just means there won't be any movement speed detriments that will hinder him for now in the midst of this chase. But there you have it. Seer Owl will come in at beautiful timing. Rhapsody will come in once again. This will allow Long Dep Try to slow down this Forward once again. Can he look for a landing though? He actually manages to land one if I'm not mistaken. But oh man, that's a lot. It will be very easy for Long Dep Try to land that last hit, but not before Jacket establishes some distance first.
Oh, wow, the Sonata note was placed, even though it was a great effort by Jacket to really establish some distance. Now, the Flash in the vicinity, working on that cipher, and Long Depth tried just sharing him just so he'll be able to patrol. And you know that, again, the camping game of this violinist is very scary, but he also has the ability to harass people that are on ciphers just like that.
Yes, sir. We're just putting out those rhapsodies. Narukun just dodging, ducking, and weaving to make sure that he sidesteps them all before turning his attention back to the cipher. Meanwhile, it looks like Gravekeeper will go for the save. Long Depth tried just playing it very patient, but gets the hit onto Jacket once again. Jacket makes a run for the hills to try to get some distance.
Now the Flash getting himself out of sight, out of mind, and we still see the forward establish some distance, just so that it'll give a longer time for Long Depth try to be able to chair him. And now we see Jacket fall over here at the windmill area near Cornfield. And now who will be the one to make that save, as this Doctor is pushing that cipher near the big boat?
Yes, sirree. Not the safest place in the world. So Long Depth Try has a lot working for him, in which case going to continue to throw out those rhapsodies to try to pressure some of those ciphers. Luckily, the survivors not getting hit so far, so this is good for them. As the Flash slowly starts to make his way towards Jacket, but this is dangerous. He has to time that rescue correctly. Properly placed Sonata could be OSM's undoing, in which case.
Watch out, gets the rescue, and now Jacket's on his last leg, last cipher, and look at that, 2 ciphers primed, just so that Long Depth Try wouldn't catch wind of them popping the last cipher for the end game. And now Jacket is the one being chased here, and now Long Depth Try changing to teleport because he realized the end game has been popped.
Yes, sir. He's already closing in. There you have it. He finally gets Jacket down. Question is, will he focus on getting him to a rocket chair? Yes, he will. That will be Jacket's last time, in which case, will Long Depth Try have enough time though to make a transition towards teleporting to a gate?
He does, but all of them are already on their way out, but no, he catches the Flash. How unfortunate. And now he chases them out. Articuno, we're seeing a 2-2.
This is a good step up for IVS. It's safe, but you know what? Safe is workable in this playoffs. Long Depth Try did the best he can. In fact, it could have gone way worse considering how swift, how efficient OSM was at landing those ciphers. So
can I just say,
I think this is the best case scenario.
Yeah, the timing of him teleporting and catching the Gravekeeper as he is about to exit was just perfect on Long Depth Try's side, because 3-1 is pretty hard to manage because we're only looking at this tiebreaker. Now 2-2, that's all right. It even things out, and now puts the pressure on Last Human to be the one doing the hunting. So he has to do again, if we're gonna go with, if it's gonna be another tie, hopefully it's not gonna go with that. We're gonna go with time spent on the map.
Right.
Yeah, Last Human has to go for 3-1.
I think at this point, IVS, it's a bit scary if you think about it, because one thing we have to account for is how fast that game went. Meaning, I don't think IVS should risk a half cease, because that first half for the playoffs went super duper fast. Meaning, time is on OSM side, I believe, unless if by chance they could go even faster heading into that second half. But yeah, anyway, I really think IVS should aim for the 3-1 here, just so that they don't have to feel pressured too much about time. But to be honest, I'll be the first one to say it's easier said than done in this case.
Yes, it's all theories until we put into practice. And yeah, they really need to go for that 3-1 because the time was so quick. And mind you, there was a doctor in that mix.
Exactly.
There was a doctor.
Like, man, I could totally see the logic of landing the forward though, because at least by landing the forward first, you don't have to worry about somebody charging in on you when you're pursuing other survivors. So I could totally see why Long Depth Try would just have wanted to commit towards Jacket. But yeah, Doctor just escaping scot-free, not barely even touched 9 Mamos, 200% of decoding progress. That just really goes to show how much freedom 9 Mamos had in this game.
Yeah, you just see that the containment time is from Jacket and the Flash, while Nerikun sending an owl out there. Well, it was just 9 Mamos and Nerikun really pushing those objectives. Long Deptrai, though, really utilizing the Rhapsodies and the long notes really well to be able to just stunt the saves, as well as just really keep everyone in check, especially that last teleport at the end. Unfortunately, the Flash wasn't out the gate just yet, and now it's all tied up. I think we could even say that, it's back to square one, but now it's sudden death, and it has to be the survivors of IVS versus Last Human.
Yes, sirree. That's the most that they can work with. Another thing I was kind of wanted to touch on, but it doesn't really matter anyway, since Doctor was untouched in this, is that OSM was banking on Long Deptrai going for that photographer. They were kind of baiting him into going for it. By leaving it open and swapping out the ban for Wu Chang instead, which I think OSM, I think that was a smart move, because Wu Chang was definitely scary from what we saw in round 3.
Yes.
Like Long Deptrai almost escaped with a 3-1 in that game. So that was understandable. I like and the less well planned by both sides. Talking about the second half, this is a bit more of a toss-up that IVS is dealing with, because again, Last Human is super scary, but like I said, I think the best way to go about this is maybe still keep the Dream Witch ban intact, but swap out Guard 26 for Bloody Queen.
Yes.
Just because since you are dealing with Lakeside Village, you don't want a Bloody Queen to be able to traverse all of that terrain with the mirror, and would keep the pressure at the same time.
I do see the respect ban of Dream Witch, because Last Human is crazy on that Dream Witch. Maybe the Guard 26 will pass, but we have seen Last Human on Ever Sleeping Town with a Bonbon. Right. Granted that, I believe Lakeside Village has a lot more terrain to cover, but if push comes to shove, you know what? We might even see a Bonbon or maybe a Trump pick coming out of Last Human.
Right.
When it comes to bans for the Survivor, I think the Triumvirate is really good, but I don't mind them also banning the Priestess while they're at it.
Right. And I guess, we'll have to find out how they'll go down. As far as picks for IVS, man, that's a tough one. Is it a wise idea to go for the same Survivor spread that they did during round 3?
It seems that way if they're gonna ban that Priestess. Nana could still go with that forward. Zhao Khan either Prospector or forward. Perfumer. I mean, Nana with that Perfumer. Kiridana with maybe a Gravekeeper. We did see that Gravekeeper. And Mar probably with a First Officer. That's pretty much the same lineup we've seen before, and it's tried and tested. They were able to really last long with that lineup. But if they do allow the Priestess to come through, I would probably see Nana rock the Priestess instead of the Perfumer.
Yes, and oh gosh, again, the speculations. But at the end of the day, regardless of what the picks and bans are, the points are super crucial. I don't know, man. Because I really think that, oh gosh, in this case, there's factors that they can put into consideration with how picks are going to go for IVS.
Right.
You can try to focus on a compass. Well, of course, the most ideal scenario is that you go for a composition that straight up can hopefully, with a hope and a prayer, get that 3-1, just so that by points you win. If you want a safety net, you might want to also put into consideration the possibility of making sure you have a comp that could also deal with the time, the speedy game that we're also looking at in case it does land as a 2-2. So just 2 things you want to put into consideration here. Number 1, straight up winning by points. Number 2, if it's a tie, make sure you have a faster game.
Yeah, that the faster game is a tricky one because mechanic being the most viable decoder? Are we going to see a prisoner maybe? And we've talked about how prisoner struggles in long distances, especially with the transmission.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling they might gamble it all in surviving and just making sure that the game lasts long, but as long as they play it safe and play it the survivors to their full effect, and probably go. I have a feeling this is probably another pick they can have. Maybe put a coordinator in there just to force, instead of having blink, maybe forcing forcing two stunners, which that being the forward and the coordinator, forcing excitement, just so that the chase wouldn't be so scary when you're dealing with that, and also negating the teleport early on. Again, speculations. We're just talking about what we think might happen, but now is the time for IVS to really pull out all the stops for them to be able to secure the playoffs.
Yes, sirree. And man, at the end of the day, it's tough circumstance both teams are working against, more so for IVS right now, I think, because Last Human is without a doubt a very formidable opponent, which is why I think we are looking more towards what IVS can do to prep for this. Because I feel like they have a lot more on their plate with adjustments they can make in drafting. But you know what? Let's see how this goes. Poch, one last time, pick and ban for the group stage.
Yes, here we go. And just to mind you, everyone, that the time of the blast game was 4 minutes 27 seconds. So now we're gonna see a banned meta picks here. We're gonna see also a banned Seer, but Cardano with the ever reliant mercenary, Nano with the perfumer, Zhaokan with the stunner, and Mar with that stunner as well with the coordinator. But Last Human doing making his last stand with this bonbon. So really intense stuff. 4 minutes 27 seconds is the time to beat if we have to go down to the wire.
Oh my gosh.
Can this be a 3-1 in favor of OSM or IVS? We're gonna find out as this match progresses, but right now we're just gonna, just make sure that the conditions are most optimal. Articuno, 4 minutes 27 seconds.
That's a fast game, Poch. Gosh. Even by like IVCC standards, that is one of the faster games that we've seen, if not the fastest so far. In Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. So yeah, we have a bit of a pause.
Yeah, just to add also, we count the time on survivors. If they manage to survive 2 on the longer matches before 27, OSM will win. So I guess survivors have to last longer.
Oh.
Is that right? They have to last longer.
Right.
Yeah, they're just making sure, and we just heard word that they're just making sure that the players understand the situation of what's panning out now, because I have a feeling that they tried to go for the fastest time, and that's why it explained that explains why the match was so fast. So they're just sorting that out. So if I read this right, if we count.
Okay, we're just confirming as well how this playoffs will pan out, guys.
Yep. So we'll continue this. Again, we'll probably go back to the backstage and ask, but let's see if Last Human would not even don the tiebreaker. He might get 3-1, or will IVS be able to get the three-man out?
Okay, I think I get the circumstance now.
Okay.
What basically has to happen is within where's my notes? Within 4 minutes and 27 seconds, at least 2 survivors need to get out of the gate. It doesn't matter if there's still any other survivors, because like the time you're trying to meet here is the earliest time 2 survivors were able to get out of the gate, which was what
Right. Okay. So that's the time to beat for 2 survivors to get out of the gate. 4:27.
Okay, let's get back into this. Holy cow.
Yeah, let's call this match first as we figure that out. If we might not even have to figure that out, because Last Human, again, shades of the original round here of the tiebreaker, going after the forward first, and now Zhao Khan using the rugby ball to full effect here. Last Human getting the swipe in. Wow, quick down on the forward while the Cyphers are still moving. That exchange was in favor of this guard 26.
Yes, sirree, and a bit of a way to go here. Last Human going for a rocket chair in the... Okay, near the rock. So
Yes.
this is a fair position. You have a lot of open space to work with. Set up those bombs. It also puts you within vicinity of keeping those Cyphers in check. Nana is forced to rotate here, though.
Yeah, again, this is a great positioning of Last Human because he does see that Cypher move, and Nana is going to get punished for that. Wasn't able to use the perfume. And look at that, using that time bomb, and now Nana is not going to figure out when he's able to, when that's going to explode. Mar is going for that rescue, and Mar is that coordinator, so she does have that shot, uses it, but beautiful usage of the excitement, and now it's not to any effect, and Mar having to go down to Last Human. Look at the destruction that this Bonbon is displaying.
Oh my god, Zhao Khan already more than half, meaning that if he does indeed get rescued, he only has one life to maximize at this point. But you know what's scary about this, Poch? We've had flashbacks of this from the previous round that Last Human played against NR. The defense coming in from guard 26, the risk you have to play against, and there you go, Zhao Khan first back to the manor.
And look at this, excellent placement of this coordinator right near that Cypher. 5 Cyphers left and 1 forward is already down. Last Human isn't playing any games, Articuno. He wants the survivors back in the manor.
And take note, Poch, time is ticking. With the progress of how these ciphers are going down, I highly doubt that IVS will be able to play to the condition of meeting the 4 minutes and 27 seconds of getting 2 survivors out. At this point, they have to play towards the 3-1. It's 3-1 or nothing at this point.
True. And now Donna here playing a bit of just a sidestep game and just moving and jockeying and driving for proper position. Gets the hit in, and the coordinator is set free. But then now Last Human really rotated, like putting him in a really tight spot with not much to work with. Coordinator eats that hit once again, but drops the pallet in time to buy some more just kiting and containment time.
Yes, sir, a lot of open space still. Nice positioning of that bomb. Will Mar be able to dodge? Yes, he can. But still, that's a very tight spot. Will he take the hit? Goes over the pallet. Does he take it? No, he doesn't. Manages to sidestep it at the last moment as he falls. Still, it's still high pressure. 1 Cypher remains, Poch. They can still do this. Coordinator does fall, though. How will IVS respond to this?
That was insane. Just a few seconds ago, I believe it was only like 5 Cyphers still remaining, but they were just able to pop. Again, they were primed, but then Last Human just throwing those bombs to keep them in check. Coordinator is this is her second time on that chair. Will they choose to commit? Because again, they need to go for that 3-1 because time is such a tough factor to call this game on. Perfumer is at Crab Shack here, just pushing that Cypher. It is not close. It is almost close to half. So Caridonna here in the vicinity. Will he be able to make this rescue? Last Human is trying to swat away this mercenary.
Oh man, but check out that coordinator. Time is ticking. Caridonna, he's closing in. Can he make it? No, unfortunately that won't be the case. Only 2 survivors remaining. Nana is trying to dodge, weave, and around. 1 Cypher remains though. IVS, you know what? They're at least going to try to end this playoffs on a good note by getting the same 2 survivors out, but it's a tough deal. They don't have the same number of survivors that OSM had to work with earlier, so tricky situation here.
Yeah, Nana moving over and transitioning to Cornfield, just so that the mercenary will have enough time to prime that Cypher, just for them to get that 2-person out. We are seeing a fall down, a down Perfumer. The Perfume was not enough time, and look at this, a chair is right there for the taking, and now the mercenary, Caridonna, has to act.
Yes, sir, and look at this, Caridonna. You know, it's interesting. Caridonna is usually the first to fall, but he might be the last stand in this particular game. Already looking to pop that last cipher, and yes, he does.
Wow, okay. Gutsy here, because again, there was no one to make that save. He had to pop that cipher and try to go for the save, but look at this, the last human just setting a barrage of just bombs. Again, I believe he doesn't have any detention. I'm not quite sure. We're gonna have to see the hit, because his eye is red. But look at that. Kiridana here making his approach. Gets the rescue, but tries to get the SWAT in. And again, the chase is still on for OSM.
Oh man, speaking of chase, coordinator operator Perfumer falls once again, and all it takes is one more bomb to land, and it's a good done deal here for Last Human. They'll be ending the playoffs with a 4 survivor back to the manor. It looks like Last Human is ready to do just one last whack on the head, and there you have it, ladies and gents. I think that is a good done deal. Last Human gonna turn towards Nana first, send, just to secure Nana towards the chair, but the surrender will come in. It's a good done deal. Congratulations, OSM. You will be our second team entering the playoffs for Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. GG, well played, and kudos as well to IVS. IVS might not be proceeding to this playoffs, but I think one of the best things they'll get out of this is not only the accomplishment of top 8, but also the fans, the followers whose hearts they've won over throughout their 1 year, and they'll proceed to do great things without a doubt. But we have the results, Potch, and it is OSM at the end of it.
OSM, congratulations to them. And Last Human, can I just say, we did mention that he does ramp up towards the end of his matches, but who knew that the tiebreaker would make him go plus ultra with a bonbon at Lakeside? 4 survivors, Articuno, 4 survivors down. That laugh of that bonbon will haunt my nightmares tonight, as Last Human was able to just dominate that tiebreaker.
And that Potch. That said, like, we were talking about possibilities with those 2-2s, 3-1s that they want to aim for, but Last Human did not want any of that. He said, you know what? Let's get this done. I'm not giving you any opportunity to go for any 3-1s. No, you're not going to get the benefit of time. And for extra measure, I'm not even going to let any of you survivors out of there. He just played like any other game, and there you have it. Right below is going to be OSM, your 4th and final team entering the top 4 for the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. And prediction Potch will end with a correct prediction. Correct. I think we only got. I got 2 wrong. You got 1 wrong.
Yeah, we were divided at 1 point. So but we got. I believe I think we got 2 wrong, because we went with IVS versus NR. We went with IVS and NR winning that. And then the next one was GK versus VX, and we went with VX.
Oh right. So 2 and 3.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
not bad. Not
bad. Yeah, I actually thought we'd do a little worse than that. I thank God. And excellent stuff all around for those 2 teams. GG and OSM, on the brink of not being in the conversation of playoffs, just able to secure their spot, and IVS really pushing them towards their limits. And just Last Human, just God, he's such a scary hunter when he gets going. Bonbon, Lakeside, huge terrain, still able to dominate. GG's throughout. Great matches, and I'm really excited that we ended it in this note, and really excited to head towards the playoffs. Can I just say the earphones are falling off, but it's not anatomically, like my ears are up here.
Yeah, it's because you put it in the wrong place, Potch. That's why it's falling off. That's not how the anatomy of a cat works, man. But kidding aside, I guess let's just do a quick recap of that playoffs game. Again, Bonbon.
Yes, I was gonna say that Kiridana with this Merc is very interesting, because she was the make or break, and it really relies on Merc. So The rescues coming out were very great. It's just that this Bonbon was so on point. Mar had the right idea going for that shot, but again, just Bonbon having the wherewithal, carrying that excitement, negating that, and downing that coordinator as she was going for that rescue. Nana being the decoder of the team, really pushing those ciphers, and Zhao Khan being the first one to get containing the hunter. And now Last Human, 18 hits, 1 pallet destroyed, 6 knockdowns. I'm pretty sure everyone watching will try their best to get this guard 26 away from Last Human.
Yes, sirree. And you said it best, Botch. And you know what? As this night settles, let's go ahead and check out the match data. Again, Zhao Khan in the tricky predicament of getting super targeted by guard 26 early on, and the match result as well, 7-2. And who would have, like you said, Last Human, as the series goes on, gets deadlier, and that extra round, the playoffs, proves just that. Out of all the 4 playoffs, that extra round proved to be the biggest difference we've seen yet in the points between these two teams. But as we said, well played by IVS by playing a match worthy of being the last match that we see in the group stage. And of course, no surprise there. MVP going to be Last Human with the guard 26.
Well deserved, well played by Last Human. He did need a little steam to get going, but once he got going, it was very scary if you were surviving as he was hunting. So excellent stuff on OSM side. IVS, though, I'd really think won everyone over with how they were able to just, you know what, really contend with the big dogs here in the tournament, that being NR, OSM. So do give them your love and support, ladies and gentlemen. They are a fun bunch to talk to. And it just shows that, you know what, they had a lot of heart coming into this. So,
can you do it?
I can't.
Looks more like a bagel, but good try, good try.
Can't do it. Korean heart?
Mochi, cupcake. Yeah, that works, that works, that works. Oh, man. And not just to IVS, I just want to give a shout out to all the teams that were in the top 8. I have it here. IVS, Destiny, Awesome, Mad Penguins, Noir, 7 High, GK, and VX. Let's give a round of applause. Let's give lots of love in the chat, guys, to our top 8. Please, please, please give them your love.
Yeah.
I like that sound effect. The improvised sound effect. Yeah, like I said, you guys have nothing. There's nothing to be ashamed of. There's no losers in this. I know that sounds cliche, but to me, honestly, like everybody that made top 8 is a huge winner in my book, just because you guys have made history by making the top 8 in the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. Not only that, if you guys are active enough on social media, you guys will see that there are people rooting for you. Every single team had someone rooting for them. And I'm pretty sure that the people rooting for them weren't necessarily like, you know, friends. Like there were actual like new fans, new followers that all these teams, all these players have discovered because of their participation on the live broadcast of the Identity 5 Championship 2020. And I think, like, moving forward, I hope to be able to MC these players again, because like, as someone, both of us, Potch Spice and I, we followed your narratives. If there's anybody that has like been a avid follower of this throughout, it's us on the MC desk, casting every single one of your games. How you guys have shed blood, sweat, tears, and given it your all throughout.
It was quite a journey, and it was a privilege and a blessing for us to witness it all. And I'm sure that aside from learnings that these teams have been able to gain, they gained so much following and they've gained so much traction coming into this. And I'm pretty sure they have a lot more supporters out there to witness their journey. This is the first of many, I believe, for Identity 5. So do note that the cast of characters in 2020, because I'm pretty sure you'll see this familiar face faces, and you'll see their journey of how they're able to, just trump their last performance as before, because this one set the bar high. But I'm pretty sure that as the years go on and the careers of these players develop even more, we're gonna see much better and refined gameplay from Identity 5 for Identity 5.
You said it really good, Plotch, and that just makes me look forward to seeing these teams again in the future. I really hope, I think it kind of goes both ways. Like, I really hope we see all these players again in the future tournament, the same teams. But at the same time, I am all for seeing fresh talent as well. Yes. I'm really hoping that IVC 2020 Southeast Asia has inspired even more players out there that are watching to aspire to reach the same peaks that these teams have one day once we have another tournament for Southeast Asia. And again, hope you guys continue to support for the game, because the more support, the more love that the developers see from our region, the more stuff we're going to be getting. That's for sure.
Yes, and more costumes for me in Articuno to try.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, that's gonna be intense, and yeah, just do spread the word. And you know what? I love how the Identity 5 community is so active and just giving their love and support for such for such players, and us MCs as well. They're just reaching out and just supporting just giving their love and support to everyone. So congratulations to you guys, and just big shout outs and thank you. Me and Articuno love you all, and you know what, just reach out whenever you guys want to. If you want to chat and talk about insights about the game or memes or whatever, just we're right there on the social media sphere.
Yeah, we try to make it a point to react as much as possible. We try to make it a point to reply to as many messages as we can from what we get on Twitter, on Instagram, on my Facebook page. So yeah, just continue to keep the discussion up, guys. Continue to keep in touch. But you know what? We're saying things are ending. Guys, we still have 2 more weekends ahead of intense Identity 5 action. And it's coming down to the wire. Again, our top 4. We have it, Putch.
Yep, over at Group A, I believe there's going to be a graphic put up, but it's safe to say Group A is solid. It's VX GK. GK being the first seed, while VX being the second seed. Now, I want to see where OSM lies in the first or second seed, because they're going to be
they're second seed.
They're second seed. So NR being the first seed.
Yeah,
because they were almost eliminated, right?
Right, exactly. Because as soon as it hit those later rounds, and the fact that it headed into a playoffs, I don't know. We'll find out later. I might be wrong, but because of those extra rounds, it kind of messed up their points a bit. But I guess we'll find out anyway.
So let's check out the graphics here. Today's result: 7H getting the victory over MP. Again, 7H ending on a high note. MP still not going down without a fight. That was an intense match. And now IVS versus OSM, the first playoffs that we witnessed here in the group stages. OSM coming out on top. A risky situation there, and IVS pulling out all the stops to show everyone why they're one of the top teams to make it here at IVC.
Yes, sirree. Man, IVS and OSM, just OSM doing a phenomenal job. This is again, I like the graphic idea of adding, making the playoff a paste on, since it's the unanticipated part. So you just kind of stick it on there. But yeah, team grouping. We finally have the final tallying of points. It's interesting how first, second, third, and fourth mirror the same one. Poch already mentioned out for Group A, GK and VX, first rank and second rank respectively, with many thanks to 7H and MP in third and fourth. For Group B, we have OSM and NR proceeding to our top 4. IVS at third, after playing an intense, amazing game for our last group stage game, with DT at fourth place.
And there you have it. Actually, OSM not getting a loss in their group stages. They were able to trump NR, DT, and even though they had to go to the playoffs, they were able to best IVS. So OSM on fire coming into next week. So hopefully they'll run with that momentum as Group A and Group B merge to go to the semifinals. Semifinals.
So here we have the specifics. As you can see, the points kind of tally up. And actually, what I'm really interested in seeing is Group B's points, because Group A, it's very definitive: GK, VX, 7H, and MP. Sorry. In which case, OSM does get first seed because they got right, yeah, because of wins. I was
there you go.
Like at the back of my mind, I was still thinking that they triple tied, but no, that's not the case. OSM first seed, in which case, second of which is going to be NR, and then as like if IVS won, as I said, the points would have gotten a little bit shaky.
Yes.
But yeah, we don't really have that circumstance, and the only one playoff that we get is from OSM and IVS. So there you have it.
There you have it, folks. Again, you know what? They have a lot of conditions here just to make sure that we get the best of the best out of IVC. Group B, though, OSM and N are heading to the semifinals out of this group stage, and they will square off against GK and VX. So that is an interesting time. Now, here are the brackets: GK versus NR to start things out. That is going to be interesting. And OSM versus VX. Now, the Group A and Group B will merge. Choose your teams now, ladies and gentlemen. Send them your support. They have a week to prepare, and this is going to be one intense match as the road to the championships winds down.
Yes, sir. And take note, this is going to be double LM, so we're going to get a lot of matches from these top four. And straight up, Poch, and anything you're looking forward to from the top four, particularly, any specifics?
Actually, the first one, GK versus NR. The top of the standing is GK trumping VX, and NR just winning the hearts, souls, and minds of everyone. I want to see if Aris will continue his streak, as well as the survivors like Dylan and just the different survivors of NR, how they are able to fare against GK. How about you?
On the flip side, before that, OSM versus VX, we have gonna be another interesting matchup here. Two very well-oiled machines, and also just think of the hunter matchups that we're gonna have here. Like you have 72S going up against both Sky Zero and Eris. Looking at the second matchup, you have Last Human versus God J. So those are some hunter head-to-heads that are
actually even if we go with like survivor head-to-heads, you have on VX's side, Ling Tian versus Jacket. You have like the Merc heavy matchup with GK, Skyfall versus, I believe, it escapes me who NR's mercenary is because they keep switching. But yeah, it's just a bunch of head-to-head matches, and I'm so excited as we head on over to to the semifinals. Group stages is done, ladies and gentlemen, and what a way to end things on a high note with playoffs and the group stages.
Yes, sir. And I guess as we reach the conclusion of our stream, Poch, any final words you want to put out there before we conclude our group stage, and any shout outs or
I love each and every one of you watching. Thank you so much for tuning into Identity 5. The community is amazing with how they are so supportive with their favorite teams, MCs, and just regions as well. So it's a great time to be Identity 5 fan. I'm so excited coming into the championships.
Yes, sir. And for me, again, huge shout out to the top 8. If I really hope I could get everyone's socials. Feel free to add me on my actual Facebook as well if you want to. I don't mind. I would love to keep in touch with you all. Just message me if still any of the teams. Would love to continue to keep in touch and follow your journeys. And again, thank you to the audience as well, to everybody that used the hashtags on Twitter. I hope you guys continue to let us know what your thoughts are on these games, how much if you're loving a certain play, if you feel like there is something that could have done better, feel free to let us know. Again, use those hashtags, hashtag IVC 2020C and hashtag IDVC.
Excellent stuff.
So, man. And not C as in the letter C, guys. S-E, guys. just to
a lot of alphabet, IDVC.
So there you have it, folks. You know what, Poch? I've been doing the outros for most of the group stage. I'll give you the honors, Mr. Cheshire Cat.
Thank you so much. With everyone here at the Identity 5 scene, thank you so much for watching. We will see you next week. Goodbye and good night.